X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time.
Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. Why do they just stand there against when they fall from the battles I have overcome? You feel it, feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep vaping with my mills, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You'll see now, watch me not now, punch your face now. Show you how.
Well, hello everybody. Welcome, welcome. God, I'm sorry to say I had the most stressful beginning to getting my stream started today. So before I say anything, how is the quality? Is like, are my hands all laggy? Like, am I good? Is the frame rate fine? Like, I'm not all, like, it's good? The stream quality is good, looks fine. Okay, good to hear. Now, the reason I ask is because I have been cursed with a new OBS problem. Thankfully, it doesn't affect streams, so we should be fine in that realm, but it makes recordings a bit of a nightmare. And I'm really hoping it doesn't require a full install and resetup of my entire stream setup, like in terms of my OBS and all that, and like getting all my things hooked back up and everything. More tech demons. Yep, more tech demons. Let's fucking go. More tech demons. And these ones are really bad, because now whenever I record something, and only when I'm recording with OBS, it comes out unwatchably laggy. Like, it's like watching a slideshow. And I've pored over Reddit threads and the internet, as has my buddy Ethan, who's really good at tech stuff. No one on the history of the face of the earth has ever had this problem before, as you can imagine. Not a single one. No one, never, in the history of the planet has had this problem and posted it anywhere. So we're completely on our own in that respect. And on top of that, there's a chance it means my computer is dying. There's a chance it's not even like OBS breaking, it's just straight up my computer dying out on me. And if that's the case, It's actually over, bro. Like, it's actually just over. I can't afford to build a new streaming PC. That's just not a thing I can afford to do. If my computer just dies out on me in the next couple months, it's literally all over. First of all, I listen to your streams while I'm going through or doing other stuff, mostly working out, so video doesn't affect my enjoyment. And secondly, are we going back to Twitch streams? No. What? No Twitch streams. That has no effect on what I'm discussing here. So thank you for not paying attention. But also, no, just the fact that some people listen wouldn't mean it would be okay that my stream recordings are unwatchable. So it means my editor's gonna have to rip the recordings from the VODs, which is a lot harder because my editor has abysmal internet. My editor lives in Texas, and there is no alternative. Like, the most he can get is roughly 5 megabits per second download. It takes about a day to download a game. Whenever a game updates or a new game comes out, there is no other internet available. In one of the biggest cities in the country, because it's Texas. And it's, Republicans. It's whatever you got is what you get. So, yeah, Xfinity's what he's got. Really bad. Like, I've got Xfinity too, and they're good, but in Texas, they don't give a shit. They will just lie to you about what service they're providing. Like, my buddy and his family are paying for higher service than they're getting, but they're only getting regularly knocked out, spotty, much lower than what they're paying for internet, but there is no other option. There is no recourse to, like, get what you are paying for. Well, I'm not going to postpone Quail content for a variety of reasons. One, because I promised Quail content. Two, Quail content it's not necessarily a seasonal, locked-in thing where I have to start it before we get into the midst of summer too much, like around August, but I would prefer to get it done sooner than later, because winter's not ideal for raising them when they're still chicks and brooding them, because they're small and they wouldn't handle the cold as well, and I don't want to have to brood them in the heat, because then I have to be on top of their temperature all the time and find a way to cool them, which is basically impossible as opposed to heating them when it's cold, or, just keeping them in a regularly chill, like, spring temperature. And then on top of that, the Quail content is in large part a direction I want to take, like, extra content on my channel in, which, of course, if you guys enjoy it and you are positively receiving it, that could lead to me being able to afford a new PC faster. So my hope is that I can ride this junker car of a computer until the very last goddamn mile it can handle, and then I get a new PC. Oh yeah, what are you going to do with them in winter? Are they good to stay outside during the winter? I want to see the cute baby birdies. Yes, they're good to stay outside during winter, particularly because I've got a very good outdoor setup. Like, I can very easily shade them from snow, rain, wind, and I can also provide them with plenty of I've got electrical outlets out there that I can hook up and provide them with heat lamps. Like, they'll have plenty of heat. So during the winter, it's not going to be a problem, I assure you. Low-key, my nightmare is that, like, somehow one of those lamps would go out in the night, and they would freeze to death overnight before I woke up to see the lamp went out. That would be my nightmare. I would literally wake up at night to go, probably from anxiety and having dreams like that, to go check on them. I guarantee you I will. I'm that much of a fucking, like, nervous wreck. I would be waking up every hour throughout the night to go check and make sure the light is still on for them, because it'll get cold at night here. It's going to be the 2-year anniversary of me setting up my name on Saturday. Oh, nice. Nice, Lord Rose 97. The new Goobus video today is so good. I saw it. It's funny. Oh, Vicky, thank you for the $2 £2 sorry, over on YouTube. I really appreciate that. Said PC money and love how anti-doomer your content is. I appreciate that. Thank you. I find that very kind. Something I really appreciate, and I know I'm going to talk about Final Fantasy XIV, but only briefly. I finally finished Final Fantasy XIV. I've got a little bit of post-patch content to do before Dawn Trail comes out, but it's really nothing. Frankly, I'm kind of thinking of leaving it undone so I have some content to level my Viper off of when Dawn Trail drops. But guys, I did it. Look. Look at that. When the credits roll on Final Fantasy XIV, you get a shot of your character that turns towards the camera, and then you get, like, your credit comes up at the very end, the Warrior of Light, and then your character name as you look at the camera for the perfect screenshot. You're the last name in the credits. Yeah, it's my cat boy. He looks edgy and cool. Well, he's a paladin. My theme here is light. Because you're the Warrior of Light. Warrior of Light is definitely a Final Fantasy I reference. Bazooka Horse, you fight the Warrior of Light from Final Fantasy I at one point. I won't say when because it's a surprise, but you literally fight the Warrior of Light from Final Fantasy I. Yeah, Final Fantasy XIV is every Final Fantasy game in one Final Fantasy game. That's what it is. It's everything from every Final Fantasy. And I'm starting to find out the depths of that because Mogminer, who, from the name, Mog Moogle, is really into Final Fantasy but never played FF14. Got Mogminer into FF14 recently, and it's always like, a thing will be introduced in the story, and Mogminer will be like, oh, they're in this? Like, just last night, I was just sitting there, and Mogminer was like, Biggs and Wedge are in this? And I was like, Biggs and Wedge are Final Fantasy, well, they're Star Wars references, but they're also Final Fantasy references. It's like, what? And he was like, oh, is Sid gonna show up next? And I was like, maybe. Maybe. I got a new Beyblade that I ordered, Weiss Tiger. Unfortunately, it sucks. It does have decently a good bit, though, decently good for certain things like Shark Edge, but unfortunately the actual blade sucks ass. I'm really sorry to hear that it's not all that great, but hey, it's at least part of your collection, right? You know, it's like whenever you open up a pack of cards, like a card pack opening, you get the shitty cards, but it's kind of nice to have, like, a lot of shitty cards, because, you know, you get to kind of brag about how many of them you have. Yo, PepperT21, thank you for the $5 Redinos. I appreciate that kindly. Says, gonna be donating less because I'm gonna be saving up to pay Ethan when I start streaming again next month. Anyway, here's a meme. Oh, no problem. Thank you so much. I actually just... Oh, here, I'll play the meme. I actually just paid Ethan the other day because he is my editor. Oh. Oh, is this Rick Grimes versus Rick... Is this Rick Sanchez Grimes versus...
Man, because I'm a better man than you, Rick, because I can be here and I'll fight for it, but you come back here and you just destroy everything! Raise your gun. I'm a better father.
God. I love that, like, the Walking Dead fandom, because it's like sort of the dick riding, sort of, like, must-hate things online kind of take to say The Walking Dead sucks now. So that, like, the Walking Dead fandom nowadays is, like, the most, like, dedicated, high-talent people. So you get some of the funniest fucking memes out of the Walking Dead community these days. It's genuinely amazing. If you're not, like, a sub to, some of the Walking Dead meme subreddits, you're missing out. Even if you just watched, like, the first 2 seasons, like, 10 years ago, you're missing out on some good memes. Yeah, luckily the random booster next month is absolutely stacked. There's almost... bad part in the July random booster. Oh, you're talking about card booster packs. I see. Have you played Final Fantasy XVI? It's so fucking good. I actually have played a good bit of it. I stopped, not for any particular reason besides being really busy. I ended up stopping around the point where you get to the big open green hilly plains area where the world opens up a bit. It really looks good. And I'm enjoying it through as much as I got through of it. It's made by the same guy who's behind FF14, so there's a lot of similarities in the storytelling, and it goes really hard and all that. Music's great. Haven't gotten that far in it yet, but I did beat Endwalker, and I guess now I can say Final Fantasy XIV is my first beaten Final Fantasy game. What FF games has he played? I've only played FF14 and a bit of FF16. That is it. That is all that I've played. That is the only Final Fantasy games that I've played. And 16 goes hard. It's really good, and obviously you don't need to have played any Final Fantasy to start with any given one, because they're all their own thing. Xanderhall, no, in Japan, Beyblades have these things called a random booster, where it is a mystery box with one of the 6 Beyblades, and they are very, very good this year. The prize is called Black Shell, and is a turtle. Oh, that's cool. Actually, fun fact, I learned this like 5 minutes before I started stream, because my mom sent me like a little meme about it. You guys might know that turtles' spines, like their spine and spinal cord, is connected to their shell. So when you pick up a turtle, it's important that you cup underneath their carapace, like that you hold like their underside shell, because there's like a connection between the top and bottom of their shell, and if you just hold them by the edges to try to avoid getting scratched, because yes, turtles and tortoises will scratch the shit out of you, even when you're trying to pick them up and take them out of the road so they don't get ran over. You can't just hold them by the edges like that, because it hurts their spines and can cause damage. You gotta cup underneath and deal with your around here and around here just getting absolutely mauled by those turtle claws. It's just, you gotta deal with it. It's the only way to pick up the turtle safely for the turtle. How many people... I realized just now, how many people here don't know that, like, turtles have claws and will scratch the shit out of you? Like, for real. It's always snapping turtles in the roads where I live. Ooh, rough. I mean, you can still get them out of the road. I've gotten a few soft shells and snappers, and even, I think, an alligator snapper once out of the road. I never knew that. They scratch? They do indeed scratch. I used to have 2 pet tortoises, but unfortunately they both died super young. Oh, what happened? Yeah, no, tortoises and turtles have little toe swords, for real. Like, they have claws, bro. They have serious claws. When I was a kid, I had a pet turtle. It was a rescue that we'd found in the road, and it had only one leg, or not only one leg, it was missing one leg. Its back right one, if I remember correctly, and we decided to name him either Stumpy or Stimpy. I think it was Stumpy, considering the stump, you know? And, you know, he was, like, freshly wounded, like, healing, but still freshly wounded when we found him. And we kept him in a tank, a pretty big one, and he grew fast because the tank was so big. Turtles have, what's it called? Indeterminate growth, is that what it's called? Where it's, like, based on its environment, it will grow however big its environment could accommodate. And we fed it plenty and had a really big tank for it. And so it grew quite big. He got pretty large. I think that his leg was taken off by an alligator. And once he got to the point where he was, like, as big as the bigger turtles you'll see in lakes in Florida, we were like, okay, we got a big goddamn turtle now. We need to just, like, let him back out into the world. His stump is fully healed. He's good now. And so we took some nail polish. We drew my initials on the turtle shell. And we let him out back into the lake, the big lake, that's connected to a couple other lakes as well in my grandma's backyard. And off he swam. And over the course of like 2 or 3 years, whenever I'd visit again, I'd see that turtle. I'm sure I saw it more, but like the nail polish rubs off over time. It like slowly comes off, but that's something you would do if you saved a turtle or had like a turtle that you kept for a little while to keep it safe while it recovered from an injury. You write your initials on it in white nail polish, and it doesn't hurt the turtle or anything as far as I know, or as far as we knew at least back then. And you'll be able to see that's your turtle whenever it comes up to the surface in the future. If you ever see that turtle again, you'll see your initials there on the turtle. Pretty cool. It was always a fun thing to do. Hey y'all, glad to be back on chat. I hope all is well. Oh, hey Lefty Jenna, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. Fun fact, the shell is basically the turtle's skeleton. Yeah, they basically have like an exoskeleton, like a bug, you know? How big did Stumpy get in American units? If I were to ballpark it, granted I was younger back then, to my eyes, he looked about this big in regards to the shell, not counting his 3 legs and his head. But in reality, he was probably closer to this big. around whenever we released them, but to my eyes as a kid, I remember them being about this big. But I was a kid, you gotta remember, I was like 8, so in my hands, a turtle that's this big would have seemed this big. So I have to account for that with my memory. I just realized I haven't said anything. Hello, chat. Well, welcome, Carl the Carl. Coral! Nastiest thing I ever caught was a gar, nasty fish, slimy and not edible. Well, I think gar can be made edible. There's just not much to eat off of them. Nah, dog. You know what the most disgusting fish are? Placos. Oh my god, these things infest lakes all over the place in Florida. Armored catfish, or Plecostomus. They're good tank fish. Like if you have, oh yeah, there's a, is Insider News like copyrighted? Will I get cucked for this? I'll probably get copyright cucked for this. Let's hope not, though. But yeah, this is a documentary about how much of an invasive nightmare they are. They're awful, and they're really gross. I used to, you know catfish noodling? I low-key invented my own version of that as a kid. Here, I'll move my camera so you can actually see its teeth. I actually invented my own version of this as a kid when I found out there were Placos, giant ones about this big, living in the lake behind the apartment complex I lived in when I was around 9 or 10. And there was this big, flat, shallow area along the pond. And the water was pretty clear. Like, you could see it was a sandy-ish bottom, like, pretty far out. Like, no gators could sneak up on me, like, under the murky water, to be clear. You know how to handle water and what's safe and what's not when you grow up in Florida. And there was a hole that, like, dug under the bank. Like, under the water. Like, it was basically a perfect grassy bank all the way down to the point where like, water began. And then under the bank, there was a hole. Now, being a 10-year-old Floridian, I did something insane. And I reached my arm up to my, like, forearm into the hole until I felt something. And what I felt was the fins of this fish and its scaly tail. Now, these things suck onto the bottom hard. Okay? You have no idea how much of a fucking suction this mouth can make to the bottom of like, a sandy lake and its little hole. Because I grabbed that thing by the tail right around this point and just pulled. Just fucking pulled as hard as I could. And I was barely able to get it out of the hole before it slipped out of my hands and went right back in. These things, like, you can't catfish noodle them. Their mouths aren't big enough, and they are toothy, so I imagine it wouldn't be pleasant. But you can grab them, because they stick tails sticking out in their holes, and you just grab them and pull them. And so I would go along the lake and find these Placo holes, and I would just grab onto them and pull. Asian carp? No. These aren't Asian carp. These are armored catfish, or Plecostomus.
Fishermen in Mexico call this a devilfish. The invasive
no, it didn't stretch like in it didn't stretch like in a cartoon. It was like trying to pull something heavily suctioned off of a flat surface. So even if you were able to pull it a few inches, it was still suctioned on. So you had to drag it along the bottom because that mouth suctions onto the bottom hard.
Originally from the Amazon rainforest, but it's become a plague across North America, decimating native species in rivers and lakes.
Oh my god, yeah, look at that clear water there.
Today it makes up about 70% of the daily catch for fishermen in Tabasco.
Demasiado.
For years, no one would buy them, let alone eat them.
De hecho, mucha gente se espantó porque no conocía este pescado.
But that's starting to change. One entrepreneur in California figured out how to turn the devils into dog treats.
Oh.
Good boy.
But can he convince people to try them too?
Él me presenta un pescado negro todo.
Would you eat it? Like, look at that. Like, that actually looks good. Like, that could actually be pretty good. The problem is, like, there's this mindset that any bottom-feeding fish must taste like crap. And to an extent, yeah, like, fish and crustacean meat tastes a lot like the water it's in. But you can definitely purge and clean that meat well enough that, like, it doesn't matter if it's, like, a predatory fish that lives near the surface or if it's a bottom-feeding fish. The meat's not going to be all that different if you know how to properly handle it, you know? Oh no, Plecos are not good aquarium cleaners. Do not spread that rumor. That is a myth. That is the myth that started the infestation of Plecostomus as well. They are not good aquarium feeders. They don't eat algae. They eat only a couple select species of algae, and they're not the kind that coat your tank. They do not make good tank cleaners. They don't eat a lot of algae. Plecos are not really worth having in your tank unless you particularly like them and want one in your tank. Don't expect it to serve any positive effect. They don't? Yeah, they don't. They don't eat... Yeah, maybe this video gets into it, into dispelling that rumor. But yeah, they don't really eat algae. They're not... It's a complete myth that they are... Like, getting a couple of Plecos will keep your tank clean because they don't do anything. They actually produce more filth than they clean up. You might as well add another random fish to your tank that you actually like to look at.
Él me presenta un pescado negro todo extraño y dije, ¿qué es esto, no?
So, what is the true cost of the devilfish invasion? And is this a problem
They are amazing at oxygenizing the substrate, which is important for planet aquariums. Okay, that might be true.
that we and our pets
But they don't
can
eat
get away
algae.
out of?
Yeah, I just wanted to show the intro to that because it gets across, like, what their deal is. God, Plecos. Those are the worst. Like, actually, though. Fucking awful. I know snails for sure eat algae, though. Yeah, snails are good to have in your tank. Like, if you can get a sea snail, if you have a saltwater tank. I've always wanted to get into fish tank stuff. My uncle had a big old fish tank with a few fish in it when he was in his 20s. About my age, maybe a little older. And I was maybe 9 or 10 at the time, around the same age as the turtle situation. And it was my uncle's birthday. And he already had a tank, but he didn't have anything particularly cool for the tank. And so me and my mom went out to a few pet stores until we found the perfect sea animal for him to have as a pet. A snowflake moray eel. Let me see if I can find a video of one. Snowflake moray eel. God, they're really pretty. Here's one that looks a lot like my uncle's. Here's what we found. He was far smaller than this when we got him. But a snowflake moray eel is what we found and decided to get him. A fucking eel. And so we got him that eel. He already had, like, he actually had an anemone and a couple of other, like, really cool fish. His reef was nice. He had a nice reef aquarium, not too far off from this one, but cleaner. And so we got him this snowflake moray eel, and he named it Thawweg. And for those that don't know, a Thawweg is basically, correct me if I'm wrong, like you have a river, like a wide river, and then at a certain point, for some reason, the river narrows into a very narrow point, and then goes back out into a somewhat regular wideness. That narrow point is called a Thawweg. And that's a pretty fitting name for something like an eel, which could squeeze through a small space like that. And it fit. Like, it sounds like a cool kind of dragony serpent name. Thawweg. It really fit. It was a good goddamn name. And the idea came from the fact that my uncle is a hydro engineer, I think is the term. He does engineering involving getting water from one place to the other, generally. And so that kind of thing was his line of work. And he was like, I'll name it after something from the science that I study. Yeah. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. I thought that was neat. Unfortunately, one day, like 5 years later, the tank broke. It happens. Sometimes fish tanks break, and he wasn't home. The eel didn't make it, sadly. But the eel lived a long time, thankfully. But, yeah. Oh, by the way, guys, to get an idea of how bad that armored catfish problem is, this is the last thing I'm going to talk about before I get into segments. I don't want to stun lock for too long. But that armored catfish problem, look how big of a problem it is.
Floridian's favorite game, guess that invasive species.
That's fucking real, dude. Holy shit. I don't know why, but it feels like if you take any species on Earth that doesn't come from Florida and put it there, it's like Kong. You know, like, it's like Kong's Skull Island. Florida is Skull Island. Any normal animal that you take from anywhere else and put there becomes monstrous.
All right, here's your clue. This dangerous animal is a cross between a cat, a fish, and armor. The answer here, the plecostomus, or pleco, also known as the armored catfish. These non-native fish only eat algae. So you're probably thinking, what's
not
the
good
problem?
algae.
That sounds like it would be a good
well,
thing.
not the bad algae, the good algae.
Right?
Well, that is until you realize the negative effects this fish can have on one of Florida's most at-risk native species, the manatee. You can see dozens of plecos clinging to a manatee, feeding on the algae that grows on their backs. Imagine being swarmed by a cloud of mosquitoes. That's kind of what these fish feel like to the sea cows. And that kind of stress can be really harmful. NBC2's Alex Howard investigates if there's any way to solve the pleco problem.
Well, during the winter months in Florida, manatee will seek warmth in shallow freshwater, like here at Manatee Park. But the problem is that these same...
Well, no, they go up river to the springs because the springs put out 72-degree water all year round, which sounds cold, and it is cold, but it's warmer than the ocean is, even in the Gulf during the winter. For now, for all we know, the manatees are going to react in a weird way to the oceans getting warmer during the winter, and especially weird to them getting hot in the summer. The oceans in Florida are getting hot in the summer, like killing off a bunch of marine life and making everything that can get away for a while levels of hot. I forget what it was, like Clearwater Beach, the coast measured temperatures at like near 80-degree water. Like, I think the water got into the 80 degrees range in Fahrenheit, which, like, that's, like, warm, comfortable shower water for a person, but that's literally, like, the ocean's supposed to be cold to a person. Like, that's a problem when the water is, in the deeper areas, is that warm.
Same waters have become infested with these armored catfish.
And this is impacting one of our most beloved southeastern species, the manatee.
Wasn't the beach near hot tub heat levels off the coast last year? Yep, that's what I'm talking about, Radiaz. Literally like hot tub, warm shower level heat in the deeper water right off the coast. What's the stream? Because it's important for me to be... What? Oh, you're looking for the website? Look up there. Read that pinned message if you're watching on YouTube.
Crowds of people flocked to Manatee Park on Wednesday to catch a glimpse of one of Florida's most popular animals. But lately, scientists like Dr. Missy
cool.
Gibbs...
I love manatees, dude. They're so cool. Like, we don't deserve them. Can I say that? Like, is that not a controversial take? We don't deserve manatees. They're genuinely such perfect beings. And I've encountered so many, and they're always so nice and playful and friendly. And they're so trusting of humans. Oh my god. There's a video my mom should have of, like, on her Facebook. I know because it's, like, one of her favorite to resend to me every once in a while. Where one day I went out into the back porch, and this is back when I lived on the water, and I looked out at the water, and I saw a manatee in the canal, like the telltale signs of nose sticking out of the water, like you see the little bit of spray sticking out of their little nostrils, and you know the sound of a manatee taking a breath, right? And so immediately I grabbed one of the kayaks, because I always had a kayak on hand, and a paddle, and I just threw it in the water, hopped in the kayak, and started paddling out to the manatee so I could get a closer look at it. Of course, it doesn't run away or get scared or anything. In fact, it's staying oddly still, and it's in this little shallow patch that was right across the water from, like, my dock that was completely, like, mangroves. There was just mangroves up against, like, the water there. And so it was right there in this shallow area, and I paddle up to it in this kayak, and I see that it's not just one manatee. It's two. A mom and a baby, and the baby is still halfway inside the mom. So it's literally a fucking mother manatee giving birth. And at that point, I just turned, I'm yelling at my mom like, she's giving birth! She's giving birth! My mom's like, really? She's recording this. My mom's like on the dock recording this and has the video of this happening. I might be able to show it on stream pretty soon. Like, maybe this stream I'll be able to show it if my mom can find it. Because I know she's always watching my live streams. But I sit there And I sit there with the manatee while it gives birth to its baby. And sure enough, the baby comes up for air, which you see in the video. For a while, it's just me sitting in the kayak next to one, like the back bobbing up and down with the head sometimes coming up for breath of the mother manatee. And then the mother manatee kind of dips down a little. And then a baby manatee comes up, a very, very tiny, light pink. It was literally pink with just small hints of that like grayish brown that manatees turn when they get older. It was like a baby hippo. And it comes up to the surface and just gets a nice little breath. Its first breath of life. Like, I remember saying that, like being so enamored by that when I got back to the dock, that I got to see a baby manatee take its first breath of air. That was a hold on, let me check if my mom's messaged me the video already, because it's on her Facebook. Yo, do you have the manatee birth video on hand? Told the story on stream, and if I remember right, you got the baby's first breath of air ever caught on video. Yo, do you have the manatee birth video on hand? Told the story on stream, and if I remember right, you got the baby's first breath of air ever caught on video. Okay. Hopefully she gets back on that. I don't know if she's, like, currently watching or on Discord, but now that I've messaged her, she'll probably respond pretty quick with that video. But, yeah, it's one of those videos that she's pretty proud of, so it's not going to be hard for her to find. That is so cool, Zan. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, dude, go to Florida. Florida sucks as far as the politics and a lot of the people there, but oh my god, is it some beautiful nature. And it's not going to last forever. It's not going to last forever. I'm starting to feel, even at the age of 24, that thing that my mom would always tell me, my uncles would always tell me when I was a little kid, that, like, places we would go that I really enjoyed, they'd tell me it was prettier when they were kids. That, like, climate change and ecological disaster has actively made these nature sites that they loved as kids worse and worse and worse. Like, you know, less beautiful, the water gets murkier, less animal and wildlife, less birds in particular, less things like turtles and frogs, a lot less frogs than there used to be, and just more mosquitoes and roaches, sadly. They seem to fill in the gaps of where cool wildlife used to be as every year goes by. Replaced with cockroaches and mosquitoes. Zan, I'm trans, but my family is trying to get me to visit their property on Anna Maria Island. Do you think it's a good idea? Well, for one, is your family transphobic? Are they trans-accepting? If your family is trans-accepting, then I think you've got little to nothing to worry about. Two, recognize this is Florida, and, like, I don't know if you're a resident or not, but it's, like, pretty easy to just get a firearm and do some, like, basic range training with a professional to learn how to use a firearm, and, like, then you're allowed to conceal carry. So if you feel like you're going to get hate crimed and you don't feel safe unless you're armed, well, it's Florida, and there's constitutional carry there. So if you can legally carry or own a gun, like, even if it's someone else's, if you can legally carry one, then you can legally conceal carry it. Like, if you can legally use it and have it, then you can legally conceal carry it in Florida. So if you want to do that, you could. They accept me, but they don't accept trans people as a whole. My dad taught me how to shoot when I was 8. Oh, perfect, Cammy Whammy. Yeah, in that case, just, buy yourself a holster. Like, this is a cheap one. This is a cheap one, so I wouldn't exactly recommend one, like, exactly like this. Like, I'd recommend a retention strap having one, like, for level 3 retention. But, this is a, inside the waistband, holster. It's got clips. It's pretty neat. It's pretty cool. I like it. It's, you just kind of wear it underneath your clothes, underneath, like, your waistband, and, you holster it, and no one sees it. And it doesn't come out unless, like, you go to the range, or, God help you, your life is threatened and you can't de-escalate the situation or escape from it. Level 3 retention, and Zan's not talking semen. True! My thing is level 2 retention, I think? It might be level 1. I forget exactly. I think level 3 is when you've got a strap to hold it in. Or some kind of, like, mechanism. Mine is, like, well-formed around, like, specifically for a Glock 19, so it doesn't really wiggle or have any problems or risk falling out. Like, I've put my Glock into that holster, flipped it upside down above my bed, and then shook it, unloaded, obviously. So maybe if it was loaded, it would be heavier, and then it would fall out. But I shook it, and it still stayed in, so it stays in pretty well. Plus, once it's in your waistband, it's getting squeezed a bit, so... I don't really think level 3 retention's needed. I think 2 is probably enough, but you go with what feels best for you, and don't blame me if you go with what I say and it doesn't work out. Yeah, I store my Glock at the Vatican, too. Yeah, true. Has Zan ever played Elden Ring yet? I haven't. I'm saving that one to stream. Maybe I'll stream it. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe I end up streaming it. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. We'll see. Anyway, I think now is a better time than any to get out the scroll and start looking into doing some segments. Let me turn down my gain a bit because it's a little high. My gain's a little high. My hair's also getting a little too long. As you can see, I need to get a haircut. What do we start with? I've got a topic that's not in the title I want to start with today, because it's an interesting one.
Hello.
Who can guess? Who can guess? All right. Everyone, here it begins. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. This topic isn't necessarily hard politics, as I usually cover, but I feel like it's got enough relation to the world that we all inhabit, and some political aspects to it, enough so that I can justify covering it without it seeming like I'm just trying to get involved in that sweet, sweet, juicy, delicious mainstream YouTube drama. Now, if you're not aware, I am into tech YouTube. Now, not a lot of tech YouTube. A lot of it's actually just boring hype content or false promises, content creators that are just trying to keep with the YouTube algorithms. So they're churning out videos on, like, random borderline scam products, or it's just like product reviews for stuff you'll never use. A lot of the problems I have with tech content is like the overhyping of things, the like faux futurism, Elon Musk fan type stuff. But there are a good select few tech channels that I like that don't fall into that problem, in my opinion. Problem is, they're somewhat few and far between, and the channel that we're going to be talking about today is not one of them. In fact, the channel we're talking about today is a channel I've never liked. Ever since this guy's videos have come up in my recommended, and I just heard the way he talks and got like a listen to his attitude, how condescending and just douchey he sounds, which you'll understand once we watch the clips from him in this video in a moment. His name's Tech Lead. I never liked him. Like, the narcissism was emanating from him. Like, you ever met someone, and you only hear, like, 3 sentences come out of their mouth, but you can just sense the narcissism? Like, you can just, like it's overpowering. Like, you can hear the narcissism in their tone of voice. That's basically the problem I had with Tech Lead going back to, like, 2015 or 16. I've never liked this guy. There's a reason why I never subbed to him, and there's a reason why I never watched his content. Though, more recently, turns out my initial belief of him was even further justified. A while ago, he got into drama over being an alleged doxer, but it didn't really lead to much. There were certainly a lot of people who called it out, don't get me wrong, but it really didn't amount to much in the way of internet justice, quote-unquote, for Tech Lead. However, a YouTuber named Internet Anarchist recently made a takedown video on Tech Lead, much of it bringing up some of this old stuff that Tech Lead would rather stay very buried, including a crypto scam, quote-unquote, as people have said, though I do not allege or claim for legal reasons, because this guy is very litigious. Tech Lead is just a massive, litigious, copyright-abusing, doxing cunt, as it turns out. And he's also a scammer. According to people online, sorry. According to people online. I would never claim this. Allegedly. Now, apparently, after this video that we're about to watch released, Tech Lead put out a video saying he was quitting YouTube. I don't know if that's real, though. I saw Boblax posted that, but it very well could be just a meme. Oh no. His most recent video is him announcing, or his second most recent is him announcing he's quitting tech. I quit tech, channel update. Is he gonna quit YouTube? Oh my god, the hit to his channel just after the Muda video comes out. Oh my lord. Oh my gosh. So, Some Ordinary Gamers just a day ago put out this video on Tech Lead. I've seen a bit of it already, but I have been, like, the YouTube video watching version of edging myself on finally getting to see it, because I love seeing large content creators rip apart people that I've not liked for a long time, and that's what this is, and I've wanted to watch it prematurely, and now I finally can, because we're on stream. Obviously, me and Muda are pretty cool, so I think it's probably fine if I react to this video on stream, but obviously, regardless, link down below in the description to the original video. Please go leave a like, subscribe if you haven't already to subscribe to Muda. Leave a comment, too. Say that I sent you, so it boosts his original video in the algorithm. I do appreciate it when you guys do that stuff, because any content creator, or any other content creator's content I cover in a non-critical way, I want them to get some level of payoff for that, right? Like, even if it's just like an extra little boost in the algorithm a few weeks later, that's better than nothing, right? Muda digs into him. I saw, like, maybe the first 2 minutes of this and stopped, and decided to save the rest for on stream. I figured this might be a good topic to cover on stream, because I've got strong feelings on this, you know? Let's watch.
Hello guys and gals, me Mudahar, and I'm just gonna rip the band-aid off Indian YouTube tutorial style and get right into the meat and potatoes. YouTube needs to ban this account pretty much right now. The tech.
I appreciate that. I appreciate the getting straight to the point. Not even like, I'm gonna call out this YouTuber, or I've got some criticisms for this guy, or I've got some problems with this dude, just straight up, and YouTube needs to delete this guy's channel right away. That's the first, that's the opening thesis of the video.
The meat and potatoes. YouTube needs to ban this account pretty much right now. The Tech Lead. Now, if this name is, if it's sparking some synapses, we talked about Tech Lead about 4 years ago and 2 years ago, respectively, okay? Back in the day, Tech Lead was an infamous YouTube channel that had allegations of being a doxer to other smaller creators in regards to an individual known as Trend Black, where his information started being shared around like a venereal disease at one point, and Tech Lead was actually one of the principal individuals that was fingered. And there was an allegation that Tech Lead abused the YouTube's copyright system to start grabbing people's information, right?
So for those unaware, the YouTube copyright system is broken and fucked. So the YouTube is in an agreement with the governments of many countries, notably the USA, to follow certain guidelines and rules involving copyright and intellectual property, meaning that YouTube doesn't want to get shit for liability if some copyright from a large company or individual is stolen and their platform is used to monetize off of it. If they're not willing to do something about that, it could be a bad look. And so in response, YouTube put together the most piss-poor system to try and make it seem like they don't endorse people's intellectual property being stolen, an inevitable thing that will happen on any video sharing platform in the universe. And so what YouTube does is allows anyone to claim a video contains content from their channel. It's possible they've updated it so now that, like, maybe YouTube has to have detected your content is used, which would probably be, like, if they've done that, good on them. That's an improvement, but not perfect, because there is a chance, no matter what, when I cover a content creator, that they could simply respond to my covering them, no matter how fair use, like my coverage was, or my reaction was, they could respond by issuing a DMCA strike and takedown request on the video. And this would result in a 1 out of 3 strikes applied to my channel, 3 meaning my channel gets permanently deleted. I think you get an extra warning, but the fourth strike is you're done. So it's really 3 strikes and you're out, realistically. Like, yeah, CGP Grey tried to take down that one history YouTube channel with a bunch of false strikes. And the guy just didn't want to fight it in court, so, like, CGP Grey won, but now the dude's, like, destroyed his reputation with most of the education YouTube community because, like, he outed himself as such a cunt. But yeah, copyright abuse and copyright abusers are pretty massive pieces of shit. It's gotten to be quite frequent and common these days. Content creators like Dark Viper AU, obviously Tech Lead, people like Quantum TV, I think his name was, and what was their name? I blanked. There was another copyright abuser I was thinking of. Onision's a good example of a copyright abuser. Yeah, basically the system is so broken that the worst of the worst content creators that don't really care about looking like good people even will just issue false strikes towards channels that cover anything they do in a critical way, regardless of how truthful or fair use it is. Now, the determination of whether or not it's fair use has to be done in court. YouTube doesn't make that decision, and if someone is troll striking you, they're not going to make the decision that it was fair use and decide to let up. So to fight this, you have to be willing to provide all of your personal info to the party that striked you, who could literally just be a random troll, by the way, in order for them to be able to then sue you so that you can then defend yourself in court. The only way to proceed is to provide the person who issued a strike your personal info, your docs, and then so that they can then use that docs to sue you and force you to defend yourself in court to prove that your content was fair use, and then you're fine. If you are the defender in this situation, that is the onus is on you to that level. YouTube offers no safety or protections for you. Now, they claim that you will be banned if you issue false strikes. Famously, they don't do that. CGP Grey is more tech bro than education YouTuber? Honestly, yeah. Yeah, you're actually right there. I really do feel like a lot of this, like, narcissistic copyright abuse shit, it's coming a lot from, like, the tech bro community. Dark Viper is a massive piece of shit. He is indeed. Like, I used to think he was maybe at least a decent guy, but with, like, a bit of an unhinged aspect to him. But it's gotten to the point now where, I mean, he's false striked numerous channels that have covered him critically. Like, literally covering his videos critically, which is, like, one of the core factors that makes something fair use is when you're, like, everything you're showing is being criticized and, like, mocked and, like, debunked. But yeah, Dark Viper AU issues copyright strikes to people who cover his stuff critically now, especially if it's in a live format. So, yeah, it's pretty awful. It's pretty fucking awful. But it's getting more common. It's getting more common. Like, people like Dark Viper AU get away with it because they lump in content creators criticizing him with, like, the most soulless, low-effort, adding nothing to the original source material reaction videos. So, like, anything along the lines of, like, XQC, Asmongold. Well, Asmongold's kind of all right about it. Or, like, Hassan getting up from the chair. Like, he will equate Hassan getting up from a chair and letting a whole video play to somebody who watched his whole video but meticulously paused and debunked every argument. And he'll strike both, right? Can musicians share their own music, or does a copyright strike happen even if the original artist doesn't issue one? Yes, actually. It is not uncommon that there are mistakes behind the scenes where YouTube decides they're going to, like, start issuing demonetizations and copyright shit on channels that are using copyright-free music. It's happened before, and there are literally scam fake music labels that false claim copyright-free music in people's videos and streams to steal all of the video's revenue. It's happened in my streams before, where I play completely copyright-free music, and some record label, quote-unquote, claims all the revenue despite having no affiliation with the people who produce that music. That's a whole different, like, separate problem. But yeah, the copyright claim system is also fucking broken.
Now, this is already scummy in of itself. I believe it's not even entirely legal as far as the United States goes. And does YouTube care? Considering that you can make seasons on this kind of stuff, on various villains who use these systems? Yeah, I don't think YouTube really...
I mean, hasn't Onision been, like, one of the most famous frequent abusers of the TOS going back over a decade now? Like, it's become a meme that no matter what, like, Onision could, like, murder and rape someone and YouTube wouldn't care. Like, it's literally, like, that much of a meme at this point, and has been since I was in, like, middle school, that YouTube just won't handle Onision. They don't care.
Even cares. Even though they like to say, yeah, by the way, abusing the DMCA tool, that's against terms of services. Anyways, 2 years ago, we even looked at Tech Lead when he launched, was behind something known as the Million Token. Now, for anybody that doesn't remember the Million Token, this is actually the website 2 years ago. A Web3 social token. I'm sure you guys...
Like, how do you see this logo and not immediately know you're going to get scammed? And that you're dealing with, like, the biggest dorks of all time? Like, yeah, bro, it's a lion on the moon. An image that was no doubt generated with AI. Because they don't have the money to pay a graphic artist.
You already know where the fuck we're going in here. A million is a cryptocurrency with a limited supply of 1 million tokens pegged at a minimum value of $1 USDC each. You might be like, well, Muda, how does he make sure that that million token is pegged at $1? Well, apparently it's, tech...
For the record, it is extraordinarily rare for a cryptocurrency to reach $1 in value, to reach the value of the American dollar. Extremely uncommon. And you may wonder, if that's the case, why do people invest in crypto? Well, the reason is, well, A, a lot of people are suckers and they like gambling, and crypto investing and investing in general is gambling, objectively. And the second reason is just that, like, you can see a 3-cent increase in the value of a crypto, and that can be a 50% increase in what you invested. If you put $1,000 into a cryptocurrency that's worth 3 cents per crypto, and then that cryptocurrency goes up to 6 cents per crypto, you've now got $2,000. That's why people invest in crypto even when the crypto in question is worth fractions of a penny. Because when it's worth fractions of a penny, if you invest any significant amount and it reaches even a penny in value, you can multiply what you invested several times over or lose it all. And then you've got the pump and dump schemes too. And the rug pulls, which are like a group of people decide they're going to invest in some crypto that's at a very low current value, like way ahead of time, and then they're going to get a bunch of people, thousands of people together from like a Discord after that to invest in that same crypto or share or stock and increase its value. And then it's going to become a big meme to invest in it. They start something like the GME thing or Dogecoin, and once it reaches the realistic peak of its value, the people on the top who invested before it even became a meme at the very start pull the rug. And they sell. And they make 10, 20, 30 times what they invested before it became a meme to invest in that stock. Because it was, potentially thousands of % in increase after a couple weeks of people pumping. And that's when the people on top dump, and they end up making a ton of money. And then they move on to the next big scam.
Leads understanding, his own words, by the way, on tape, that apparently he put $1 million of his own money.
Good look on NVIDIA, by the way, everyone. I mean, I'm currently invested in NVIDIA, but the reason why NVIDIA has gained so much in value is probably A, because it's always been a meme stock, so I'm sure people are investing it in it for that reason. But like Nancy Pelosi has made 12 times her yearly salary so far on NVIDIA stock, and I don't think she's sold yet. So, like, NVIDIA recently eclipsed Microsoft as the most valuable company in the world. The demand for their AI chips is way higher than their supply, which is causing their stock to go up. They haven't even released the next generation of graphics cards yet, and it's this high. Like, NVIDIA is just genuinely, like, taken off on its own, like, relatively speaking. Like, there's some hype behind it, but NVIDIA is also just getting to be, like, a huge fucking company.
Money into the actual token to basically, you know, at least peg each token to $1 because of an actual physical US dollar or the USDC still available. Now, at the time 2 years ago, me, CoffeeZilla, and plenty of other internet people covered this guy's coin. And we used his own words, examined the blockchain, and at least from CoffeeZilla's assessment, and my assessment, and plenty of others, it turns out that TechLead's account maybe, were alleged to actually be siphoning money out.
Who they were to, who they were from. This is for all the...
I forget how much it was, but if I remember correctly, the amount that TechLead was accused of stealing was in the millions. Like several $1 million. Not like tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. Millions of dollars was supposedly allegedly scraped off the top.
The USDC pools, the million token pools. And according to my calculations, TechLead has pulled out and siphoned into a bunch of shell accounts a total of $3.3 million.
Ooh, now, $3.3 million.
There it is.
That's a eye-watering to some individuals. Now, of course, if you ask TechLead about million token, I doubt.
If I had $3.3 million, I would still stream. And I'm not even joking. I would just I wouldn't even give a fuck. I wouldn't do like calls to action. I would just do whatever video. I would stream whenever I felt like it, which wouldn't be as often as you guys would probably like. And I would upload it whenever I felt like and whatever I wanted. Because I love doing YouTube, to be very clear. Like, I don't just do YouTube for, like, making a living. I enjoy doing YouTube, and I wouldn't stop streaming for you guys and making videos for you guys if I suddenly had all the money in the world I needed. But holy fuck, is that so much goddamn money. I feel like someone has to be broken. Like, their brain has to actually be fucking broken to get life-changing money like that. And then to decide they're gonna keep being evil to make more. Like you have to actually be broken to receive millions of dollars and for that not to satisfy you. Like, genuinely broken. Like, I don't know what's wrong with your brain if that's not enough. Like, it has to be a mental disorder, right? Like, what is it that is wrong with people like that? Because there's a lot of rich people out there that live not so frugally. Like, you'd be surprised. You might drive past a house, that's like a, I don't know, like $400,000, $500,000 house. Like, it's, you know, a relatively, like, back in 2008, it would be considered a middle-class price house, but nowadays that's like, you know, this is like nothing, right? But the housing market is fucked these days. But think back to like 10, 15 years ago, you know, a person who, like, a lot of people who are living like that, relatively under their means, are millionaires. Like, there are a lot of millionaires out there that live under their means, a surprising amount. But these assholes that are famous for just endlessly wanting more wealth, I don't know how you do it. And, like, TechLead has got that same brain disease, I feel.
Doubt I'll ever really talk about the situation in detail, because TechLead has actually been at the receiving end of a whole bunch of scam allegations. You know, if you just look up Million Token on Reddit, for instance, even on their actual main, or what appears to be the official page at this point, with 164 members, what's shocking in...
This is a long abandoned, like, project. A long abandoned scam, allegedly.
This situation, I'm not even joking, is obviously if you go into the newest section right here, does anyone still invest? What's going on with this coin? 16 days ago, okay. One comment, let's see. Highly improbable it was a scam. Somebody says, is it going to coke back? I think you might actually have to start doing coke if you think it's going to even go to the moon at that point. But again, this is an allegation that has been hit pretty severely to TechLead and this coin. And if you look at TechLead's channel, from my research, it really seems like a lot of the stuff, if you actually just type in Million Token. So one thing, when I looked at the actual description to this video in 2024, you can see that he's the ex-Google TechLead with infinite money trick with crypto, tether over collateralization.
Dude, this shit is what immediately turned me off this guy. Like, the bro's condescending as fuck with his tone of voice and the way he talks about people and tech and anything and anyone, even his own audience. And on top of that, his titles and thumbnails and everything are just the most, like, scam, clickbait, garbage bullshit. Defi, infinite money trick, crypto, insane gains, plus 300%, all in. Like, it's just so many buzzwords. X, Google tech lead on the infinite money trick with crypto/tether over collateralization. Like, and then just a bunch of, like, random affiliate codes that if you click on them, he gets paid by the company. So you literally, all he needs is for you to accidentally click one of these links and he makes, like, 10 cents or something.
Cosmic Keyboard, and he has a whole bunch of these, like, sponsor links or whatever. Join and get, like, fucking interview problems explained. Learn how to build a $1 million business on YouTube and my free daily coding interview practice. And of course, all the computer gear, keyboards, whatever the fuck. What I don't see,
Now, you're probably wondering, what's the political aspect of all this? It's the fact that we need our politicians, our representatives, to start to recognize the internet as a place where people have their work, right? We're starting to see, like, a recognition of that culturally, but less so legally and politically. A full-on recognition that there are a lot of fucking people whose livelihoods come from the internet. Could be YouTube, Twitch, TikTok, anything, right? Hell, there are, like, what about OnlyFans models too, right? A lot of people are making their living from the internet, and there needs to be legislation that protects internet workers. We have them for actors, voice actors, animators, game developers. These are jobs that one could argue are not quite the same as like your average, like, blue-collar wage cage job, sure. And yet, we still have protections. And I feel that should exist for the, at this point, extremely high amount of people who are making their living through the internet on a variety of different platforms. Sometimes many different platforms from the same person. I feel we need our representatives to actually care and start adapting the law to offer protections for people whose line of work, like, we're workers, like, it's probably best that there's protections. Old heads in the legal system not recognizing that the internet is a real place where real things happen. Yeah.
Thank God for the Wayback Machine. Back in December 10th, 2021, what was that? What was that link for? Infinite money trick with crypto, stake million token liquidity to earn quick for massive DeFi yields? Wait, tech lead, are you?
It's all, like, the most, like, AI generated slop, like, keyword mumbo jumbo too. So this is, like, the deleted part of the description, I think, back when he was publicly behind this crypto. He's since deleted these from his description because he doesn't want to be publicly associated with it anymore.
Are you removing things from the description? Why would you remove the million token? What happened? I thought it was supposed to be the million token for the millionaires. Look, at the end of the day, this is just scummy behavior, and I think the way that he's treated this token is more intelligent than the average influencer, right? Average dumb influencers who probably, they'll talk about a coin. They might get into hot water because of it, but the way that he worked this coin and the people he targeted, the small fish, is small enough where the SEC really doesn't care. The only way to get caught, in my opinion, by scamming somebody or by, getting into cryptocurrency in general and promoting something that may be a little crass is literally don't even target the big guy. If you target somebody that has a friend who works in the SEC and it takes them one call to basically call up the boys in the government, then you're screwed. But if you target the average Andy who's sitting in their house, probably dumping $100 in, the SEC doesn't really care about that, or at least it doesn't appear that they do. And even if they do, all right, usually the actual punishments are very minimal. Now, this video is not about Tech Lead's million token or Trend Black. I've covered those situations extensively in the past. This is about Tech Lead actually breaking the YouTube's TOS and in fact fucking violating the law openly, by the way.
Now we're getting to the current stuff, the stuff that we're here to talk about today.
And YouTube has the perfect example right here. Now, throughout the last 2 years, there have been plenty of bad copyright strikers. Quantum TV was a pretty recent example. But I will say Tech Lead has done something so stupid that Quantum TV is like a fucking Nobel laureate in comparison to this, okay?
Tech Lead bragged.
That motherfucker is...
Remember how I said I could sense the narcissism coming off of Tech Lead? Common behavior among narcissists is sort of an internalized belief that they're invincible and the universe revolves around them. Like, they may not admit it even. They may not necessarily verbalize that they believe they're invincible and they are immune to consequences, but they believe it and they act like it. And so Tech Lead, in his narcissism, believed that he was special and could get away with openly bragging about breaking YouTube's TOS. And now everybody is coming for his ass. Everyone's putting on pressure on YouTube to take action against him.
That's mega mind. Tech Lead is actually dum-dum. Let's actually see exactly what happened. So, a YouTuber by the name of Internet Anarchist made a video in regards to Tech Lead. Now, I've been talking to Internet Anarchist in the background, basically discussing this stuff too. And with the video in question
yeah, another good example of a false copyright striker, Illuminati. Yeah, it's really become a system for just the worst people to shut down criticism about themselves. I'll tell you this. I've never once issued a content claim or strike in the history of my channel. I've had people outright re-upload my content. Never issued a claim or strike. I don't care. Do you want to know why I don't care? Since 2018, famously, and I can find you several podcast clips of Mr. Beast admitting this, Mr. Beast does not care if people react to his content. The problem is YouTube does do the thing where they auto-meme you if you live stream his content, so I can't do a live reaction to a Mr. Beast video. Maybe I can, I don't know. I wouldn't risk it. But you can upload a reaction video to his video and keep it completely monetized. He doesn't care. In fact, you can literally re-upload his videos and have it monetized, and he doesn't care. He'll compete with you in the algorithm, and he'll probably win, but he doesn't mind, because generally, he finds that if someone stumbles across a re-uploaded Mr. Beast video and they know Mr. Beast, they're not going to watch that video and not be subbed to Mr. Beast, right? Like, they're going to go to his channel, and they're already going to be subbed and a regular watcher of his content. On the other hand, though, Mr. Beast recognizes that if anybody who doesn't know about him stumbles across a re-uploaded Mr. Beast video or clip, I mean, the videos are full of his branding and stuff. It's impossible to, like, not have the source obvious and available. And he recognizes that it's actually a boon to have people re-uploading his content, reacting to it, so on and so forth. And, I mean, he's the biggest YouTuber there is, so I can't really deny his logic. You could say it's an appeal to authority, but he is, like, so many levels beyond even, like, second place that it's like, I mean, if the dude says that, like, it doesn't hurt his channel and it shouldn't hurt any other, and it's actually good for you, I'm going to believe it. So I don't strike or claim anyone's content. If you want to upload, like, clip compilations of my stuff, I don't mind. I will not go after you. But God, doesn't it seem like the worst of the worst people are the ones that just get, like, a huge fucking panty twist over copyright with their content? It feels like they're so afraid of being criticized or found out for anything that's worth criticizing their content, they need to shut down any discussion about it that they're not in control of.
He was talking about was how CoffeeZilla destroyed YouTube's worst tech channel. Now, what had happened in this situation and what Internet Anarchist basically sent me was that he got a copyright strike for that video. So how CoffeeZilla destroyed YouTube's worst tech channel. Now, in this situation, Tech Lead says that the content used was a day in the life of a Google software engineer. Content found in entire video. Normally, it should be exact timestamps. No, he did not just use Tech Lead's content in the entire video. It was very much in fair use. Now, to understand, quick understanding of fair use is fair use works on 4 pillars, okay? So measuring the 4 factors is the purpose and character of your use, the nature of the copyrighted work, the amount of substantiality of the portion taken, and the effect for the use upon the potential market. Now, the thing about fair use is it's not like an automated, thing. Every attempt of people, who fight for fair use have to take it to court, and usually it's court.
He's right here. Fair use is not set in stone. It is literally impossible to set a definition of fair use that applies to every single thing that is fair use. Fair use is simply a term we use to describe the usage of someone else's IP in another person's work, especially when being monetized, when it is decided that the use of it is fair and legal. And there are a variety of different things that must be met Or sometimes just one of these factors must be met, just in a large portion or a large quantity, and it can be determined on a case-by-case basis in court by a judge what is and isn't fair use. And so in the court, such as, I think he'll probably bring it up because everyone brings it up in this conversation, the Ethan Klein versus, what was the YouTuber's name? It was Klein versus, what was the guy's name? The guy who they reacted to, and the dude got super pissy about it and tried to sue them, and they sued back, or they agreed to go to court, and it was like a precedent-setting case for copyright on YouTube. Well, like in court, you need these wins on the favor of, fair use, because you use those past decisions in court as an argument in future court cases. That's a set precedent, is sort of the, I believe, the exact terminology. And so in the past, there's already been a set precedent for, in a lot of cases, for the critical or comedic covering of other people's content on YouTube to be considered legally monetizable fair use, which is why it is typically argued that, like, as long as whatever it is someone was doing was relatively applicable to the, like, Ethan Klein thing, then it's probably fair use, because that's where the line has been drawn currently as far as court. But as we'll get to in a minute, I believe Tech Lead has made clear nothing about court is going to be involved here. I assume he's going to show clips, right?
Courts that set...
Oh, no. Muda might not show any clips because this guy's so pissy about copyright. That might be smart as well that I don't, because I don't want to get copyrighted.
Update case law. So the thing about it is, obviously one of the most important examples was the Matt Haas versus H3 case.
Thank you.
And while that case is old, it's still a landmark case that's used to this day in regards to online entertainment and content used. Now, because Tech Lead was filing a DMCA, that's not like a cute little form for YouTube. That's telling YouTube, that is a violation of my intellectual property. I'm going to take this motherfucker to court. Now, YouTube, being part of the safe harbor provision, says, okay, I'm going to abide by any DMCA. I'll just take the video down. Now, usually when this happens, you, the content uploader, has to give your personal information, or at least an attorney can step in your behalf so you don't have to actually dox yourself. But you are filing a counterclaim, meaning that, okay, I'm in the fucking right. I'm not taking the L. I'm going to court. Now, YouTube's system is so broken that somebody can issue a DMCA, you can counter DMCA, and then Tech Lead can go, I don't have my nut to our fight for this, which is exactly what had happened. Now, I'm not going to play this 19-minute diatribe because it really is just blood yapping for the most part. Let me just summarize exactly some of the key points that he was trying to make. For example, the scam-tuber industry is about...
Why is he using blood splatters in his thumbnails now? How fucking dramatic and, like, full of his own farts can this guy be?
Bunch of YouTubers that try to call out scams. Now, he kind of equates this to drama or manufacturing drama, when in reality, there is no drama to be manufactured. I kind of hate it when people equate drama with actual potential criminal actions. You know, when I think of drama, I think of shit like Kendrick Lamar.
The biggest cunts in the world are. Sorry, I've been watching The Boys a lot, so it's cunt is my go-to right now, I guess. Gotta love Butcher. The biggest assholes on the entire, internet are the people who respond to a drama, quote-unquote, where, like, there's a clear right and wrong, like, person in the right and a person in the wrong, and they take this bizarre Fence City centrist take of, I don't like drama. Can't this just end? Those people fucking suck. They're the worst, and more often than not, they're usually saying that because they're on the side of the person who's in the wrong, and they just don't want to say it. Yeah, cunt is a fun word. I wonder if YouTube's okay with it. They're trying to pretend that all sides have equal merit? Yeah.
Versus Drake, where they're literally calling each other pedos and shit on diss tracks. That, to me, is kind of drama, okay? Because I really don't think...
Well, to be clear, Kendrick accused Drake of being a pedo, with some pretty solid, reason to believe that. Drake responded horrendously saying he's too famous to be a pedophile. And then Kendrick was like, okay, well, here's your house with a bunch of, like, sex offender registry dots on your, like, mansion. And the cover of my free uncopyrighted diss track on you. That's going to go even harder. And it went even harder. And I don't think Drake was able to recover. I'm pretty sure, like, the bard Kendrick of Lamar defeated Drake with nothing but the power of song when the second diss track came around.
I think there's actual criminal implications. It really is just beef between two celebrities, although that beef can accentuate into even wilder heights. When I think of like these situations with cryptocurrency, with abusing the copyright system, I think of actual legal issues. Look, we're not going to be on YouTube forever, right? But we want to leave this platform a better place than...
I'm going to upload my consciousness onto YouTube, and like after I die, there's still going to be comments getting updated, like uploaded and posted by my account. And it's going to be like, what the fuck is going on? It's going to be me. I'm going to haunt YouTube. I'm going to find like I'm going to be like a Warhammer Chaos demon, and I'm going to like possess YouTube as a ghost. I'm going to possess the technology like something out of Warhammer.
When we started. If you let false flaggers win, then the whole future of the platform in terms of commentary, in terms of actually like, you know, self-policing our communities, that's going to be in danger. You know, I don't consider, you know, calling out somebody like Mama Max to be drama in a situation. I think calling out somebody that is not taking...
Exactly. The kind of people who respond to the Mama Max situation, like Mama Max getting called out by saying, oh, this drama is so stupid and petty. Can't we just move on from it? Like, that is enabling of bad actors online. Because at this point, any form of repercussions or consequences for bad actions that are done online that hurt people and are then like made aware of, any consequences for that have basically been lumped in with canceling or drama, right? Like, no matter how valid or just, these things get called canceling or drama by a lot of people. And then when you want to like do that, yeah, like when like Galaxy Bomb said, when you want to cop out and say, can't we just move on from this and not talk about it? You're effectively saying to people, there is no worth or point in holding people accountable or even offering social pushback to bad behavior to what people do online. You might as well be on the side of the bad actor in any given drama if you want the drama to just end when there's an actual bad actor.
Serious investigation seriously and putting actual criminals behind bars, or rather letting them get away or fabricating entire stories, is a net negative to the platform because it sends a really bad idea out into the minds of impressionable individuals. When I think of cryptocurrency scams, I think of actual millions of dollars being siphoned from actual hardworking people that just want to follow an influencer and maybe reach a fraction of their financial success. That is something that I find incredibly predatory, criminal, and it should be called out. The best part about YouTube is self-policing. It really always is the scumbags who always call out any actual form of valid criticism as, oh wow, this is just fucking drama. It's not really drama, okay, when it has real legal implications.
Exactly. Like the whole, oh, it's just drama, move on from it, it's just drama. That's, you might as well just be the loudest and proudest defender of the person in the wrong.
So the other thing that Tech Lead kind of talks about is the copyright system. And this is where he says something that absolutely YouTube should act on.
I tend to copyright strike down any expose videos on me because I understand that these are not real exposés. There's no journalism involved in here at all. Welcome.
I love how he's like, there's no journalism. These people are just making videos. Dog, when they're putting up facts on facts on facts, that is what we actually call journalism. It's like the same people that said, yeah, Muda, when you and Carl covered, the completionist and the charity situation, that wasn't real journalism. Dog, we had interviews. We had actual fucking evidence that we brought up receipts. How is that not journalism at that point? Okay, I would argue it's better than actual fucking journalism that happens in most print these days.
I love how people tried to go after Muda and say that he was wrong for that because after getting called out numerous times, the completionist finally donated the money and proved that it was donated after all of the drama. So Muda was completely right that the money had not been donated, that they had lied numerous times about what foundations they were already supporting because those foundations had received no money from them because the funds had been left untouched, with some money leaving every year when they do the the game charity fundraiser. So maybe he did pocket the money, but he did end up paying the same amount that was owed to the charities in the end, which is good. That's a good ending. But that does not mean Muda and Carl were in the wrong for calling it out, when for years and years and years, the completionist was seemingly lying, about where the money was going, including outright stating charities that they had supposedly already donated and were supporting, when in fact, for years since that point, those charities had received no money from these donations. Speaking of the completionist, anyone remember Pro Jared's response to what happened? Fucking hilarious. Yeah, dude, I remember Pro Jared got like the most like shitty thing ever. So what happened with Pro Jared? My understanding is he never did anything with anyone underage. I think he just cheated on his wife. And then on top of that, I believe his wife ended up like being okay with it. Like it wasn't even cheating. I think it ended up being like fine. I'm curious, chat. What was the story with that? Like, what happened? What was the thing Pro Jared did wrong? Like, what was the point in which he was, like, a shitbag? Was he at all a shitbag? I'm really curious, because I don't remember all the details of that. Zan, I mean, what Pro Jared tweeting in response to the completionist thing? It was a stupid AF tweet. Oh, it was stupid. I didn't know that he called him out. He was in a polyamorous relationship, but there was a kind of emotional dishonesty, if I remember correctly. Okay. All right, interesting. Oh, dude. Looks like YouTube chat's getting raided by Nazis.
But again, this is just somebody that can't take any valid criticism. Now, of course, Tech Lead is kind of like a troll character, and I would be okay if he was just a troll, but when he's actually abusing the copyright system, that's when trolling becomes actually illegal.
To the world of business where people are afraid that they're going to be doxxed. Well, if you're going to come into business and do business in this world, yes, you're going to be doxxed. You better have an identity. And so then he takes to Twitter complaining he's going to have to dox himself to the Tech Lead. So you're saying I have to share my personal information to Tech Lead or let my video be taken down? He's afraid he has to be doxxed if he wants to counter the dispute. YouTube jumps in and says, well, you can also hire an attorney if you want to represent yourself. Well, yeah, this is business, right? People have a complaint against you. You can't just be a nobody and hide behind anonymity, right? One of the main reasons
this guy actually thinks he cooked there. He actually thinks he cooked. That's crazy that he actually believes that was cooking. Yeah, if someone makes a call-out video on me, I'll strike it because they're not real journalism, and they're scam content creators. Yeah, he's quite the cuck.
I will actually copyright strike a video, though, is I want to know who's behind the video. Right, I want
their info.
He's basically admitting right here that he's actually copyright striking somebody to gain personal information. Now, that's not the fucking point of a copyright strike. A copyright strike exists.
He's brazenly bragging about being a doxer.
Because you want to stop a video of yours that is unfairly being used. Not because you want the information of the account right there. That is fucking abuse. YouTube literally will agree that is abuse right there. And yet he just openly admitted it.
I want to know who these people are. What if it's somebody I even know in real life? Oftentimes these haters are people who know you very well, actually. I mean,
what? How much of a fucking loser do you have to be for people in your real life to go on the internet and be haters of you online? Holy shit. Is he schizophrenic? What the fuck? You either have to be like actually like highly paranoid to believe that, or like genuinely so shitty that people in your real life know how shitty you are and go to the internet to like talk about it. Is that what he's referring to? Why would this dude think that people he knows in real life would be making YouTube videos calling him out? I think this is just a bullshit argument that he thinks people are dumb enough to believe, because he thinks he's a genius and any excuse he comes up with must sound like gospel coming out of his mouth, I bet.
I mean, this could be a real physical threat to me. Really, these scam tubers exist.
The YouTubers making videos calling me out could be a real physical threat to me, so I have to false strike them and force them to provide their personal info, but I'm not actually going to take any legal action because they aren't doing anything actually illegal, of course, yeah.
only because I allow them to exist. And I can shut them down anytime I like because I own all of the copyrights to the images and audio that they're using. I will issue these copyright strikes on these new YouTuber, Scamtuber videos. And I don't really care one way.
Why is he calling content... He's calling content creators that criticize him Scamtubers?
Time I like because I own all of the copyrights to the images and audio that they're using. I will issue these copyright strikes on these new YouTuber, Scamtuber videos. And I don't really care one way or another, I guess, but it's more of a hazing ritual for me, like a welcoming ceremony, just to let them know what they're in store for and who runs the show around here, who owns the content around here. So this is my welcome.
This is the same logic that CGP Grey uses when he false strikes anyone who covers his content, by the way. It doesn't matter if you are fair use, like reacting or responding to it, he will strike it, and he will try to take down your channel in a very petty and vindictive way. Yeah, a lot of creators, they consider it like hazing for daring to step on their toes, as they think of it.
Welcoming ceremony. What happens next in these copyright strike cases is typically we go into court proceedings where I have 30 days to file a legal action, which typically I'm not going to waste anybody's time doing. This is really just my welcoming ceremony, hazing ceremony for people. And
this is against YouTube TOS. He's admitting to issuing false strikes, no intention of actually going to court. He just wants to get people's personal info so he can have that and use it as a form of intimidation.
So the video will probably be back up after a while.
Bro, he just admitted that he's literally DMCA striking to hurt the actual channel. Not that he has...
How does that YouTuber have an audience? He's so boring. Well, because content creators like that, as you can tell from when I was talking about his videos, titles, and descriptions and thumbnails, they use a shitload of clickbait, and they chock their description full of keywords to the point where their description is literally unintelligible. Like, it means nothing. Their titles mean nothing. They aren't coherent sentences. They're usually full of stuff like, earn 300% increase on crypto today, yada yada, big dividends, like just a bunch of keywords that will catch someone's eye or likely come up in some dumb crypto bro Elon fans recommended, and they won't know better but to click on it or let it autoplay.
Has any intention to go to fucking court to. So what's really insane about this is if you just read through...
Yeah, honestly, they could be buying views and subs. That's definitely possible, Queen of Gravel. The other day, I was on Twitter and I saw this video that was a live, it was a live recording of I guess someone was live streaming the constant sub drop of I'm Alex, the streamer who recently, YouTuber, I hate that guy, the commentary YouTuber who did the false allegations against Slazo. He got outed as a racist spousal abuser, I guess, girlfriend abuser. And he's getting ripped apart right now. And there's live streams of his live sub count dropping. And one of the live streams, one of the people watching the live stream recorded it and managed to capture I'm Alex's sub count going from dropping by 100 subs every 10 minutes to suddenly out of nowhere instantly jumping up 8,000 subs. Just live, just 8,000 subs instantly gained out of nowhere in a second. That is buying subs. That's what that is. Motherfucker bought subs. That's what happened there. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. I've watched my sub count slowly work its way up for years. It is a slow process, and for every sub you gain, for every 10 subs you gain, YouTube scans your sub base and looks for potential bot accounts and inactive accounts and people who haven't watched you in a long time and unsubs them and deactivates accounts. So you are consistently losing subs every time you gain a handful of subs. So in reality, it's I gain 10 subs, I lose 3 or 4, and then I gain 10, lose 3 or 4, because over time, people who are inactive get purged away. And that's how real YouTube channels grow under normal circumstances. An instant 8,000 increase while frequently losing hundreds of subs a day, not a thing. That's buying subs. So if if I'm Alex will do it, I'm sure Tech Lead will do it. Yeah.
YouTube stuff. If your work was posted without your authorization, you can submit a request that the content be removed. Submitting a removal request is a legal process. Like I said, it's not a rinky-dink form that you just sign with YouTube. This guy basically admitted that this is his hazing ritual. Now look, at the end of the day, okay, this is the most clear-cut fucking example of copyright abuse I have seen on the platform. I mean, this scumbag is openly admitting to it. Now, YouTube says, do not make false claims. Misuse of the removal web form, such as submitting false information, may result in the suspension of your account and other legal consequences. No, I think it should actually result in legal fucking consequences. Now, think about it like this. If you're somebody who uploads a video, you basically get shafted in every possible way. Your video dies.
Because it's considered a legal action, I believe that if you're a regular false striker, you should be labeled a vexatious litigant. Just like anyone who issues regular slap suits and false lawsuits just try to harass or fuck with people, a judge can label them a vexatious litigant and they won't be taken seriously by the court anymore. They lose their power to just throw lawsuits at anybody they feel like because they've got money and they like to target people who don't and who get intimidated by that kind of thing, having to show up in court and defend themselves or lose by default. So yeah, a lot of like I think that people who do these false strikes serially should be able to be like labeled vexatious litigants and legally lose their ability to file these forms or bring people to court for DMCA. I don't think it should be allowed. I think they should be able to be barred out from using this program if they've proven themselves untrustworthy. At the very least, there should be legal action. Vexatious litigant is a cool title. It's a neat word to know. I'll say it's definitely a neat word.
Completely fails in the algorithm, right? Unless, you know, obviously when it comes back, people band together to watch the content. But that's sometimes, you know, it's like that's like you wish upon a star kind of situation. No, the reality of it is, if you file a DMCA on somebody and you submit a legal process and they file a counterclaim, you should 100% be required to fucking file a legal, you know, like, you should be going to trial. You should be taking things to court. Now, this is why I always say, look, if you want to file a DMCA against me, I am very careful. Every video feed of the tech lead that I've shown in this video right now is stuff that I believe is in fair use, because I've only shown what I've had to in order to comment on it and discuss this situation. If tech lead files a DMCA on me, I get my lawyer, we get a counterclaim going, and if he doesn't want to sue me because he doesn't want to go to trial because he thinks he might lose, that should absolutely result in his fucking channel being terminated, okay?
I completely agree. Obviously, the video's almost over, but we're not going to watch the rest because that's pretty much the main meat and potatoes, and I don't want to just show the whole thing. Please go check out Muda's original video. The link will be down below in the description, assuming my editor remembers. He usually does. But yeah, please go leave a like, subscribe to Muda's channel, drop a comment as well. Say that I sent you. Like, not necessarily because I want the credit, but because if you comment anything on Muda's video, it boosts it in the algorithm. The video's already a couple days old, so a little boost in the algorithm can never really hurt, and I want YouTube to actually do something about this guy. I hate Tech Lead. He is a plague on the YouTube tech community, and he needs to go. And with that said, I think that's really all I have to say on it, really. To be honest, it's just YouTube needs to get that guy. They need to delete his entire channel. He does not have a place on this platform. He shouldn't, at least. Anyway, if you enjoyed this segment, please consider dropping a like down below. Every thumbs up goes a long way, including comments. Comments also boost my channel in the algorithm, not to mention the fact that I've noticed you guys are leaving a lot more comments and likes lately, and it's really helped the channel, so please keep it up. It's really working, and I really do appreciate you guys taking such an initiative to support the channel. Don't forget to subscribe and ring the bell icon if you haven't already, and of course follow my social medias, linked down below in the description, including joining my fan Discord, which is the main hub of my community. It's totally free to join. I do watch parties, call-in streams, and game events in there. Right now, we're on kind of a watch party streak, though. I probably won't be doing any call-in streams too soon, but we're doing a lot of watch parties, currently watching through Avatar: The Last Airbender, so I highly recommend you join my Discord. It's a great time, and I also announce all my new uploads and streams there, so you won't miss anything if you join. And don't forget, if you want to support me financially, you can do so by donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, or buying merch to the Streamlabs link down below as well. Even if you don't buy some, if you just check out the merch, I would appreciate it because I worked hard on it. But regardless, thank you so much for watching, and hopefully you enjoyed. Have a good one. All right. What do you guys think of that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. Thoughts, chat? Interesting, War Penguin. Let me mark off a topic really fast. All right. Andrew Palmer, thank you so much for the $5 super chat over on YouTube. I really appreciate that. That helps a lot. Said, this past month I've had so much fun watching Chuds realize in real time that the boys show has been making fun of them this whole time. Oh yeah, do I have that in the title? I think it is. Yeah, it is. Okay, good. So yeah, you guys already know. I'm going to be talking about the Right's reaction to the new season of The Boys. You already know. You already know. Good. Good. Okay. Let me get this next segment ready. Oh, I almost forgot. Because Pepper T21 already donated. I need to update the Dono goal. And remember, guys, if we hit $300 on the Dono goal, currently we've raised $5 so far, but if we hit 300 for the night on the Dono goal, for the rest of the stream, I put on one of two, or I think I have three actually, random onesies that I have. And, like, it's been a tradition for a while that if we hit that Dono goal, I put on the onesie and I wear it the whole rest of the stream. People find it quite funny, and I don't acknowledge why I'm wearing it, so when the segments go out, people are like, why is he wearing a Triceratops onesie? Or why is he wearing a shark onesie? Well, or we also have the Shadow the Hedgehog onesie, too. That one's for special occasions. But yeah, I put that on if we hit $300. And we're getting close to when I gotta start that Quail content. I need to buy a new camera, and I gotta buy the Quail coop and stuff. But I also need a new monitor, so that's gonna have to be after. I'm hoping this cold damage that my monitor incurred does not continue to get worse. It is worse. It is continuing to get worse, but hopefully I can still use this monitor for like the next couple months. You know what I mean? Xander Hall, I watched Vosh video about Just Stop Oil, and he disappointedly defended them. Yeah, I mean, I already knew about that. Xander Hall, can I send you a link so you can see renders of the new Beyblade X random booster? No, thank you. I appreciate your enthusiasm about it, but I don't share it, I'm afraid. If you donate the link, I'll gladly watch it, but that's more of a respect for your kind generosity than out of interest, you know? You appreciate my autism? I appreciate all your autism. I've got my hyper interests, okay? When I'm hyper focused on something and I've got like a special interest, so to say, I know exactly what it's like, okay? You guys don't have to explain it to me. I know what it's like. Oh my god, did you see this video? I don't know if this guy's real or not. I feel like he's got to be joking, but I feel like this is everybody now. Like, you know the tweets where it's just captioning a 50,000 like tweet about how all our food is rubber now or something? I feel like this guy represents where everybody is headed in terms of the conspiracy rabbit hole. Like, everyone's fucking insane now.
Oh my god, did you see? Look at that, is this real? Oh my god, look at that, we're living in the Matrix? That's real! That's real, oh no, come on, we're living in the Matrix, look, that's proof. That's proof! What is going on here? I'm so confused. No, that's not white paint. That can't be white paint. We're in the Matrix. What? It's snowing outside? But it's not? That cannot be the reflection of the TV. It can't. We're all in big trouble now. We're living in the Matrix. I'm a robot, so are you! We're told what to do! We have no choices! We don't! What are we gonna do? What are we gonna
What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? Oh. Also this. This goes hard.
I have lived 1,000 of your lives. I have broken bread with you, fought with you, grown ill, grown old, sired children, and yes, matched your freak.
Real. I won't explain the reference, because if you don't get it, then it's a chance it's a spoiler for something. So, maybe one day you'll get the reference. Let's see. Let me see. Oh, chat, I want to know your opinion on this video. This might be my least favorite thing that exists, and I hate it, but I'm going to show it to you guys because I had to see it. What would you do? Like, actually, though, what would you do? This is the worst thing I've ever seen, by the way. Like, I need you to know how uncomfortable this makes me. Like, what do you do? Cry and kill myself? Like, for me, bleach and boiling water down that drain, along with the running garbage disposals, my first thought, right? Next, I'm thinking, like, a grenade. The file is too big to email or Discord to... Oh, my mom found the video with the manatee. Can I open it? The video isn't available. Link may be broken or the video may have been removed. You can explore more... No, it's because my mom's account is private. So I can't see the video unless she can find a way to send it to me. Ugh. I'm going to teach her how to use Google Drive, and I'll show you the video tomorrow. I'm going live tomorrow. I will be streaming tomorrow, so tomorrow make sure to remind me to show you guys the manatee, helping a manatee give birth video, as my mom likes to call it, and I will show it. For those that don't know about the story I told earlier, basically when I was a kid, my mom got a video of me paddling out to a manatee that was giving birth out in the canal. I got to witness it, breathe, like a baby manatee breathe its first breath of air and its life. It was super cool. My mom did find the video, but it's long, you know, it's a whole video. It's a bit long. Having dealt with both bed bugs and roaches, fire, a lot of fire, so much fire. God, bed bugs sound horrible. Holy shit. I've seen those videos of bed bug infestations where it's like just horrible. Like there's blood and shit. Oh, that might be worse than that one video of the roaches in the sink. Ugh. TSW Shadow Wolf, thank you so much for the $5 dues. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. I appreciate your contribution to the Quail arc. Said, here is someone talking about the new Cobalt Dragoon in Black Shell Beyblade. I am forcing my Beyblade addiction into you, or onto you.
It seems like every month it gets better and...
Well, that's only a $5 dono, so watch a minute of this video here. But then I gotta move on. We'll watch like the opening of this video about the new Beyblade. Let's look into like what the Beyblade YouTube community is like for a moment.
Better to be a Beyblade fan. We have our first left spin bay coming to the Beyblade X system, the Drasil inspired Black Shell random booster, and the return of Black Dronzer. So in this video, we're gonna go.
Are they plasticky or are they like hard, heavy metal like they were when I was a kid? If they're still hard, heavy metal, that's good to know. Because Beyblades felt like if it like hit a ramp and flew up into your face, it would shatter your teeth. I'm not the only one who ever got that impression that like a spinning Beyblade would absolutely shatter your teeth. At least when I was a kid. I don't know if they're like plastic and cheap now, but when I was a kid, they were heavy and had like metal parts. They're made of metal and plastic? Okay.
As in-depth as possible on all the new pictures and videos on Cobalt Dragoon. Talk about the bays and the parts of the random booster to see which ones are good and bad, and more. Okay, so get a snack, get some popcorn, and let's talk about bays. The amazing Cobalt Dragoon and Black Shell random booster is currently up for pre-order right now on Mall of Toys. So go and get your pre-orders in for the first left spin bay and the Drasil kind of remake. These bays are going to be really exciting whenever they finally release. So go and check them out. Link in the description down below and use code Illinook to get 5% off. So the first thing we're going to talk about, of course, is going to be the left spin bay, which is Cobalt Dragoon. This is super exciting, obviously. Everybody knows that left spin bays are...
So is the idea that, like, because most Beyblades tend to spin clockwise, that a counterclockwise spinning Beyblade, like, colliding with a clockwise spinning one would result in them just flying apart, right? That's why it's so cool, is because when they spin in opposite directions and then they hit each other, they're going to fly away from each other, right? Left spin bays absorb energy. That's the plot in the show. They would have some spin steal. Oh, so they'd get spun by the clockwise spinning one. And they'd end up going faster and lasting longer. Ah, okay.
They're always pretty...
Listen, I played a little Beyblade when I was a kid. I know how it works.
Special. And we have our first left spin bay in the entire Beyblade X system. And it's also named after Dragoon, which was the first Beyblade ever made. And it overall has the makings to be a legendary Beyblade X release. I've already talked about Cobalt Dragoon in my last video, where we went over the bay, the parts, etc. But since then, we've seen the bay in person. We've seen some battle
I prefer the Azure Dragoon myself.
Videos. We've even gotten a really cool CGI trailer that just makes the bay look even more epic. So let's look at this CGI trailer really quick. You see the bay kind of in action. Obviously, it's all simulated. It's not real, but it just makes it look really cool. You see it kind of battling. You see the fact that it's left spin, etc. It's definitely a nice little kind of advertisement. Now, sometimes with the Takara Tomy kind of high quality images that we get.
All right. We watched 2 minutes of the video, and that was fun, but we do have to put a limit on how much of the Beyblade content we're going to watch, because that's a 17-minute video. We're not watching that whole thing, I'm afraid. Is the bay the body while the blade is the blade? I guess so. I suppose that is the lore, maybe. Yeah, you might be right. All right. Gotta get the next segment ready. Which one am I gonna cover? Let's see. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yep. Okay, chat. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everyone. Did you guys see this clip that came out today? I don't know if this is like fresh off the presses or if this was just going viral, but it was so fucking funny. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, here it is. Fox News cut off Trump's speech in Philadelphia because he ended up going on an unhinged... Sorry. He went on an unhinged, weird rant that made no sense. Like, it's not... There's no... Let's just watch it. I cannot put into words, without sounding like Trump is about to sound, how insane the words that come out of his mouth here are. It's not that he says something crazy. It's that his brain might actually be melting. I think he's done. People are giving Biden a lot of shit. Like, a lot of shit. Because they think that his brain is melting. They think that he's gotten too old and that he's not mentally fit to be president. Meanwhile, Donald Trump, according to medical experts, is clearly showing a sign of mental degradation. Like, very, very obviously. And now it's getting worse. You guys might remember a few months ago. I might as well show this clip too. It was so funny. I mean, I can't not show it. Donald Trump was getting heat because he had like a dementia moment, like a senior moment, I guess, up on stage. Let me see. Donald Trump. Yeah, it's when he talked about airports in the Revolutionary War. Yeah, here it is. This was his, I think, first and most noticeable, like, mind fuck that he's had. Just froze up, right? My stream or him? He didn't freeze up here. This is just him, like, losing the plot for a moment.
In June of 1775, the Continental Congress created a unified army out of the revolutionary forces encamped around Boston and New York, and named after the great George Washington, Commander-in-Chief. The Continental Army suffered a bitter winter of Valley Forge, found glory across
this was 8 months ago.
The waters of the Delaware, and seized victory from Cornwallis of Yorktown. Our army manned the airport. It ran the ramparts. It took over the airports. It did everything it had to do.
He said airports twice.
And at Fort McHenry, under the rocket's red glare, it had nothing but victory.
So that wasn't really much, right? You could say it's just a gaffe, right? Like, I joked about it, but I wouldn't really go hard and say that Trump's mind is melting just because of that. But now it's been a few months. And now there's more than one case of Donald Trump having a moment like this.
Where there's so much water, you don't know what to do with it. You know, it's called rain. It rains a lot in certain places. But no, their idea, you know, did you see the other day? They just put, I opened it up and they closed it again. I opened it, they close it. Washing machines to wash your dishes. There's a problem. They don't want you to have any water. They want no water. And I was with...
And you were just listening to former President Trump, and we're going to talk about some of the things...
Does that not feel like a bit from, like, The Boys, where Vought has to, like, cut off Homelander as he's rambling nonsensically in order to, like, begin the damage control? Does that not feel like what we just watched? Like a full-on, cartoonishly, on-the-nose bit from The Boys, where Vought News Network has to cut away and make Homelander sound good. What the fuck is he talking about? Like, actually, why is he yapping? Listen to this again. There's no, like, this is more of a brain melt than Biden has had at all.
Where there's so much water, you don't know what to do with it. You know, it's called rain. It rains a lot in certain places. But no, their idea, you know, did you see the other day? They just put, I opened it up and they closed it again. I opened it, they close it. Washing machines to wash your dishes. There's a problem. They don't want you to have any water. They want no water. And I was with...
And you were just listening to former President Trump.
Like, bro, what the fuck is happening? And, like, I need to be clear here. These aren't just, like, clipped memes. Like, we're not pulling the Trump Republican dunking on Biden game here. That's not what's happening. Like, there are psychiatrists and medical professionals that are coming out to say that Trump might actually be demented. Oh, look, a D-Pack. We like David Pakman well enough. He's not perfect, but his coverage tends to be pretty good. Yeah, a few months ago, he put out a video about this, about psychologists claiming that Donald Trump's mental state is, like, actually deteriorating.
Dr. John Gartner has been a guest on this program before, and he is now weighing in on the difference between what is going on with President Joe Biden and what is going on with failed former President Donald Trump. Now, to be clear, Gartner has...
I feel like so much of people's claims that Biden is cognitively declining come from the fact that his voice has gotten weaker. It doesn't really matter how healthy you are or how, like, well-aged you are for your age. As you get older, your voice gets weaker and more vocal fried. That's just inevitable. And for Biden, it's led to this almost, like, constantly mumbling effect, while for Trump, it's leading to a wheezing, barely holding on to reality effect. And for Trump, because he's always been so goofy, his supporters and even, like, middle-of-the-road voters perceive Trump's recent cognitive decline as just his normal, goofy, young-seeming antics, while Biden, being so much as like tired at 4 p.m. after a day of like traveling around the country and giving speeches, means that he's not fit to be president. Like, how many times have you been a little like groggy at like 4 p.m.? And maybe like almost fell asleep at your desk? Apparently that means your brain is literally melting and you are not fit to exist in any like seat of office, I guess. Like, come on. Like, you expect the president to be tired all the time if he's doing a good job, right? Like, isn't it like pretty clear that when a Democrat goes into office, they come out of office with a shitload of gray hairs compared to when they went in? Like, you look at Obama now compared to when he went into office, or even just like when he left office, like you can see his hair getting grayer. And then if you look at like Biden, you can tell that it's aging him for sure. But like, it never ages Republicans. Have you noticed that? Like, because Trump and even Bush just spend like 40% of the year, if not more, golfing and enjoying luxury and taking massive amounts of money and spending it from like special interest groups and stuff like that. Yeah, Republican presidents don't do anything but hurt the country and improve their own wealth. Meanwhile, Democrat presidents are nonstop inundated with harassment and attacks from Republicans, are actually dealing with the legal and political process, getting gray hairs doing it and getting barely any sleep, and fighting tooth and nail for every last bit of progress that can be made. And I assure you, when that progress is made, the people who voted for those politicians are going to see it as like a pittance, and they won't follow the legal system. They won't follow the political system to see why a pittance of what they voted for got through, and see Republicans block these things. And just electing a Democrat isn't enough. You have to push broadly for as few Republicans to be in power to block them as possible. They don't recognize that. They just see unfulfilled promises, and then they consider voting Republican in the next election. A lot of people are like that, unfortunately.
Has not examined either of these individuals. Some will write off what any mental health professional says based on the Goldwater rule. As we have spoken about with Dr. John Gartner, the Goldwater rule was put in place for very specific reasons. They are not necessarily medically relevant here. This is just the opinion of one guy. And what Dr. John Gartner now says is that Joe Biden's brain is aging while Trump's brain is dementing, and that there is a, quote, fundamental breakdown in the ability to use language. There's an article in Salon, which we will link to, from a couple of days ago.
Like Biden's Sleepy Joe. I won't deny that he's Sleepy Joe. Bro's got that 2 p.m. crash down pat, you know? But Donald Trump is actually experiencing symptoms of dementia. Like, it's a good chance that Trump doesn't have 4 years of being there. Like, I don't know if you know what dementia is like, but in a very short period of time, someone who's like relatively with it can become like literally in need of assisted living. Like, by the time of the election, Trump could be in a state of needing assisted living. And I don't know what happens then. Like, does he continue running as president like Theoden with Saruman? Or like Wormtongue acting as like his puppet master? Like, what happens? Like,
written by Chauncey de Vega, and it quotes Dr. John Gartner, who has been on this program before. And what the article says is President Biden is old is an easy, lazy, familiar, and comfortable narrative. It's sensational and gossipy, maintains false balance, fairness, both sides is.
You'll notice that there's like not really a lot to complain about with Biden, like there was with Trump. Regardless of your side, the Trump era gave people that are invested in politics so much to complain about all the time on at any given moment. And there was always a reason to criticize the establishment and the president. You always had a reason. With Biden, the overwhelming amount of headlines are positive news because he's doing a good job. And so every misstep has to be far more severe than it would be for anyone else. So something that like Trump would do, and it wouldn't even draw a single eye, like, you know, like the Israel-Gaza stuff wouldn't draw an eye if Trump was president, you know? The problem is with Biden in office, it almost seems like there's more attention to it because a Democrat is easier to convince with protests to do a progressive thing than a Republican is, who will just call in the police to come like shoot you. But then there's the factor that it feels like the bar is higher for Biden, not because he's a Democrat necessarily, but because he doesn't. Like, if Biden was getting us into constant foreign wars and was saying insane shit on a daily basis like Trump does, I almost feel like half the stuff Biden does wouldn't get complained about, even if it was worse than what he does now. But because Biden keeps his nose pretty clean, there's so much desperation to say that he's unfit, because there's got to be a way to attack the guy in power. The guy in power has always got to be bad. And so what do they attack him for? They attack him because his son, like, has sex with sex workers and does crack. They attack him for complying with the legal process when court decided, just forgot a few later on, what's it called? Classified documents that were locked up in his garage safely, that he then turned over immediately, and it was shown were classified after he had taken them home. So it only became, like, they only became classified after the fact, so he really broke no laws, and that's why they found no wrongdoing and he wasn't charged. But they go after Biden for these nothing burgers, and what it tells me is that Biden is so close to being perfect that even the slightest hint of a scratch in his face or in his facade. I don't want to say facade because that implies it's fake, but you know what I mean. Like, the slightest scratch in his record has to be treated like a fucking pit, because even if there are no pits to gop at, right? So even the slightest misstep has to be overblown into something that is as equally worthy of criticism as the average thing Trump did, right?
And objectivity, and it allows the mainstream news media as an institution a measure of protection against retaliation by Trump if he takes power in 2025. The idea is, if you focus on Joe Biden's mental health and age, you both normalize what's going on with Trump, and you also can argue that these are not politically motivated claims being made about Donald Trump. In comes Dr. John Gartner. And Dr. John Gartner, let me actually find the critical element of here. He says, I had to speak out now because the 2024 election might turn on this issue of who is cognitively capable, Biden or Trump. It's a major issue that will affect some people's votes. Not enough people are sounding the alarm based on his behavior. In my opinion, Donald Trump is dangerously demented. In fact, we are seeing the opposite among too many in the news media, the political leaders, and among the public.
I feel like when you've got actual psychologists saying they believe Trump might be experiencing dementia, and people are saying that at worst Biden's brain is aging, which is expected, right? He is an old man, but he's not losing it, right? Biden speech. Let's watch the most recent Biden speech and compare it to the most recent Trump speech. What's the most 5 days ago? Biden announces new immigration initiative offering legal status to spouses of U.S. citizens. Yeah. I remember people have been requesting I cover this. For those who don't know, this is basically DACA, but for the spouses of American citizens, meaning that you're going to be offered far more immigration rights and protections if you are married to someone who is American, or you get married to someone who's American. It's a pretty good pro-immigration move, obviously. There's not really a lot I have to say on it, so I might as well show it here. But we can also use this as a measure of how their Biden is compared to Trump, where he's literally rambling incomprehensibly. We've got Biden here, who's tired sounding, but let's give it a listen.
The second action I'm announcing today was about keeping families together. My dad used to have an expression. He said, Joey, family's about the beginning, middle, and...
Actually, he's far more energetic than I expect. Usually he's talking my dad had an expression, and it was he still slurs his words because he's got a stutter, which is, fine. It's not a sign of dementia. He's always had a stutter. But he's actually energetic and talking pretty fast and loud here. He's less vocal fried than Trump. I actually think we're getting to the point where it's the biggest stretch, reach, copium in the world to try to say that, Biden seems older than Trump. Biden is starting to look younger than Trump, look, sound, and seem younger. I actually don't believe it when people say that they think Biden is too old, but Trump comes off as younger. I'm starting to genuinely not believe it.
And the end, about keeping couples together who are married. where one spouse is a U.S. citizen, the other is undocumented. They've been living in the United States for at least 10 years.
Yeah, mind you, this expands to undocumented immigrants, so people that the Republicans would refer to as illegal immigrants or illegal aliens if they're feeling really spicy. So yeah, this is another good example of how there's really no comparison between the Republicans and the Democrats on immigration policy. One of my favorite things, I heard the debate, like more of a friendly argument between a left-leaning and very conservative-leaning like pair of friends, not my friends, but they are friends with each other. And they were having a friendly argument on the topic. And the left-leaning person brought up that Trump filled cages along the border with children and separated them from their families. A true statement. And then the more conservative friend replied, well, who built those cages? And the answer is Obama. Because granted, those cages were built by Obama for holding like adults and potentially criminal illegal immigrants, like actual suspected criminals and potential terrorists and stuff. And for a very short period. But Trump filled them with children who were separated from their families and kept there in horrible conditions for a long amount of time. And yet the response just was continuously, well, who built the cages? Well, who built the cages? Even Republicans, when they realize you cannot defend the evil actions taken by their candidates, they will try to take some weird roundabout, well, Obama built the cages kind of route, you know? Have you guys ever encountered this type of argumentation? They use it on Biden as well. Try to claim that somehow Biden is more anti-immigration than Republicans. It's like, well, no. Also, aren't you pro-anti-immigration? Wouldn't that mean you're in favor of him? Why are you against Biden then if he's so anti-immigration? Like, if he's building these cages and he's really the one putting kids in cages, you're in favor of that. Why are you not voting for him, you know? And so then you can get them going around in circles at that point.
Years. These couples have been raising families, sending their kids to church and school, paying taxes, contributing to our country for 10 years or more. Matter of fact, the average time they've spent here is 23 years. People were affected today. But living in the United States all this time with this fear and uncertainty, we can fix that. And that's what I'm going to do today. Fix it.
Like, it's not just the fact that what he's talking about here is based. It's the fact that Biden is so evidently all there, you know? Especially compared to Trump when we're using him as the metric. But something you got to remember is this is a common quote among Trump supporters, is they grade Trump on a curve. That is to say, it's a fancy way of saying they admit to having a bias in favor of Trump, meaning that Trump has to do something several times worse than anything Biden could do before the amount of poor reflection on character is equal. So like Biden would have to, or Trump would have to like kill several people to equate to, say, Biden sneezing during a speech. This is an extreme example, but it's an idea of what grading Trump on a curve means. It's the idea that like Trump has his own special grading system or evaluation system in their mind where he gets special treatment in their decisions on whether or not he's a good guy because he's Trump, right? He's their guy. Anyway, it's all just a fancy way of saying they've got a bias they're too afraid to outright admit they have, right? Anyway, I'm curious, though, if you guys enjoyed this video and thought I had anything good to say, please consider dropping a like. I love seeing the response, and it, of course, helps the channel a lot as well. Consider dropping a comment down below as well. It has the similar, if not the same effect, so a like and a comment really mean a lot. You guys have been doing a lot of those lately, and I've noticed the positive response in the channel, so thank you so much. Keep it up. It really helps a lot. And, of course, don't forget to subscribe and ring the bell icon if you haven't already. I really do appreciate it if you do that. And, of course, don't forget to follow my social medias, linked down below in the description, including my fan Discord. It's totally free to join, and I also host fan events such as game game events, call-in streams, and watch parties in there. It is the main hub of my fan base, and I announce all my new uploads and streams there as well, so make sure to join. And of course, don't forget, if you want to support me financially directly to help afford the Quail content I'm going to be doing soon, as well as to put me in a onesie for the rest of the stream, consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me financially through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, or buying merch as well, the Streamlabs link down below. But regardless of how you support me, I really appreciate you just for watching. Thank you, and have a good one. All right, what'd you guys think of that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. Oh, just dropped my feather pen. W segment, nice. All right. I've got more topics for us to talk about today, but first, got some donos to read. Well, one dono to read so far. Pepper T21, thank you so much for the $5 donation. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Said, average Trump supporter, and then a link. Let's see this.
Doctor said I wouldn't last.
I love these videos. I've seen this guy's videos before. They're really good. Thank you, Pepper T21, for the $5. I really do appreciate that. Thank you. I love these videos. They're so good.
A year living on biscuits and jam. But here I am, opening my own apple butter business, and he's the one deader than a doornail from that drunk driver.
Honey, I quit answering the door in 1987, and I won't even go to the bank without a pistol. Or the very least a good solid mag light.
My son Boyd ate at one of them alternative healthy restaurants. Been sicker than hell. I said, son, what'd you expect? You gonna lay down with dogs? You gonna get up with fleas?
Buddy, you can have your fancy European paper straws. You know why? Because when somebody digs me up in a million years, that U.S. plastic's gonna be as good as the day is made, honey. And that there is craftsmanship.
God, I've met so many Floridians that are literally like one-to-one the people in those like animated videos. I love them. They're so fucking funny. So real. Actually real. Literally real. I've been doing these Progressive Victory Amplified quests, and they are so fun. Hell yeah, TSW Shadow Wolf. Did you guys... Yeah, if you guys have been doing the Progressive Victory stuff, let me know, because I'm curious if you guys have won anything. Hey, anybody else having issues with the PV website, by the way? I'm not the person to go to about that. If you have any issues with the website, you want to go to the moderators, DM the moderators in the Discord server, please. I'm not, like, I don't have access to the site's, like, back end. I'm not, like, the creator of it. You gotta, like, send your problem through that. I can't access my quests at all? Interesting, Lefty Jenna. You'll have to, yeah, definitely go to the Discord for, oh, okay. It's not that link, Lefty Jenna. It's the PV Amplify link. Here, let me see if I can grab it for you guys. 1 second. 1 second. Grab the link, copy and paste. There you go. That is the link where you sign up and you can join the Discord and you can do the Progressive Victory Amplify quests. Highly recommend you sign up with that Discord, by the way, because every other week, including this week, we do a watch party in there. And then the next week I do one in my Discord. And we're going to be doing the next 6 episodes of Avatar: The Last Airbender in that Discord server for Progressive Victory. So if you don't want to miss episodes 13 through 18, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, that should be 8 episodes, or 6, I think we do. Yeah, 6. Then make sure you join, because that's where we're going to be doing it. I don't think amplified quests are active during the weekend, only during the weekday. Ah, that makes sense, yeah. They reset on, I believe, Wednesday. Can Canadians join Progressive Victory? I think so. I think you can join the Amplify thing. It's just a matter of, like, I don't know if you're allowed to join, like, the canvassing stuff. Hell yeah, TSW Shadow Wolf. There's a website issues section in the Discord. Oh, perfect. Yeah, there's the Discord server for it, and you can submit problems into the website issues channel. It is still in beta, the website is, so any problems you find, even if it's like a typo, it's appreciated if you report it. I don't know if it's just me, but like I can never sit comfortably unless I'm sitting on one of my legs. And I have to like switch between which leg I'm sitting on because then one leg gets sore. I don't know why that's a thing, it's just how I sit comfortably. Maybe I am bisexual, Chad. I can't sit like normally. Isn't that like a thing that like bisexual people don't know how to sit? People went after Trump for that because he was sitting all weird on a chair one time. And they're like, we got you, Trump. We know what you are. Yeah, I at least sit like a bisexual, so, you know, you know that at least. Unfortunately for you guys, though, I am still straight. But I do sit very bisexually. I do the same with my legs, even swap during heated gameplay. The urge is overpowering. Exactly. Exactly. Xanderhall, do you think this tweet is a psyop? Biden supporters are busy posting about Project 2025 while the rest of us are worried about Project 2024, a Democratic president complicit in genocide, signing the largest military budget in history, and sending billions in US dollars to Israel and Ukraine, while homelessness spikes to record levels. The minimum wage hasn't budged in 15 years, and people can't afford a trip to the grocery store. Buzzwords, 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 misinfo. Cops in Democrat-run cities and states are acting like every state is Texas, beating up protesters, banning masks on subways, and the sitting Democrat president calls students protesting his bloody genocide violent anti-Semites. The fascism you fear is already here. Yeah, like if you think like this, if this is your politics, you should probably not be in my community, because we here in the Xanderhall community care a little bit too much about the truth for like levels of like white leftist cringe that's white leftism. That's what we're gonna call that. When you post something like that, we're gonna call it white leftism, because you got to be white to say that kind of shit. But yes, we love that Zan is pro-Biden. Yeah, of course, I'm the most pro-Biden. Zan, I highly recommend gaming in football pads. That might just be my thing, but like gaming is so much more comfy in football pads. I don't know what it is. That might just be a sort of like stimulation autism thing for you, but I'll try it. Like the ones for your shins. I don't know, maybe with shin pads it would actually feel pretty good, actually. You might have a point. You might be onto something. Though granted, I like to wear shorts when I'm sitting around, because like anything on my lower legs just feels suffocating to an extent. If Trump sent money to Ukraine, it would be a good thing. That's simply how these people think. Exactly, Trump is graded on a curve. He's graded on a curve. Gotta always remember that. Alright. Next topic. I know what we're covering next. Okay, I found it. Cool, cool. And then... Oh, a Hassan clip. Get that out of here. Yeah, Hassan, cringe. All right. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. So this is going to be an interesting segment, but it's going to loop around into something, a next segment that's going to be a little, it'll make sense why I'm talking about this to start with. It sort of segues into the next segment really well. So, how many of you guys are familiar with the YouTuber EDP445, I think it was? People just call him EDP. EDP stood for Eat Dat Pussy, for those unaware. Now, this guy was big and popular on YouTube, especially in, like, the sports sector of YouTube and Twitter. A lot of videos and GIFs of him would be used, like, as popular meme reactions. Until a group called Predator Poachers managed to catch him in a pedo-catching sting operation. And that is how we got... Yeah, he's a Philadelphia Eagles fan. That's a big thing he's famous for. However... They caught him in the sting operation because he was interested in meeting up with, like, a 12-year-old girl, and they were the ones pretending to be a 12-year-old girl, and he did some gross shit, like, literally gross shit. Like, he sent pictures of his shit to what he thought was a 12-year-old girl, and then they confronted him in this now extremely well-known viral video. We'll watch just a minute of it just so you guys get your memories jogged about who we're talking about today. It's not EDP. We're not talking about EDP today. We're talking about the guys who caught him. So let's watch.
What's up, man? What's up? No fist? Okay. No fist bump? I don't fist bump people like you, man, to be honest. So, okay.
Yeah, you're lacking. With some boys, it's bumpkin.
Oh, God. Did I find some random person's, like, coverage of this shit? Oh, I did. Oh, it's a fucking Leafy clone video. Cringe! Oh, Apex gameplay. Respect that, though. I do respect the Apex gameplay, to be fair. That's cool. Where's, like, does this guy even play? Oh, yeah, here it is. Here's the original bit. I just want to show the clip of the original expose.
There was, you know,
this is the guy.
Nothing
that exposed
that was going to be sexual involved.
Wait, but what did you say earlier?
Okay, I fucking hate these Leafy clone channels. I always love how they make their videos not look like a Leafy clone channel, like commentary video, so that you'll click it thinking it's the original thing. It fucking sucks. Anyway. EDP, obviously he sucks. Am I glad he got caught? Yes. But here's the thing about these pedo poacher content creators that tends to be a problem. Very few, if any of them, work with law enforcement, meaning rarely, if ever, is any legal consequences. Do any legal consequences come out from them catching somebody in a sting op? Unlike, say, To Catch a Predator in its later years, where they actually did work with the police. However, that's not the problem I have with this guy. Yes, he did have that issue, and EDP got away because of how badly he conducted that operation, but people still look at that guy as a hero because of that. And many of those people don't know about this. I've covered this clip before, but this guy is back in the news for something... Well, we'll get into it in a moment, but this is a clip that came out of that guy who caught EDP. I think his name is, like, Alex Rosen or something? Maybe? Is that his name? Or, like, all I know is that I watch a podcast where they call him Rascal MacGuffin, so I don't know what his real name is, so we're just going to call him Rascal. So Rascal here... Oh, it's Alex Rosen. Okay, I did get it right. Okay, but we're going to call him Rascal regardless, because I really do like that. So Rascal here, I don't know why it's so funny, but Rascal here, he doesn't have the best history online. Let's just watch this clip that came out of him after he caught EDP.
Live stream, dude.
Massive content warning, by the way, like massive, enormous content warning.
Stream, it's dude. The niggers are gonna get offended and report us.
Oh, you right.
What the fuck is wrong with you? This guy just said a racist creep. Where
are you, black?
Yeah. It's probably a fucking angry nigger or something.
Oh, you're right.
I don't want to eat anything right now. What the fuck, racist for real?
How are you?
Did you know that there were some black guys in the squadron that went on the beach even though they can't swim? It's very cool.
How are you?
Don't get hate speech striked or something because of this motherfucker? I mean, like, hopefully I don't, but there's a lot of YouTubers who, like, say these things on their videos, including this guy himself, so it's like, I don't really know what else. I'll definitely have my editor, like, censor it, probably, but outside of that, we just gotta hope. We just gotta hope. Obviously, I don't condemn that, or I condemn that. I don't commend that, but, like, we're here to criticize this. I'm exposing the guy. Like, what else am I supposed to do? Like, not show you the video and just say that he said that? Come on.
And that's like lacking vitamin.
Obviously, he's a racist, and he loves his, like, shock humor, screaming the N-word thing. But this is the video I think is far more important. This video here is the one that I feel is the one that more people need to know about and need to see, especially if they even think about trying to make this guy seem like some kind of hero.
I need to give this to her. It's my birthday, so I'm being generous for one day to her.
I don't think that's what you're supposed to say out loud.
What?
That you have somebody in your face. Oh, that's not good either.
Oh, really?
Not if it's a child.
Well, I was tired of being a virgin, so what
Oh,
the fuck?
wow.
Yeah.
You'll understand what he's saying there. Basically, that was him, like, talking to an employee at a store as he bought, like, a children's bicycle and a bunch of toys. He told the employee that he had a child in his basement and he was buying it for the girl. And then the clip ends with him saying, well, she was tired of having her virginity. So he's literally, quote unquote, joking to some random employee who he's, like, roped into helping him put things into his cart, joking, quote unquote, about being a pedophile with a child in his basement. Yeah.
From your hip to your tongue out. Queer. This is what kind of Dracula.
Hey, Chris. Chris, you know what you need to do with your life after this? End it.
Because you only suck.
Yeah. This scrolls through and shows more stuff where it's like he's saying weird pedophilic, racist, and homophobic shit. This guy is not the kind of person you want to be giving any credit for anything, or, like, encouraging or giving a platform to. However, this guy is blowing up right now. On Twitter, he's getting pretty big. Like, every other tweet he's uploading gets over 1,000 likes. And he has also made it his mission to pursue specifically LGBT pedophiles from here on out. So just today, 6 hours ago, he went viral after Drama Alert tweeted out praising him because, and I quote, pedo hunter Alex Rosen allegedly busted the head of LGBTQ Dems of Maryland, who was allegedly trying to seduce a 14-year-old. This is the same guy who exposed EDP-445, and just the other day at another catch, an alleged predator drew a gun on him. That is true. What do you think of the situation? So this is him apparently catching, like, the head of LGBTQ Dems of Maryland, trying to meet up with a 14-year-old.
Anyway, you're the head of the LGBTQ Dems in Maryland. Okay. How long have you been in that position for?
Since fall.
Since fall. Okay. Is that like a paid position? Okay. It's just more of a volunteer type thing. Is it like a super PAC or something, or is it just okay? This stuff said here, like.
So this guy's just a volunteer for some sort of, like, LGBT, like, advocacy group. If he's a pedophile, that's bad, and he should be, like, arrested or whatever. But, like, we know that, like, the point of the whole, like, LGBT, it's because we've seen the other clips of this guy. He is now going to become, like, a right-wing exposer of gay pedophiles thing. And as we all know, the content creators who make it their living to pursue specifically LGBT pedophiles tend to start needing material. And after a while, it becomes a matter of just calling people that they don't like, any trans person they don't like, pedophiles, as the right has been doing for quite a while, or groomers, or whatever synonym you can imagine.
A volunteer type thing. Is it like a super PAC or something, or is it just okay? This stuff said here, like, you know, I want to rape you. I want to see how much of a faggot you are. What was kind of said about that?
I hope you try to get away once I start fucking you.
Yeah.
I like the fantasy, and he seemed to enjoy it. And I didn't know this person, and I never intended to. What do you think that's the president, though? Like, no, of course.
I mean, this guy's obviously a fucking pedophile by the sounds of it, assuming that he truthfully believed that who he was speaking to was a minor. I don't know if they've acknowledged, like, did you know that the person was underage? If I haven't seen that bit yet, but let's see.
No, of course.
I mean, here we said it's okay if you want to jerk off looking at it, talking about your dick. And you said, stop by this morning so I can stretch your hole, faggot. Can't wait to make you my little and this was later that, or shit, 4 days later with no response. Can't wait to make you my little cum dump, baby boy. Okay. Anyway, you're the...
Ironically, this is the same kind of shit he was saying on those video clips I was just now showing you guys. So, I need to be very clear here. This is a guy who, like, has a history of just screaming slurs and joking about having kids locked up in his basement. And, like, this guy himself has a long history of like, pedo posting. And now he's making it his career to hunt down, like, LGBT pedophiles and be, like, the gay pedo hunter. And obviously, you've got, like, Drama Alert and all these, like, right-leaning outlets that are massively supporting him. If we look at the comments, you can see on Pride Month 2, oh, this is diabolical. Skull emoji, skull emoji, skull emoji. Noticing a pattern. The police should literally be doing this nonstop. Like 25% of resources should be dedicated to baiting and arresting gay people who try to hook up with kids. LGBTQ people suck. At least someone is protecting kids. Bro is doing the world a favor. He's got my support on the show 100%. Then a picture of the UFC guy. Bro is a hero. He is about to become a Republican and Trump's running mate with that resume. Always ends up like this every single time. He should get deputized to be able to do this stuff legally for real, for real. Maybe he should go into federal law enforcement and actually go after pedos. One solution, gun. What do you expect from the creators of Drag Time Story Hour with little babies? They don't care about little boys. Nothing will happen to the guy, so who cares? Based, prison, he's done, wood chipper, shocked, no, not really. The pattern continues, allegedly, question mark. Sad, this is crazy, shocker. That's a smart one. Nothing surprises me anymore. All I can do is laugh at this. This doesn't really shock me at all. Personally, I don't like him because he said some racist shit back then, but this is a W. Bunch of random bot account comments. More bot account comments. Yeah. Most of the comments are now all bot stuff because there's only, like, so many real people that you can scroll through before it's just nothing but bots. But, yeah, pretty stupid comments as well. This is just Drama Alert's post. But this guy ended up getting a gun pointed at him the other day. Let me see if I can find the video. Yeah, this is why he's going really viral right now. Like, everybody is, like, following him now because of this video. And outside of context, besides maybe knowing he's the guy who caught EDP, people see this and they're like, oh, this guy's a badass. He's willing to go out there and get a gun pointed at him hunting down these pedophiles. And it's like, well, no, he's just kind of stupid and desperate for views and has a questionable history himself.
Well, I'm sorry about that. No, listen to me, John. John, hold on.
Hold on.
You got a gun in your car?
I should also say, by the way, notice how no one ever specifies, like, a straight pedophile? Every time a pedophile ends up being LGBT, it's always, like, that's the headline. Hell, the LGBT part comes before pedophile, usually. But, like, if someone's just a straight pedophile, you just call them a pedophile. Like, there's never that like, prefix of straight pedophile. As if, like, being a pedophile is separate from being straight. As if, like, being gay and being a pedophile are the same kind of different. You know what I mean? As if being, like, straight is the default, so why would you even clarify?
Uh-oh. John? You reaching for anything? Okay. John, hold on. Whoa. John.
How are you doing this and not armed, bro? Like, what the fuck? Go get a gun. What the hell? Like, actually, if I'm never doing, like, pedo hunting content, but if I was, like, I'd have a gun on me, absolutely. I'm not gonna die getting shot by a fucking pedophile. Hell no. I will go to prison protecting my life against a pedophile, but in no universe will I accept dying to a pedophile. Fuck that.
John. Whoa, okay. John. Okay, I'm leaving.
He can't? Are you a retard? Jesus Christ, we got a lot of Nazis spamming the YouTube chat today. I mean, like, obviously, he can't legally carry a gun, but if it comes down to a point where somebody pulls a gun on him and is going to shoot him and kill him, or anybody who is, like, doing a pedo hunting type thing, I would pretty honestly say it's probably better to have the gun just in case you need to use it to defend yourself, as opposed to, like the risk of going to prison after you've defended yourself in the worst case scenario. Like, it's either your life or prison at that point, if anything does go down. I would prefer prison to losing my life. Like, yeah. I mean, and that's assuming that, like, the district attorney decides you're in the wrong, which they might, because you kind of set up a sting operation, and yeah, it might not look good for you legally. But you guys understand, like, the logic here, right? Like, why would you confront these people, these dangerous people? You're going after them because they're dangerous, and not be armed. At least with, like, I don't know, like a heavy brick, you know? Like, I'd have a brick, right? Like, you can't go wrong with at least having a brick, or, like, I don't know, something, like, blunt or sharp. Like, what if you get attacked? Like, you're literally cornering these predators. You're cornering predators and like catching them on video, and they believe there could be cops around, or their life is going to be over. Like, Jesus Christ, how stupid can you be? But that's not really the main point here. My point is, this guy is getting pretty viral for the history he has, and I'm hoping that at least my coverage of this guy's very spotty history will serve to get the word out and maybe stop in its tracks this guy's grift to the top. He doesn't care about children. Hell, he's such a virtue signaler about it. His @ on Twitter is "I fight for kids" or whatever. So it's like, come on, man. Like, it's like the ultimate virtue signal at this point. But with that said, I don't really have much else to say about the situation, though I do believe it's going to segue well into my next segment. So really, with all that said, if you enjoyed or agreed with what I had to say here, please consider sending a like on on the channel. I do appreciate every single thumbs up. It really does go a long way, basically forcing YouTube to push my content in the algorithm out to far more people. You can also subscribe and ring the bell icon, as well as comment down below, which I really do appreciate. Helps the channel a lot, and it goes a long way. And of course, don't forget to follow my social medias, which are linked down below in the description, and join my fan Discord if you haven't already. It's totally free, and it's the main hub of my fan base. We've got a whole bunch of cool stuff to do there, including events I host, like watch parties, call-in streams, and game events, and I announce all my new uploads, streams, and videos there. So make sure you've joined so you don't forget anything. And if you haven't already, and you want to support me financially, consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, or buying merch through the Streamlabs link down below in the description. But regardless of how you support the channel or how you watch me, I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. And with all that said, have a good one. Nice. All right. Okay. How do you guys like that segment? Yeah, it came out good? Good to see. God, I hate how much sunlight is just pouring through that window at this time of day. I really do need to get those curtains. I will get them, but I'm gonna have to figure out, like, no, I'm gonna need a drill, aren't I? Yeah. No, I'm gonna have to set up a curtain rod. It's gonna require a drill. I'm gonna have to drill them into the wall, and then, like, put the curtain rod on, put the curtains on the rod first, probably. I've put up a fair amount of curtains in my life. It's not that hard. You just have to make sure you don't have the two brackets, like the two hooks that the curtain rod lays on top of and hooks into. You don't want them to be, like, mismatched, or it's gonna look a little goofy. And it's not fun to have to, like, screw them out of the wall and move them. Zan, you have your own personal god ray? I do indeed. Tension rods work? Yeah, tension... Well, the problem is that that's not a situation I have going on. You know, that wouldn't really work for me unless I wanted to, like, have a really long one, you know? I already have blinds up. I want to get curtains that go, like, behind the blinds and offer another layer of sunblock. I make my own rods from 3D printed hangers and caps. 1/2 conduit. Dude, that's such a neat thing. Like, if I had a 3D printer, I would never buy coat hangers again. All my coat hangers would be 3D printed. That's the kind of stuff that you can just 3D print. Like, oh, I need a coat hanger. Or, oh, I need, like, a bottle cap for some reason. I don't know. Like, you can just quickly 3D print a bottle cap. I assume quickly, depending on how good it is. Yeah, probably blackout curtains, yes. God, look, the sun, it's in my eyes. Okay, before I move on to the next segment, I'm gonna take a quick restroom break. Unfortunately, I'm quite in need of it. And then we're gonna resume. Resume. And of course, guys, please consider dropping a like. It really does help out a lot. If you haven't already, no matter when, where, or what you're watching, please hit that like button. It really does help. Seriously, hit that like button on the stream. It really means a lot. I'll be right back, guys. I'm not going anywhere, so don't go anywhere either. I'm just going to go quickly use the bathroom. I'll be right back. And I'm also going to grab a monster, honestly. I could use a little bit of a energy pick-me-up. It's all over. He's never coming back. Woo! You guys can be doomer about anything. Oh my god, look how much the light... The only, like, upside of this whole light situation is in, like, 15 minutes, it's gonna be not a problem anymore. It goes from being, like, on my desk to moving all the way up and then behind me within, like, 20 minutes. Zan, how far are you in FF14, by the way? Oh, Hikari. I beat Endwalker. I'm in the post-patch now, and I'm quite... That ending. At the end of all things, I find you, my friend. God. What an amazing fucking ending. Holy shit. Did you cry? I did not cry, no. No, I didn't cry. I didn't find the ending necessarily sad. Well, what I will say is, Final Fantasy's story is, like, genuinely the perfect weapon against nihilism, I feel. It's such a positive and sincere story, with a very positive and sincere moral, that fundamentally, like, encourages you to care. Like, fundamentally, it makes you want to care. And so, yeah, Blondstalker referenced. And so, you come out of it like, you might go into the game, like, somewhat cynical and, like, a little, you know, like, brooding or depressed, maybe. Usually by the time you finish the story, you will come out of it very much positive and caring. Yeah, it's the kind of thing South Park fans need, yeah. It's hard to explain without, like, giving details, you know? Yeah, nihilism and doomerism is cringe is honestly the moral of the story. So much so to the point where you have to destroy the embodiment of these things. That's the most I'll say. It goes hard. T-Loss-a-Lot, thank you for the tier 2 sub. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for the $10, presumably $10. Let me know if that's actually more. I don't want to undercredit you, T-Loss-a-Lot. So let me know if that's actually a 3-monther. Because I kind of feel rude. The light has reached his nostrils. It's climbing. It's going to get to my eyes in a moment, and it's going to hurt. But yeah, thank you for the $10, presumably. Thank you so much. Said no more white name. No more white name indeed. I hope you like that purple, T-Loss. Oh, it's a 3-monther. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to undercredit you. I'm so sorry. Let me update. That's $24. Oh my gosh. Holy crap. Okay. Well, thank you so much. That is extremely generous of you. Thank you, T-Loss-a-Lot. Enjoy your purple name. And then another tier 1 gifted sub from T-Loss-a-Lot to Trans Daughter of Water. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $5 dues. Hey, very kind of you. It helps a lot, and of course gets us a bit closer to that onesie goal, guys. I do hope for you guys to be able to get me in the onesie, not just because, you know, donos are nice and I get to buy food for myself and get the Quail stuff going, but also, I'm not gonna lie, the onesies are kind of comfy. I ain't gonna lie. The onesies are kind of cozy, they're kind of comfy. My legs get cold, but not when I'm in the onesie, and I appreciate that. Yeah, FF14's story is, what I'm sad about with FF14's story is that you really can't understand how good it is unless you stick it out to the end. To, like, midway through Endwalker, when things start to, like, all come together. Because FF14 is a lot of, like, setup, mini payoff. Setup, bigger payoff. Setup, bigger payoff. Setup, bigger payoff. And then you get to the end, and all that setup that you thought was just for these mini payoffs all ends up adding up into a super payoff at the very end, where everything comes together, everything makes sense, and the depth of the story and, like, the gravity of everything gets multiplied by 10 in, like, a matter of, like, 5 minutes of like, cutscene time, and you're just like, holy fucking shit. There are revelations that come in the final expansion that change everything, and they're not, like, retconned out of nowhere, like, random twist type things. It's like, holy shit, how did I not figure that out? That kind of thing. Bro, imagine having to retain the setup for certain things for 8+ years. Well, you can beat all the expansions up till Endwalker in a few months if you really push it and no-life the game. But it's 10 years worth of storytelling that all culminates and comes together with Endwalker. And it's so good. It's genuinely phenomenal. I'm so glad I finally beat it. Although I'm sad too, but also Dawn Trail's coming, so that's gonna be good. Oh, wow. My mom sent me a random photo of a fire that happened in a house in Florida. Apparently, it's probably a meth house fire. I think that's why. My mom always likes to send me random Florida stories where, like, a house randomly caught fire, and it's so obviously a meth head, like, meth cook house fire. You get to like, it's a running joke if you're from Florida. Like, that house got burned down by a meth lab explosion. It's always funny. There's so much meth in Florida. Broken Bad. So true. No, but seriously, if you think Albuquerque, New Mexico has a lot of meth, Florida beats it. Florida beats it so many times over, it's not even a joke. I got a really good segment coming up for you guys.
One of the questions...
Oh, you heard a little bit of it, because YouTube sucks. Damn. Okay. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. That's right, guys. It's the critical drink man, the critical alcoholic, the dumb, bumbling, grifting alcoholic man who slurs his speech through barely, poorly, non-scripted videos where he complains about whatever the right-wing culture wars decided is woke and bad, but he doesn't necessarily call it woke, and so he gets the plausible deniability of having to be a conservative. Anyway, he put out a video 7 hours ago, and everyone's already dunking on him for it because it so clearly, like, indicates how, like, mad he is, called The Boys Season 4, How to Destroy Your Audience. For those that are unaware, The Boys is a very popular show, an adaptation of a comic book that is itself pretty progressive, but nowhere near as much as the show. But the show is basically just a adaptation of The Boys that acts primarily as a satire of the world of politics and media we exist in, where, like, in a way, celebrities are politicians and politicians are celebrities, and at the same time, we see, like, superhero content as very popular, so you mix all these things into a world where these things are all one and the same, where there are superheroes, quote-unquote, that are both celebrities and in the political world and trying to affect politics and manipulate the government. And you end up having a pretty good foundation for a really cool show parodying the current state of politics. Now, the creator of the show is Eric Kripke, who, if you know anything about his past projects, you know is quite progressive. I think he might be cringe on, like, Israel, Palestine and stuff. Like, he's very liberal on that issue. Like, he's a Zionist, I think. But, like, outside of that, he's very, very progressive and left-leaning, and the show kind of makes that very clear if you're not already, like, aware of the show at this point. And it's it's been very on the nose, like very on the nose. There is an episode in season 2 where a neckbeard guy wakes up from bed. He gets up, he puts on his glasses. He's not like a bad looking guy or anything. He's just got like the kind of classic neckbeard thing going. And he gets to his computer and you realize that he's a fan of Stormfront. That's right, her name is Stormfront, the electric-based superhero who is a right-wing public figure and personality. And it turns out ends up being a Nazi. Big surprise, her name's Stormfront. Yeah, it's the Nazi chick. And as the beginning of the episode goes on, he slowly gets radicalized by these podcasts and these clips of Stormfront and these articles about these alt-right articles and forum posts, until at the end of the episode intro, he takes a gun to a local supermarket and shoots a guy there, who is not white, by the way, because he believes he's a supervillain. He believes he's a terrorist with superpowers, which, like, the bot starts calling supervillains for the marketing. And it's literally, like, just outright parodying QAnon. And they've done this a lot, but it really feels like when the boys made fun of these things, it was like a couple years behind. You know what I mean? Like, in season 3, in Gen V, there is a line where one of the characters refers to PewDiePie as a Nazi. You would think that that would get every conservative up in arms, right? But the whole PewDiePie was a Nazi thing was so long ago. No one really cares. It's not. No one has that much of an emotional attachment to it. Like, none of the people who are saying subscribe to PewDiePie watch PewDiePie anymore, because that whole like meme's not happening at all. So it's just like no one cared. But this season of The Boys seems to have struck while the iron is hot, which is weird when you consider this season has been 2 years in the making. 2+ years. There are legitimately points in this season so far that feel like they were made to parody yesterday's political news headlines. I don't want to give examples and spoil things for people who aren't completely caught up on the newest season. We're only 4 episodes in. It is very good so far, though. And one thing that's really set off the right, what it feels like, is the topicality of what The Boys is criticizing this time around. Because while it's always criticized the right, it's always criticized the right of like a year or two ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago. Like those iconic things that happened like back in 2016, 17, 18. And it doesn't seem fresh in people's minds. It's not going to upset people, even on the right, when you criticize those things. But now, with the things that are specifically being criticized in Season 4 are currently so applicable to what's happening now, the right sees it as a direct attack. And so, they've finally gotten enough media comprehension to realize that The Boys has always been making fun of them. And sure enough, we've got content creators like The Critical Drinker coming out to call the show out. Now, for an idea of like how honest these figures are that are like shit-talking the show, I think this image does a really good job of getting across how dishonest these grifters are. I really love this image as like the perfect piece of like evidence of how much of a grifter The Critical Drinker is. So this is a look at his coverage of House of the Dragon. So this was his coverage of House of the Dragon, the same video, before the show came out. Drinkers Chasers, why nobody cares about House of the Dragon. Nobody cares narrative. Genuinely had no idea House of the Dragon had even started. There seems to be no buzz around it at all. This is because, famously, headlining, there was a black character in House of the Dragon, so it was getting canceled at the time. But then Rings of Power comes out, a way more woke show in their worldview, and there's already the base level of hate for anything new Lord of the Rings related. And so the narrative switches, especially because House of the Dragon ended up doing really well. HBO calls House of the Dragon its biggest premiere ever with nearly 10 million US viewers, and he changes the video title to Drinkers Chasers House of the Dragon Trailer Breakdown. When reality doesn't support your grift, you have to improvise. What a great image. What a great image, just breaking down like the grift that specifically The Critical Drinker, and many others, but he specifically engages in. I feel like I could like do a whole diatribe about how much of a dishonest piece of shit he is, but that alone really just gets the point across, I think. So let's see what he's mad about in this new season of The Boys.
One of the questions that comes up pretty regularly on Open Bar these days is, Drinker, you tough-talking, charismatic gunslinger with a dark past, when are you going to review The Boys Season 4? The Boys.
Now that's a name I've not heard.
Dude, you're a guy who gets borderline blackout drunk, so much so you're slurring your speech, and then you go and record an unscripted video and ramble for like 8 to 10 minutes. You're not cool. No one thinks you're cool. Does he think that people think he's cool? I don't even think his own fans buy the like I'm a cool alcoholic thing, you know? Guys, I need you to know, no adults think that being an alcoholic is cool. That's kind of what really insults me about this guy's whole brand, is that you know this is content for people who are under 21 years old, or probably under 18, because no one who is an adult and can drink thinks being a habitual drinker is cool. Like, I don't want to shit talk anybody, but I've got a buddy who just recently turned 21 and started drinking, and now he's constantly drinking because he can now and is doing it for fun. And he's like, oh, bro, I'm drunk again. It's like, okay, man, we get it. Yeah, you're tipsy. We get it. You know, like, he's that, This guy is that, but not someone who just turned 21, you know? But granted, I was like that when I started smoking weed, you know? Like, when I first smoked weed, I was like, oh, I'm so high right now. Yo, I'm so stoned. I was like that, like, all the time. Like, yo, do I look stoned right now? Because I'm pretty stoned right now. Yeah, everybody does that when they first start drinking or smoking weed or whatever. But this guy has, like, turned it into his brand. It's like... Does this guy not know that nobody above the age of 18 or 20 finds being a habitual drinker cool? Nobody finds being an alcoholic, like, nobody thinks that being an alcoholic, being part of your character and personality is cool.
You know, I used to be a real fan of that show, to the point where I actually gave the first season a Drinker Recommends award. And truly, what higher accolade can one bestow upon a work of art these days? Anyway, at a time when the superhero genre was already becoming kind of stale and played out, the boys came along to completely tear up the rulebook. Funny, violent, irreverent, and wickedly subversive, with a complex and well-written cast of heroes and villains, plus a whole lot of other characters in between, and a story that brutally skewered everything from fake corporate activism to our obsession with...
Did he just describe the boys in the most... wordy but without saying anything way possible? Like, he's being very vague about the show so far. Like, really good heroes and villains and people in between. I guess it's definitely true. There's a lot of characters you could say are, I guess, heroic in a way, though the show as it goes on kind of dissolves that and reveals that everybody has a bit of gray in them. Even the characters who are initially portrayed as the most well-to-do. Even the characters who are the most evil show weakness and signs of empathy. Arguably, Homelander has shown subtle signs of being a somewhat human, redeemable person in there, but he actively wants that part of him to die, so I don't think he'll be redeemed, nor do I think he should be. But, like, no, the show's definitely continued, if not gotten deeper. I don't know if that's, like, changed.
Celebrity culture, media manipulation, and cultural warfare. It was really everything you could look for in a show like this. I kind of checked out after season 3, partly because I was pretty burned out with superhero stories in general, even shows that subverted the genre, and partly because I could see the way The Boys was heading as a creative property. The complex, nuanced, and multifaceted characters were slowly morphing into simplified parodies of themselves. The central storyline was becoming trite.
Okay, so he's repeating the doesn't actually watch The Boys take. So, something that started happening around season 3 of The Boys was that the show had reached a level of popularity, and this happens with any popular thing on the internet, you'll notice. This isn't, like, unique to The Boys or anything. It's, like, any popular thing. And I even find myself accidentally falling into this tendency, and I find it kind of toxic, and I'm trying to pull myself out of it as a reaction. When something you don't care for or about gets really popular, and you can't stop hearing people talk about it, and you have no interest in getting involved and joining the bandwagon, you can't just ignore it. A lot of people just can't ignore it. They have to have an opinion. They either have to be a rock in the road that bandwagon's going to take, or they have to be on the bandwagon. They can't just ignore a popular thing that they don't care for. And so around season 3, when the show got really fucking popular, and people who didn't care about or for getting into the show couldn't escape discussion about it every time a new episode came out, the immediate counterculture of The Boys started to explode. And a really good example of the sort of, like, 1 IQ interpretation argument that I've seen is the idea that every season of The Boys is formulaic. That since season 2, we get a new villain who gets defeated by the end of the season, and then everything gets reset back to the beginning. And I don't know how you can believe this unless you're just not paying attention whenever there's not superheroes fighting on screen. Because consistently, as the show goes on, there is a very obvious boiling point that it's building up to, and I'm just going to outright say it, it's going to be the Oval Office is where the final battle's going to happen. Like, at the White House, in the Oval Office. The show's very political. It's where things go in the comic. It's spoilers, I guess. This is my theory. Very clear that, like, once the election that has been happening in the show ends, and presumably Robert Singer wins the presidency, that's when shit's going to go down. It's going to be in the Oval Office. That's where shit's going to go down. And it's where the comics ended, yeah. So, like, I believe, well, sort of where they ended. I believe that's where it's headed. And it seems very obvious that's where it's headed with all of the like election buildup, the fact that we've got characters such as Butcher who are headed towards death or might just have powers now. You'll have to watch the new episode to know what I mean by that. Like we're seeing pretty clear progress of like the overarching story. What people seem to be upset about is that each season new characters get introduced, and some of them are gone by the end of the next season, but not always. And that just makes me feel like, okay, I guess it's formulaic to introduce a new, interesting character that people like to see on screen every new season, so that it's not the same characters on screen every single season. I guess that's technically formulaic, but I'd argue the fact that new people are in the show every season, and you can look forward to, like, a new cavalcade of fucking weirdos being introduced, usually, like, ones you couldn't predict, I feel like that's a good thing, right? I thought that was to give the nobody is safe vibe. Maybe. It's hard to see where they're going with, like, Firecracker and Sister Sage. I think Sister Sage might be smart enough to stick around. And, of course, we already know that, like, Soldier Boy's staying around, so he's not even, like, out of the picture. And also, like, fucking Stormfront didn't even die in Season 2. Stormfront was in 2 episodes of Season 3. Stormfront was still a character that was around and affecting the story in Season 3 of the show after, like, the supposed defeat and thus no longer mattering of Season 2. You know, like... God, this is just the kind of take that got popular on Twitter with people who either A, haven't seen the show, or B, maybe watched it and just kind of paid attention a little. And they've kind of burned out of it.
Predictable, and the bitingly witty satire was becoming more overt and partisan with every season, parroting the same predictable talking points as every other Hollywood product. Basically, The Boys just wasn't cool or
There it is. The politics and satire got more partisan, meaning it got left-leaning. Or it got more obviously left-leaning. The politics haven't changed. The show has been as progressive as it's been from the beginning. What this guy interpreted as, like, calling out woke culture was the scene where Homelander forces Queen Maeve to come out as lesbian, quote-unquote, despite her being bi. And she says, I'm not lesbian, I'm bi, and I'm not dating that girl right now. She's my ex. And Homelander says, I don't care. You are dating her, and you are a lesbian. And you are going to go out there to that stage. You're going to tell the world you're with her and that you're a proud lesbian and the LGBT face of the 7. And she gets forced into pretending to be a lesbian when she's really bi, pretending to be in a relationship with her ex because Homelander forces her to, because the company, and Homelander as an extension, want the company to gain point increases with the more progressive consumer base. So yes, the show criticizes rainbow capitalism, but not in a right-wing way, in very much a left-wing way, where the reason it's bad is because they are forcing an LGBT character to identify as a different kind of LGBT than they really are for the sake of marketing. Because the company, and Homelander, well, Homelander only cares about torturing Maeve, while the company cares about getting a point increase with a certain demographic. And that's a lot of the show, is like basically strategizing what weird marketing thing they can do or troll campaign they can launch to cause even a percentage of an increase in the favorability for a given hero or for Vought in general. It's very, up until now, is making fun of rainbow capitalism in that way, but from the left, not from the right, and it never has made fun of it from the right.
Interesting anymore. It wasn't fighting the power, it was the power. It wasn't raging against the machine, it was part of it. What was once rebellious, subversive, and irreverent had become just another mouthpiece.
God, these guys. They really want to believe that being conservative is counterculture. It's not. It will never be. Conservatism is about moving things to the past. Counterculture will always be being so radically weird and against culture that you are pushing things towards the future. Like, in what universe is being counterculture wanting to take things back to the past? The people who are counterculture are the whiny, loud, progressive, blue-haired libs and leftists that are so radical that, like, college campuses are, like, kicking them out because they protest too much and shit. Like, that is considered counterculture. Being punk, actually punk, is considered counterculture. Punk movements don't allow Nazis or welcome people who are right-wing or homophobic. Like, that's not a thing that is welcome in the punk community. It's not. It's just, it isn't. Like, there's no punk counterculture conservatism. That's not real.
For the safe, corporatized, hollow, and performative activism that it once so brutally mocked. So I wasn't exactly brimming with excitement at the prospect of sacrificing another 8 hours of my increasingly limited lifespan for the new season. Frankly, I've got better things to do with my time. But hey.
Hey, guys, did you know he's an alcoholic and he drinks? Didn't you know he's an alcoholic and he drinks? Isn't that cool? Dude, he wears sunglasses inside and he drinks. Holy shit, dude. When did it ever mock leftists? It never did. It never mocked leftists. The problem here is that, well, actually, no. There is one bit that I really liked that low-key kind of mocks the left, but in a way that I like. In the newest episode, Sister Sage is, she's the smartest woman in the world, smartest person in the world, and she's organizing a plan to take down Starlight and her reputation. And she says that she's got their media team at VOT searching 4chan and other far-right fringe forums for memes and fringe conspiracy theories to push and inflate on Twitter and make trend. And so they made hashtag Starlight is a pedophile trend for right-wing Twitter and hashtag arrogant white feminism trend for lefty Twitter. So they do the right-wing psyop and the left-wing psyop. So the lefties on Twitter will go after Starlight saying that she's an arrogant white feminist, while the right-wingers will go after her calling her a pedophile. Wait, holy shit, I need to watch this show? Yeah, wait, War Penguin, are you not aware that this show is the most topical show in regards to modern politics ever? Like, yeah. So she pulls a shoe on head? I don't know what you are referring to there. I don't know what the connection is with that.
Hey, maybe they managed to turn things around. I mean, Stranger Things was drinking at the Last Chance Saloon for me after a disastrously bad Season 3, only for the showrunners to listen to fan complaints and come back with an absolute banger of Season 4. Maybe we...
I'm surprised that he liked Stranger Things Season 4. I guess there wasn't really a culture war around Season 4 of Stranger Things, so he just kind of covered it, like as you would. Just like, okay, I guess it's a popular thing I'll cover, but there was no culture war. I mean, yeah, Season 4 of Stranger Things went hard. Like, actually. I think me and Ethan and our friend group in Discord, we watched Season 1 of not Game of Thrones, of Stranger Things, but we're currently watching Game of Thrones, so when we finish that, we're going to resume Stranger Things, and then we got to watch the rest of Lost. Bro, we got so much shit to watch. God damn.
We'd actually get something similar here. So it was off to Rotten Tomatoes for me to check out the reviews. Not the critic reviews, of course, because nobody in their right mind gives a shit what those fucking shills have got to say about it.
So for those that don't know, if you ask Critical Drinker or any of these conservative pundits and like right-wing grifters online, there is no such thing as review bombing. There's a reason why they don't look at the Rotten Tomatoes or IMDb confirmed reviews from like actual reviewers or even people who consumed that media. Instead, it's like, let's look at the audience reviews, which can be posted by anybody who spends 2 seconds making an account, and there's no verification for if you actually watched that thing or not. And of course, we know how the right operates. Whenever something is bad and the culture war tells them it's bad, they know that they need to do their part and review bomb whatever thing needs to look like it's gone woke and failed. So, let's hear his argument about how the show is doing disastrously. Meanwhile, and I brought this up literally prepared for this false argument, I believed the false argument he's about to make. The right-wingers were claiming that The Boys saw a drastic decrease in ratings and views. And I believed it because, frankly, I didn't think to fact-check it, but then I did, just for the hell of it. I was like, you know what? Let me check to make sure that's true, because this new season goes pretty hard. I'd be surprised if people are actually that mad. Well, The Boys Season 4 viewership has already seen a 21% increase from Season 3, which was the last biggest season. Like Season 3 was the biggest season before Season 4 came, and now we've seen a 21% increase in viewership. Now, obviously, that doesn't mean that the reviews and the reception for Season 4 has been good overall. It's possible that a lot of the negative reviews are genuine. I don't think they are. I've quite enjoyed the season so far, and as far as social media is concerned, I have seen rave reviews for especially Homelander's scenes in the new episode. which everyone's basically been saying should win him Anthony Starr an award. I don't know. This just seems like a massive copium wave. Isn't it interesting how, like, exclusively conservatives just all of a sudden flipped on this show with this new season? Do you want to know why that is? Do you genuinely want to know what I think this season did that set them off the most? One of the main characters, Frenchie, when we first encounter him, is in a polyamorous relationship with a man and a woman. However, we never see him, like, making out with or having sex with said guy, right? Just with his girlfriend. However, in the newest season, he gets into a relationship with a guy that, let's just say, he has a complicated history with. It's fucked. But he gets into a questionable relationship with him, and they, like, make out and have, like, fairly graphic, like, affectionate scenes together. And it happens a few times in the first 4 episodes of the season so far. I genuinely believe, much like The Last of Us show's episode 2, which was overwhelmingly well received, but meanwhile the right had to lose their minds over it online and pretend that everybody hated it because of the, like, explicit pro-gay messaging and stuff. I think that's a big part of it. I've yet to see a single person complain about the new season and not bring up Frenchie, quote-unquote, being gay all of a sudden, despite the fact that when we first meet him, he is in a polyamorous relationship with a guy and a woman because he is, like, explicitly bisexual or pan.
Anything anymore. I'm talking about the audience reviews, which is the only semi-reliable barometer for quality these days, and I mean, the audience scores have been great.
I really do love the fact that even with a massive right-wing hate campaign of mass like one-starring, it's still at 51%. Like, they couldn't get it below 50% with their review bombing because there's so many positive reviews for the show. Mind you, review bias is a famously very common thing. While I don't really trust reviews that are 5 to 1 stars, or 5 stars or 1 stars, because rarely does anything deserve either that much hate or that much praise, I will say that there's worth acknowledging a bias. That when people review something, and obviously this was review bombed, I know, but, like, assuming it wasn't, when people review something, that's kind of an extra step to take. Like, the average person doesn't watch a show and then leave a review for it on, like, a separate website. To do that, you've got to really, really fucking care. Which means you probably either hated the fuck out of that movie and want other people to know how much you hated it, or show, or you loved it and desperately want to just be a drop in the bucket that helps to get more people to watch the movie, potentially. Or the show. And so that bias exists for sure, but when something is almost exclusively, like, when the negative reviews for something are almost exclusively 1 stars, which is the case for The Boys Season 4, that's not people actually having a problem and fairly rating the new season. That's a review bomb campaign. And of course, these people do not believe in review bombing. They don't believe it exists. They pretty much encourage it. It's why he's showing the Rotten Tomatoes page, is so that his fans know to make their accounts and go review bomb it more. But, like, they'll pretend like review bombing doesn't exist. Like, what do you mean review bombing? There's no such thing as review bombing. It's just people leaving their opinions. You just don't agree with their opinions. You're just mad that people don't like the show anymore. If the show is actually getting a 51% on Rotten Tomatoes, do you think it would be getting a 21% increase in viewership compared to Season 3, which was the last world record in viewership for the show? Like,
I mean, the audience scores have been gradually declining from an all-time high of 90% in Season 1 to 75% by Season 3, but that's kind of in line with most shows, to be fair. But there's no denying that Season 4 absolutely fell off a cliff. Good lord, I don't think I've seen a fanbase turn so hard on any show since Game of Thrones. Look through the reviews and you'll see page after page of
self-congratulating mess, which is all the subtlety of a cat in heat claiming to be the noble rebellion. It holds all power and privilege that Hollywood loves to browbeat its audience with these days. Old hat and new kicks. Literally, that is the most pretentious thing I have ever read. A self-congratulating mess. A self-congratulating mess, which is all the subtlety of a cat in heat. Claiming to be the noble rebellion. It holds all the power and privilege that Hollywood loves to browbeat its audience with these days. Old hat and new tricks. What do you think the political motivations are of the person who left this half-star review?
Absolutely brutal write-up.
Oh, why'd you fade that next that next result's out. So disappointed that the show has gone down in quality writing. I really enjoyed the first 2 seasons, but season 3 was weaker. I had hoped they would turn it around, but season plunged off a cliff. It's not...
Absolutely brutal, right?
Oh, well, they cut out. Boring, not light enough like the first season. I like action, not make me laugh too. Why would he show a review that looks like it was written by an AI bot or someone who doesn't know how to type or speak English?
Right, Tops. I'll say...
While previous seasons would take a jab at both sides of the aisle, and then the right-wing comment.
Basically the same thing. The general...
Disappointed, awful. Seems like the writers spent the last month just scrolling Twitter instead of trying to make a good show because this seems more like a leftist Twitter rant. Yeah, okay. He can't even hide the fact that these are conservatives review bombing the show when showing the reviews. Because remember, the way he talks and expresses his right-wing politics is as if they are not politics. He would make you believe, or have you believe, that his politics are apolitical, that he is apolitical, and it is the left that is forcing you to be political or making things political.
Consensus is that the show seems to have sacrificed writing quality and smart characterization in favor of simplistic shock value and cheap political point scoring. In short, the writers have become more interested in getting their own personal ideology across and owning the chuds, rather than actually telling a good story. And well, that sort of strategy never really pays off. Naturally, I was curious to get the other side of the story, so I took a look at a recent interview with showrunner Eric Kripke in The Hollywood Reporter, and he had this to say about accusations that the show had become too partisan. I clearly have a perspective, and I'm not shy about putting that perspective in the show. Anyone who wants to call the show woke or whatever, that's okay. Go watch something else. But I'm certainly not going to pull any punches or apologise for what we're doing. Some people who watch it think Homelander is the hero. What do you say to that? The show's many things. Subtle isn't one of them. So if that's the message you're getting from it, I just throw up my hands. You know, why do I feel like this is rapidly...
I love that, by the way, how that quote was the most... Stay mad. I have the freedom to like make whatever media I want to make. Stop bitching about it. Like let people make what they want to make. The argument they used to use back in the day. And his response is like, oh my gosh, that's so cringe. And it's like, what? That he said he's not going to like get bitched at into changing the show because people are like mad about its politics, a very small portion of people. And you know what he's about to respond with? Because Eric Kripke said, go watch something else. Critical Drinker's going to say, well, they are watching something else. Look at these reviews. And meanwhile... Oh, wait, I already closed it. Meanwhile, Season 4 has seen a 21% increase in viewership.
Becoming a tale as old as time. A show gets popular and goes mainstream, the writers get a little too overconfident and think they can use it as a platform for their own personal hang-ups, the fans start to push back against them, and instead of taking that criticism on board and responding in a constructive...
This is a fantasy.
...manner, they just say, fuck it, go watch something else, you dicks. Kinda reminds me of this idiot who did her level best to tank the American comic book industry, and then had the balls to berate her own customers for not loving what she was doing.
And if you don't like my politics, don't buy my book.
I was me told. You girls enjoy yourself.
It's the entertainment equivalent of that asshole kid who takes his ball and flounces off home because everyone else won't play the game the way he wants them to. It's this...
You are literally arguing that the media is bad and should be punished with non-existence because it doesn't agree with your politics. And you are accusing the showrunners of saying, I'm going to make the show I want to make. And if my politics have an effect on it, then oh well. What is this logic? Could you imagine if a progressive used this line of logic to argue why a game should be made more woke and should have more inclusivity in it? Could you fucking imagine?
Weird narcissistic sense of entitlement amongst creatives these days that everyone should just unconditionally support and agree with you because you're such a paragon of wisdom that there's no possibility you could ever be wrong about anything.
For those that wonder why he's very against creatives, as he says, the Critical Drinker is anti-art. He's big time pro AI and like AI art generation and stuff. And like I think he's an NFT bro as well. So he's like literally against the concept of art and artists. Like he doesn't actually know how to interpret media or to review it. He's not actually a media reviewer. He is just a failed sort of YouTube drunken rambler who's got the accent and the willpower to upload frequently enough and manipulate the SEO and algorithm enough to do well on YouTube and to pay for seemingly a massive rack of liquor that I'm sure is currently poisoning his liver and his pancreas into a pickled state. I'm sure that in the next 15 to 10 years, we'll get to hear fantastic stories about the Critical Drinker getting wet brain. For those of you guys that don't know, it is possible if you drink too much for your brain to start to degenerate, to the extent of like early onset dementia in like your 30s, 40s, and 50s, like really early in life. And if Critical Drinker drinks anywhere near as much as he pretends like he drinks, I mean, we can probably expect that like serious medical issues from all this drinking pretty soon, unless it's literally like a fake character and he doesn't drink that much. But I mean, he sounds drunk, so.
The problem, Eric, is that other people don't always think exactly the same way we do. They don't always share our beliefs, parrot our opinions, mirror our viewpoints on every topic. And that's okay, because people are allowed to have different points of view.
So you gotta make everything completely unpolitical.
A smart, humble, and creative writer finds ways to bridge the gap between all these different groups through the unifying concept of good storytelling. A bad writer, on the other hand, tries to hammer home his opinions on his audience with sheer brute force, and then gets...
A bad writer tries to hammer his opinions on the artist or on the reader with, or viewer, reader, whatever it is, with sheer force. What? Could you imagine if you applied that standard to, say, Tolkien? Like, was Tolkien a bad writer because he just hammers you on the head with the idea that, like, cutting down trees and destroying nature is evil and arguably inhuman? Like it is what, like, monsters do, like actual monstrous, warped by the devil creatures do? Like, was that a little too on the nose? Is Tolkien a bad writer because he literally hammers you in the head with his environmentalist beliefs? Or was that subtle and good storytelling because it's an old thing that everyone likes and you can't, like, get people on board with criticizing it these days? Because I think that's probably what it is. I really like this one post that kind of explains why some things get the pass for being woke with these people. And a lot of it is, well, there's a few things. There is a few things. So, So this person posted, in my personal opinion, Disney did a better job with diversity when they weren't even trying. And then, like, some characters from old Disney movies. Weren't even trying, quote unquote. Nah, you're using nostalgia via depictions from when you were too young and or before decided to be actively racist. If these were made today, you'd review bomb and call it forced diversity. And of course, yeah, it's got a lot of likes and stuff, including from me, because it's very true. A lot of these people will give the pass to things like Alien and older content that's, like, well established in our culture, even though it's, like, one-to-one, like, you couldn't make it today. Like, for those that don't know, Who's seen Return of the King? Lord of the Rings, Return of the King. The scene in the Battle of Pelennor Fields where, actually, no, better example. Nope, better example. Arwen in Fellowship of the Ring, when she saves Frodo and takes him to Rivendell. That wasn't Arwen in the book. That was not Arwen in the book. In fact, the character who did that is completely cut from the movies and is a fucking badass and is male, by the way. So they literally, the joke back then was, what was the meme? There was like a meme for this, like a name. It was Arwen Warrior Princess was the name for it. That's like what the back then culture war chuds said about it. Because they were mad that Arwen was written to take the place of a male character and made to be this, like, badass hero who saves Frodo, the male protagonist, and she saves the day, and she's a badass warrior princess and stuff. That doesn't happen in the book. That does not happen in the Fellowship of the Ring book. And that was a complete Peter Jackson remix. You could not pull that off today without everybody who now says, like, these movies are the best. Yes, it was, G. I don't want to spoil things for people who haven't read the books, because, like, reading the books after watching the movies and seeing how much is different is such a fun experience, you know? Like, I remember I watched the movies when I was a kid, and then I finally got my hands on the books, and then, like, 4 pages, maybe 5 pages into the Fellowship of the Ring, I'm like, whoa. This is, like, the same story, but a lot more is here. Like, a lot more is here. And then by the time we get to the point where it's like, ah, yes, then 19 years passed as Gandalf was out trying to figure out if the ring was the ring. It's like, holy shit, there's a lot that was cut out. Yeah, I don't want to spoil too much, though. I'll stop there. But regardless, they'll criticize or they won't criticize these things or even know about them or bring them up because they don't care, and it's not like a current culture war thing. But if it's something that happened today, you couldn't get away with it.
Angry and resentful when they push back against it. I'll let you decide which one you used to be and which one you are now. Also, it's interesting watching the discourse around the boys on social media, which I can best summarise as, the boys used to be smart and fun, now it's all about pushing politics and nothing else.
Yeah, that is the take of somebody who believed that The Boys was a conservative show where Homelander was the good guy until Frenchie had gay sex on screen, and now they're mad at the show because they can't really argue that anymore.
Cry harder, chuds. Don't you know this show was always making fun of people like you?
Is he showing this because the vampire is gay? This is the vampire dude Lestat from Interview with a Vampire, right? Is he showing like the like wearing frilly shit gay vampire man because this is how he depicts like progressives, I guess, as like gay vampires? Twilight? I thought this was from Interview with a Vampire. I don't know. Listen, I don't follow your gay vampire stuff, but I imagine many of you guys do.
Sheer fucking hubris.
Okay, let's get this over with. Yes, most people with functioning brain cells knew exactly what this show was and where its political sympathies lay. Nobody in their right mind looked at Homelander as a misunderstood hero that represented...
Ah, there it is. Oh, we're pretending like no one in their right mind, the implication being no one, was looking at Homelander and saw him as a hero. But he didn't exactly say that. He said no one in their right mind. The implication being if anyone does, they're a very small and insignificant portion of... No. Homelander has his own fan base of people who unironically love and support him and thinks that he's based and the hero. And whenever Homelander is said to be the villain or implied to be the villain too heavily by the show, they get mad as if it's like a retcon. Like, bro's coping at the fact that one of the most like memed and joked about things about The Boys fandom is that there are conservatives that watch the show and don't realize that the show's making fun of them. It's a Twilight character? My bad. I don't know these shows and movies and shit, okay? Gay vampires, all right? Who cares?
The voice of the masses.
That was the point, is that he depicts the LGBT people, like the progressives, as gay vampires.
Nobody looked at Stormfront and thought, you know what? She's got a point there. Nobody clapped and...
What? Are you sure about that? Because she's named after Stormfront, the most popular neo-Nazi blog site in the world. And on top of that, her line, her like iconic line, is people agree with everything I have to say, they just don't like the word Nazi. That's literally like her most iconic line. Like, what?
You know what? She's got a point there. Nobody clapped and cheered when the Deep forced himself on Starlight, and it's complete gaslighting to suggest otherwise. The show was never particularly subtle about its...
For one, a very, like, strong position to hold there. Yeah, there are totally no people out there who cheer at the idea of a woman being sexually assaulted. Certainly not on the right. That never happens. No one on the right thinks that women shouldn't have full ability to consent and, full agency of whether or not they have sex with a guy. No, conservatives famously love consent. They love consent, conservatives do. As you know, conservatives are famously constantly talking about how it's good to teach children about consent, so they know that if someone touches them or does something that they're not cool with, that they need to go talk to an adult about it, and that they shouldn't do anything to anyone that they don't like because that's violating their consent. Conservatives are always talking about how important that is and how we need to teach kids about that. Oh, wait, no. They want to execute teachers that want to teach kids about consent. I forgot. They literally want to execute those teachers via state punishment, like in an electric chair or something. Well, actually, no, they want to use gas chambers in most of these red states for executions now. They want to use the that like gas mixture that like I forget what it is. It's like John Oliver actually covered it recently, and the reports of what it's like to breathe in the stuff is apparently like fire burning you from the inside out. And so, yeah, the Republican states are heavily pushing for the gas torture executions, and they've been doing them already, like in a couple of red states. And those are the same states where they are pushing to make being LGBT in public, any form of LGBT like PDA or anything like that, or being like trans in front of a kid count as a death penalty worthy sex crime against a child, right?
Politics or what it expected its audience to take from it. The difference, though, is that for the first couple of seasons at least, it was actually fun and entertaining because the creative focus was still on the story and characters. And believe it or not, people can
In the newest episode, a guy gets his dick lasered off.
Be surprisingly receptive to your political ideas when they're smartly presented and wrapped up inside an entertaining product. People can empathize with characters that embody ideas they don't normally support, as long as those characters are well written and likable. People are even capable of laughing at themselves when you point out the more absurd or extreme elements of their worldview, provided you do it in a way that's actually funny and
it's fun. It's funny that he got his dick lasered off, to be fair, because the guy was like a child abusing, probably pedophilic weirdo creep. Like, if you've seen the episode I'm referring to, the vibe I got from that guy was that, like, fuck Homelander. Like, don't get me wrong, he's awful. But the people in that building that, like, experimented on him when he was a child got what was coming to him, I think. Like, within the realm of the show, like, of all the murders Homelander has committed, that seems like probably the most, like, you know, they tortured you your entire childhood, you went back and you got revenge. That's like the most, like, you've literally murdered just innocent people before. That's not even close to the same level. But he really goes crazy there. It was wild. Yeah, they're pretty much responsible for Homelander being who he is. So, like, they kind of really have it coming. You know, it's kind of fitting. They got the worst fucking death of anybody that Homelander has killed. Were the people in that building. But the guy that Homelander lasers the dick off of, I got the impression that he was like kind of pedophilic and creepy with Homelander when he was a kid. Like, that's kind of the vibe I got. Like, obviously, that's not explicit, but it kind of felt like Homelander was certainly, like, violated in a more deep way by what that guy did. And, like, that guy had it coming, I think. They were the culprits, yeah. God, that new episode was so good. They need to give Anthony Starr, like, an award for it.
insightful. In each of these cases, though, the primary focus should always be on
Oh, yeah, I should also mention, I guess I'm getting a bit into spoiler territory here. I'll admit, I was a little let down by the first 3 episodes of the season, because by season 3, episode 3, shit was really moving. Like, it was obvious where the season was going, and it was getting hype, right? This season, though, it took until yesterday night's episode for us to get to the point where I feel like, holy shit, now I see where things are going and I'm hyped. If you've seen the ending of the newest episode, in particular, like that big... Well, actually, no, there's a few big twists at the end, so I have to be a little more specific. The twist with Butcher, to be more specific, that goes hard. And then the twist with Huey and his dad, I'm really excited to see what happens there. Holy shit. Oh my gosh, I can't wait to see what happens with Huey's dad. Oh, dude, that's gonna be weird and interesting and cool. I really hope he ends up being, like... I can't say any more without spoiling it, but yeah. It really feels like it took about 4 episodes for shit to really start rolling fast for this season, which I guess is definitely, like, a valid criticism. But now that shit's moving, there's not really many people outside of, like, right-wing crazy chuds like this guy and grifters complaining about the show at the moment. In fact, like I showed you before, its viewership is going up by quite a lot.
Entertaining your audience instead of lecturing or pandering to them, and I think this is where the boys has finally come unstuck. The more strident and blatant your messaging becomes, the less entertained people are going to be, and the more of your audience you end up pushing away. Instead of uniting them with entertainment, you end up dividing and alienating.
This hasn't happened. The show continues to grow. It's gained an extra quarter of its entire audience it had in season 3, just with the premiere of season 4.
Them with politics.
Or sorry, with episode 4 of season 4. So, like, that's after the premiere of the first 3 episodes. A week later, then episode 4 comes out. Still, about a quarter more people have, like, started watching.
And well, I hope it was all worth it, Eric. I hope it was worth tanking your franchise, tarnishing your legacy, and turning your own customers against you, all for the sake of some cheap political theater that's going to be forgotten as soon as your show's...
I really love how it's like... It's like he's giving the, like, obituary to a show that's about to get canceled and fall off, and it's like 21% increase on viewership compared to season 3. It's like, okay. Yeah, the show's really fallen off, man. It's this show I don't think really ever had a significant conservative audience, to be honest. To be fair, conservatives don't really make up a large proportion of people. And this show has a lot of international popularity, so I feel like it's pretty unlikely that even the right-wingers dropping off the the show isn't going to have much of a perceptible impact.
It was over. I hope all those pats on the back that you and your fellow writers have given yourselves make you feel better.
He doesn't even show any scenes of people lecturing on politics. Drinker's such a hack. Oh, no. There's actually a really good video that breaks this down. I'll show a little bit of it. Pillar of Garbage, How They Lie to You. I really like
willfully
this.
misrepresenting.
No, not this one. There's another that's really good he put out recently that explains how they warp the things they cover. Yeah, here it is. I really love this video, dude. Oh, I'm gonna show as much of it as I can because we've already covered this. Like I've watched this on stream before, so I'm just gonna show like the opening bit of this video that like explains some of the fundamental things that these chuds do when they make these videos covering whatever they cover, and how they subtly encourage their audience to not give a chance to whatever it is they're covering. They encourage them to take the opinion the video has given them for their own and to run with it and never give that media a chance. Let's watch.
A new year, a new Marvel show, and so a new bunch of anti-fan nonsense, tailored to get your clicks and get you angry.
I guess 2024 is going to be more of the same.
Viewer, I'd like to take you on a short journey through the new Echo show's release discourse, through Agatha Christie, and back around to the way we get tricked by the impression of knowledge. So, the first episode of the new Marvel show Echo contains a scene where anti-hero protagonist Maya faces off against fan-favorite character Daredevil.
It's a pretty cool looking
I can't show you
fight.
the whole thing, not properly, not with the full range of sound and vision intact for copyright reasons, but I think that chunk was pretty representative. I watched that episode with breakfast this morning. The plan was then to get back to editing what was supposed to be my first video of the year, a piece about YouTube and AI. It's going to be a doozy, but after seeing that episode, I couldn't. Something was nagging at me. And then it hit me. See, I had a little break over the festive period, I wasn't as online, and therefore developments in the YouTube griftosphere passed me by a bit more than they tend to. But I suddenly recalled I'd seen something about a backlash to this scene, which was weird, because nothing about it had jumped out to me while watching. I thought it was pretty solid, not groundbreaking, but a good reintroduction for everyone's favorite Catholic Guild lawyer guy. In case you don't believe me, here's the notes I took for episode 1. There is some criticism there, but for the Daredevil section, I just wrote, let's fucking go. So what was that section of the internet's problem here? Turns out a potato-quality version of this fight had surfaced a week or so before the show was due to drop, and was doing the...
Isn't that convenient? How, like, a lot of the things that are, like, it's always, like, a version of a thing leaks. This happened with The Last of Us 2, where, like, the Joel... I mean, this is so well known, I'm just going to spoil it. Joel getting killed was leaked and, like, super low quality and, like, really out of context weeks before the game came out, and everyone had time to, like, scream and cry and get mad about it before the game actually came out. So by the time the game actually came out, everybody pretty much decided they were mad and hated it before it even released. And of course it still did really well, and it's got like a massive fan base, and it didn't actually do badly or have like a lot of pushback. But like I almost feel like that phenomenon almost guarantees that people make up their minds and they will never change it after that fact. Like if the first thing people see is like a grainy, no sound leak of something, they're going to make their opinion based off of that, and it will never change, even when they see the like full thing, and it's a completely different story. So let's watch.
Rounds on Twitter. Some people liked it, some people didn't, and a bunch of the usual suspects churned content from the story with an entirely predictable spin. We've talked about these two guys before on the channel, so let's start over here. In case you're lucky enough not to have seen his stuff before, Ryan Cannell is a streaming regular with all this lot: Friday Night Tights, your Star Wars theory guys, and Mauler. And on his own channel is one of those guys that finds something culture war adjacent, hits record, gives you the buzzword medley for a few minutes, and uploads the result 2 or 3 times per day. This video starts out with the requisite anti-woke discourse markers.
We're only a week away from Marvel's first disaster of the year, and that is the Echo series. Kevin Feige, after all the virtue signaling for woke Marvel about how much we need to include Maya Lopez's character because she's a woman, she's indigenous, she's an amputee, and of course, she's deaf.
Before doing one of my favorite chud bingo things, contorting a thoroughly normal event into sinister evidence of woke doom.
But they really are desperate to get a little bit of attention, so they dropped a new teaser for it.
Oh, Marvel dropped a new teaser for an upcoming show? God forbid. But the video is centered around 2 things: a prolonged, incredulous reaction to the fact that fight scenes don't look as good when they're playing at 240p at 1/10 speed and without proper audio, and then an attempt to prove everyone else hated this too. Brian cites these articles from Dexerto.
Actually, here, this is a really good bit, but all right, I'm gonna skip ahead to, let's see. Okay, is this it? I think this is it. I really like this bit.
No, I think all it is that their favorite little trick's been done for them. It's a freebie. It's been pointed out plenty, often by the guys over at the Fandom Initiative, that a staple tool in the "this media is woke and bad" toolkit is showing low-quality footage, often slowed, often audio replaced, while making complaints. It's
Do you guys remember when we watched Rings of Power and we watched this scene and you guys were like, wait, this goes hard, but why were Chuds complaining about this show? And it's like, well, because when we were watching this scene, I was like, well, most of the time, all people have seen of this scene is like what you're seeing in the background now, which comes from a right-wing video taking it apart, which is a zoomed in, slowed down or sped up 240p version of the clip, where like only a fourth or a third of the screen is actually there because it's so zoomed
initiative
in.
That a staple tool in the "this media is woke and bad" toolkit is...
Wow, it almost looks pretty bad when you do all this to that video, this is not like done by Pillar of Garbage. This is from a Rings of Power hate video. This is the footage of the show they show in Rings of Power hate videos because the show is so visually stunning. You can't just show the show being that pretty, because that's appealing in and of itself. So when you're trying to push a narrative, you have to remove the beauty of the show as well. Yeah, you gotta make it look like it was recorded with hypercam.
Showing low-quality footage, often slowed, often audio replaced, while making complaints. It's convince audience thing is shit on easy mode, because when you distort a piece of TV, when you pull apart all those strands that come together to lift a viewer into belief, when you separate them out, pull a microscope on them, yeah, the illusion gets broken. It looks fake, no shit. If you repeat and boost the squeaky pedal in Since I've Been Loving You, that's gonna sound like a mess too. But obviously, it isn't really. But yeah, this one's a freebie. These guys don't even have to make the edit themselves. They can just press play, react, and compare it unfavorably to the Netflix Daredevil sequences it's calling back to. So, I tell you what, let's you and I rewatch that first hallway fight scene, but let's do it in the same way these guys are watching this one.
I love how he does this here. This is how easy it is to do this, by the way. Desaturate it.
Hey guys, Anti-Woke Warrior 906, back at it with more content, trying to take down the woke Marvel menace. Let's do a little react. Let's do some react video to the Netflix's woke Daredevil. Whoa, what? You trying to sell me on that? This is just dog shit, isn't it? I can't believe Netflix is trying to ruin our male hero characters. What was that? Hey, yeah, don't forget to give me super thanks and give me loads of money so I can keep the fight up against the woke Marvel menace. You know, I think it just...
I really, really love Pillar of Garbage, dude. You need to go sub the Pillar of Garbage if you haven't already. In fact, here's a link. Here's a link to Pillar of Garbage's very video here that you should like and comment on and subscribe and kiss his toes or whatever. I don't know, whatever he wants you to do. Anyway, there's a link. Go send support. I love Pillar of Garbage's stuff, and obviously dunking on the critical drinker, or the sad alcoholic, as I think we should call him from now on, is always a good time. It's always fun. He's one of the most dishonest and unfortunately popular content creators pushing this grift. Anyway, though, if you enjoyed this segment, I really do appreciate you watching. Consider dropping a like if you enjoyed it. It really helps a lot. Every single thumbs up goes a really long way to boost my streams, my videos, my VODs, everything. It really helps. And I've noticed that you guys have really been doing that lately. Like a lot of likes, a lot of comments. It's really helped a lot, so thank you for those. Your comments are very appreciated, as are your subs and your bell icon rings. Thank you, guys. Don't forget to follow my social medias, linked down below in the description if you haven't already, including joining my fan Discord. It's totally free, and it's the main hub of my fan base. I host events there, like game events, call-in streams, watch parties, and I announce all my uploads and streams there, so you won't miss anything. So make sure to join if you haven't already. And of course, if you want to support me financially and you haven't done so yet and you feel like it, consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live. It helps to keep food in my belly, a roof over my head, and I'm saving up to do some content involving raising quail soon. And I really do want to get that going soon. So if you guys are able to, lend a coin to your streamer, I really do appreciate it. And of course, you can also support me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, and stream, like my merch store through Streamlabs as well. But with that said, if you haven't already, just thank you so much for your engagement, regardless of whether or not you have. I do appreciate you watching. Thank you so much, and have a good one. Hell yeah. What'd you guys think of that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. That was a fun one. I always love talking about, like, the media grift content. It's always good. It's always fun. God, getting a new scroll. Like, having a new scroll that I'm using and only being able to use, like, the top bit of the paper. Always so frustrating. Hey, Heavy Griddle. What's up? Good to see ya. You've only missed 4 segments so far. I've still got 2 more planned for the day. But don't you guys worry. I'm going to be streaming tomorrow as well. So for those of you guys that don't know, the reason I haven't been streaming as much the last week is because of Final Fantasy XIV. Actually, it's like 2 weeks. I've been playing the fuck out of Shadowbringers and Endwalker, but I finally beat it the other night. Yesterday, I was not feeling well. I was going to stream, but I just wasn't feeling great, so I decided to go live today instead. But the new expansion doesn't come out for about 4 days. 3 days if you don't count today. So for the next 3 or 4 days until the new expansion comes out, I'm just going to stream each day. I want to get like a ton of content out, especially so I can maybe take 2 days off when the expansion drops, you know? Yeah, it comes out on Friday, so I'm just going to be streaming each day till Friday when the new expansion comes out, most likely. Might take a day off in between, but we'll see. I started watching The Boys. It is really good. The first episode was kind of boring, but the next couple episodes are like spy thriller, and I like that. Yeah, it's really good. The show gets continuously better as it goes. I'm surprised I didn't like episode 1, but I mean, I guess it's a little slower paced compared to where things go. So I guess if you've had praise for episode or like the more recent seasons, you'd be surprised at how much slower paced and chill season 1 is compared to the next 3 seasons. Oh, alrighty. I'll be right back, chat. I'm gonna use the restroom really quick, and I will be right back, so don't go anywhere, okay? Because I'm not. Right then. I'm back. What's going on? It's good to see you guys. God, that Monster Energy's got me borping. It's got me borping, but I'm awake. I'm awake and I'm here. Yeah, I'm back. I'm back, chat. I'm playing Dredge right now, and I just saw a Ghost Ship 10 out of 10 game. Cool. What if instead of Xander Hall, it was Xander Freaky, and instead of criticizing conservatives, he freaked them? Yeah, they can't match my freak, okay? They just can't. They can't match my freak these days. No one can match my freak. I go hard. Alright, actually no, I think I got one more topic for us today. I'm gonna save this one for tomorrow. Since I am streaming like 5 days in a row, I should probably save some stuff for the next stream. Yeah, I got one more on the list for today, before we wrap things up. And I think I'll chill out for a little while after the last segment, just to hang out with chat for a little while. If Xander Hall had a moving company, would it be Xander Hall? Ha ha. Ha ha. Xander's gonna start a Rule 34 arc if he turns to Xander Freak. I'm sure someone's made Rule 34 of me, right? Like, that's got to exist. I should Google it. Maybe I shouldn't. I don't know if I want to know if that incognito hazard exists. Not yet. Not yet. Don't. Someone needs to do it. Someone needs to get to work. Come on. I got artists in my audience. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you, fake fans? What do you not like my content? Hmm? 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 Yeah, it's the timeline where I'm a gooner. Alright. Wait, real? Okay, so Twitter's actually, like, removing tweets from my likes. Like, unironically. I deliberately, and, like, I have the memory 100 billion trillion % liking the tweet in preparation for talking about it on stream today, and now it's gone from my likes. That's definitely Elon. Just, the website's just breaking. There's no way my likes are this sparse, now that I think about it. Yeah, a ton of my likes are missing, now that I think about it. I've liked way more posts than this. What the fuck? What the fuck? At least one relevant tweet is still here, but Jesus, no. Like, actually, a lot of my likes as I scroll are not here, because I know how often I like posts. No, Twitter likes still exist. You can still see your own likes. It's just you can't see other people's likes. But I'm looking through my likes, and a shit ton of stuff is gone. An Elon fan hacked my friend's Instagram. It was really funny. Yeah, a lot of, like, tech bro hack stuff. Like, if your account gets hacked and like, taken, it'll become, like, a NFT scam Elon shit. That's actually, like, disgusting. Like, genuinely fucking disgusting. Fuck Elon. Genuinely. Alright. With all that said, thank you all for coming. Let us begin the next segment. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Well, guys, it seems that one of the biggest questions of our time on this planet may have finally been answered if these allegations end up being true. How many of you are familiar with Dr. Disrespect, a streamer who was, who famously cheated on his wife, I believe twice, or was it just the fact that he had the two of wives, I think it was, yeah. So it's just, he cheated on his wife, and so people called him the two-time, and they joked about how cool of a guy he is because he cheated on his wife, and he did, like, an apology where he was, like, crying and stuff. Well, after that point, he ended, like a year or so later, he's live streaming, and he gets banned out of nowhere. Mind you, this guy, Dr. Disrespect at the time, was, like, one of the streamers, like one of the biggest streamers there was, especially in the space of gaming, right? Like, he's big. He even recently got a Call of Duty skin in the new COD game. He's a big streamer, which makes the... No, I'm not gonna make the joke. Anyway, yeah, so basically, Dr. Disrespect, big streamer back then, and all of a sudden he gets banned. Just out of nowhere, he gets banned. And this is a big streamer, like a huge streamer. And so for Twitch to just ban him permanently and not give a reason for it, and for seemingly Dr. Disrespect to not know or give a reason for it, is weird. It's really, really weird. Now, a few people over the years made hints about whatever he did being really bad. That for this to have happened, he had to have done something really, really bad for it to have been like an off-platform permaban to begin with. And then on top of that, the fact that it's so secretive adds a whole extra layer to whatever he did was really bad. That was the consensus. Nobody knew exactly what he did, but whatever he did to get that ban had to have been fucking bad for Twitch to have just silently dropped a permaban on such a big streamer. Now, to get an idea of like why people thought it was so fishy as well, like that maybe Doc knows why, and he's just not saying, and that's why it's probably something so bad, was looking back at the last few moments of Dr. Disrespect's last stream on Twitch. It's just really weird. Let's go ahead and watch.
Whether some of the stuff is not true or not, whatever. I think the whole goal though is...
This is a couple years ago.
Wake up!
Years ago. Now, he's acting weird even for him right now, to be clear.
I actually bought the, Mrs. Assassin bought the book, actually, not me. I shouldn't take the credit. She's staring at me right now with a blade saying, I did. Bought his book, too. Things like this thick. I'm gonna read it, though. Tomorrow, will you be playing Roblox Hide and Seek Extreme?
So if you're wondering why he looks like this and why he's like this, the idea is that he's playing sort of a a Larry the Cable Guy type character. Good point, Bazooka Horse. Where it's like the whole like the shades, the mustache, the like 80s synth aesthetic, the fake hair, like mullet wig thing he's got going on. The whole idea is that he's like playing a really over the top character, which to be fair was definitely a good gimmick. Like it's a good gimmick. It's solid, you know, it's effective. But I should clarify, we've already got reason to dislike this guy. I've got my biases. He's since gone out on the whole like anti-gay people because he thinks they're groomers arc, where he talked about how LGBT people need to be kept away from kids and kids shouldn't know that gay people or trans people exist and gay people are groomers and stuff. He's gone on that entire arc. He streams on Kick now. He's quite big there. And so obviously his politics have gotten a lot more conservative. But an ex-Twitch employee recently, as in like 2 days ago, came out and said the reason that Doc got banned was because Twitch found out that through the built-in Twitch messaging service, which, funnily enough, was removed, I believe, shortly after Doc's ban, interesting, that he was messaging an underage girl, sexual stuff, through that, like, Twitch direct messenger, and that Twitch found out and banned him for that, and that it was being kept quiet. Now, I feel it's important to mention that the person who outed this is a questionable source, to say the least. While a lot of this holds up to scrutiny and to what we already know, and it makes sense and it fits the description of why these very unprecedented actions were taken and it stayed quiet and silent for the last 3 years, it definitely fits the description. But the guy, the ex-Twitch employee who outed it, has for years used the fact that he supposedly knows what Dr. Disrespect was banned for self-promotion. Like making posts like, if this concert that I'm performing at gets sold out in tickets, I'll tweet out why Dr. Disrespect got banned. Or if you donate this much to my Ko-fi, I'll tell you guys why Dr. Disrespect got banned. And I guess eventually one of those things got fulfilled because he just outright tweeted this, and everyone's rolled with it. Now, on one hand, innocent till proven guilty, right? On the other hand, this dude has done the whole gay groomer narrative and is friends with Nick Merckx, who has talked about how trans people aren't real and they just need to stay away from kids. So if they're not willing to do the innocent till proven guilty thing for literally any gay or trans person, if literally all gay and trans people are groomers to them, then why should I apply like the proper applications of guilt or innocence to him if he wouldn't be willing to do that to any LGBT person? So I'm going to roll with this as, you know, as much as any conservative would roll with saying that a gay person is a groomer.
On stream. Hold on. What's that? Roblox. Hide and seek extreme.
Yeah, so this is a little weird, considering what the allegations are.
An MMORPG for real fantasy fans. No cartoons, no bubbles.
Hello, Crash Nation. It's me, Ash, and I'm here with Chris.
Hello.
And today we're playing hide and seek. Yeah, let's throw him a taunt. He has the camera guy, so he's good.
Okay.
He's good.
Oh, this is the ladder stage.
Oh yeah, the bedroom. Let's go. I bet you this guy knows this teleport though.
Yeah, let's go to our... You want to do the pillow one or the drawer one?
Let's do the pillow one. They seem to check the drawer one first always.
Yeah, it's true.
Okay, well, I am excited. I've been loving playing hide and seek lately.
Yeah, oh man, it's so addicting.
I know, right? Super, super addicting. How come people are being found? I thought we had time to hide.
Oh yeah.
Or does it just say that when people leave the game?
Oh, maybe. Oh, I don't...
So he watches Roblox for a while, it seems. I think he plays some Roblox.
You guys are taunting her.
He just sits there silently and watches the Roblox video.
Oh, okay.
For like 4 minutes.
Appreciate everyone watching
Who is
today.
it in the backyard? Who is going to be looking?
Oh, I get it. It's because while he's watching the Roblox video, he gets the news. That's why. Oh, I forgot it's Twitter. You can't do that. Hold on. Yeah, Twitter's an unusable app for those unaware. If you try to rewind a video too much, you have to completely refresh the page and reload the video. because it's Twitter, and Elon bought it, and Elon is a retard.
This is weird. Oh, I'm
Alright,
trying.
I think this is where he gets the notification that he's getting banned.
Check it out.
Because he looks down at like a notification, and his mood changes.
Oh, that was easy.
I guess they left. Wow, good job.
Dang.
Alrighty then. Okay, let's see what map we get next.
I'm surprised people weren't like magnifying the reflection in his sunglasses to try to find out what he's looking
I
at.
could see you up there. Were you on the top of the statue?
I was on top of the knight.
Oh wow, that's crazy.
Like,
Oh, I think this is where it happens. Yeah.
Okay, it's bedroom again. It's bedroom. We can try it again.
He switches to like.
Who is the seeker this time? Unless, of course, you're the seeker.
Oh no, and then everyone's in big trouble.
Yeah, I think this is him getting the news.
Dun, dun, dun. That would be bad. That would be bad. Let's see. I have a 9.09% chance. 10% chance.
Uh-oh.
Oh, it's gonna be. Oh, I thought it was gonna be you for sure.
It's getting close. It's getting close.
Okay. See you later. Good luck finding us. Bye. Let's go. Let's get out of here. Oh no.
Taunt.
You guys are taunting her. I did not taunt her this time. Let's go. Can you hide?
He's just sitting there silently. It's very bizarre, but I believe he's reading a message from Twitch.
Oh,
like I think he's silently reading an email from Twitch
Okay, guys,
and trying to
stop
keep
leaving.
his shit
They
together.
really don't like being it.
I guess not.
Ever.
I like being it. Pick
Don't
me.
ever make me
Pick
it. I
me.
never
Look at him,
wanna be
dude.
it. No.
Like, what's his deal?
David Icke.
I'll be it.
No, bad. No.
I ordered his book too.
Yeah, I want to be it.
No, bad.
Oh, the backyard. The backyard.
So, like, one of the last things he talks about, a lot of conservatives said that he got banned for mentioning that he bought a David Icke book. For those that don't know, David Icke is like a psychotic conspiracy theorist dude.
Oh, okay.
Okay, who's it?
I appreciate everyone watching
Who's
today.
it in the backyard? Who is going to be
The
looking?
backyard's tough.
we'll
We
get
don't really, like you said, we don't really know some of the.
Yeah,
we'll
we
get
don't
through
know
this
the
Champions
map
Clip.
very well.
I know it's a tough. That's
because I don't know this one well.
Life's weird right now.
Yeah, look. Oh
We'll
it did.
we'll get through this, okay? And
Hey, Christopher.
Dun dun dun! You better not taunt me. How dare you?
Fuck.
You get to try.
And then he ends his stream. And then after that, he doesn't go live on Twitch ever again. The ban news came out very shortly after that. So he very clearly got the news that he was banned during the playing of that video, I think. And that's why he gets so quiet and he's like mumbling responses to chat and then just like wraps up like very quickly while clearly upset. So it really does seem like, yeah, he's kind of worried and scared there and also freaking out. But he could be for a variety of reasons. Hard to say. It's definitely possible that what's been accused is true. It fits the bill well enough. Like, it fits the description. And, like, it would make sense that this would be the process Twitch goes about this kind of thing if it was something this serious. Apparently, Critical made a video about it. And he treats it like it's, like, full-on true. Number 2 in trending. Holy shit. Everyone's watching this Critical video about the doc situation. What the fuck? Does Critical know something we don't? Does Critical have insider info now or something?
There are some questions we may never know the answer to. What happens when we die?
Why Doc
what
get
came
banned?
before the Big Bang? Why am I so short? Why did Dr. Disrespect get banned from Twitch at the height of his popularity in 2020? Dr. Disrespect was the face of Twitch, one of the largest streamers on the platform and one of the largest streamers just in general in the world. And out of nowhere, in 2020, he received a permanent ban, with no elaboration from Twitch's side, nor his. Though he has been somewhat vocal about suing Twitch as a result of getting banned, but he's never explained what the ban was for in the first place. So it's always just been this mystery that's plagued the minds of scholars for the last 4 years. A mystery on par with Area 51. And now, last night, there was a new development in this situation. Now, I want to be very clear, these are still allegations here, but a former Twitch employee on a random Friday night just came out and dropped a fucking bombshell claiming that Dr. Disrespect got banned because he was caught sexting a minor using the Twitch Whisper system and trying to meet up with them at TwitchCon. An extremely surprising statement that jump-scared the entire streaming community. Like, First,
the fact that they shortly after the ban removed the direct messaging feature from Twitch could be a coincidence, but it also fits that fucking story. You know, like the story could have been crafted to not be disproven and like only be supported by what we know. That's possible. But at the same time, it's like, well, shit, everything we know lines up with this claim.
First of all, I didn't even know people used the Twitch Whisper system. That, in and of itself, was a shock. Twitch Whispers is more archaic than AIM and more useless than flavored toilet paper. It hardly functions. It's a joke of a messaging.
Wait, Critical doesn't know that your asshole has taste buds, does he? Because flavored toilet paper, I'm pretty sure, would be useful, right? Because, like, doesn't your asshole have... your asshole has taste buds. Zan, no? Google it. It does. It's a fucking cognito hazard. You have to know this. But yeah, your asshole has taste buds. It's true. I'm not joking. You can actually Google it right now. It's one of the worst things that, like, if a god exists, then I'm going to have a word with him about that.
Service. But anyway, these are obviously...
I thought it was on the nutsack. Oh yeah, the nutsack also has taste buds. That is actually true, yeah. Like if you dip... Apparently, if you dip your balls in sugar water, you can taste it. I'm not joking. Supposedly, and I looked it up, you can dip your balls in sugar water and taste it, but supposedly you get, and I quote, sugar balls. And it's not pleasant. Yes, the scrotum has taste buds. Yeah, I'm not even making this up, and it's so ridiculous. I can't keep a straight face, but it's true. Like, if you don't believe me, just fucking Google it, you know? But I'm not lying to you about this.
Massive allegations against Dr. Disrespect. Now, they didn't provide any evidence or proof of the claims. However, a lot of other parties, like journalists, came forward saying that they had heard similar things from Twitch employees.
Google harder, Circuit Dog.
Like, their trusted sources had told them similar stories about the reason behind Dr. Disrespect's ban, but again, no evidence has been provided publicly for all of this. Right now, it's just a lot of people saying, like, this is what we heard too. Dr. Disrespect did reply to a tweet talking about it a little bit, saying, Jake, seriously, I get it. It's a hot topic, but this has been settled. No wrongdoing was acknowledged, and they paid out the whole contract. The vast majority of people were pretty unsatisfied with that response from the doc because it's a bunch of hooey, like mumbo-jumbo legal lawyer speak that doesn't actually say anything.
That's not really a response.
Like, instead of saying he didn't do what the claims are, like he didn't sext a minor,
no wrongdoing
he said no wrongdoing was acknowledged, not that no wrongdoing happened. And then
did he write that with, like, did he have an AI write that response? Like, actually, no. I didn't even notice that. Critical's making a good point here. That was not even a denial of guilt.
Mentions that Twitch paid out the whole contract, which I think the reason he threw that in there is to try and illustrate that Twitch ended up settling with him and paid out his whole contract, which must mean that he was in the right legally, I think is what he's getting at, but it's so obtuse and still doesn't shut down.
Well, that would just mean that Twitch paid him to fuck off, which implies, once more, that there'd be a reason Twitch wants one of the biggest streamers in the world to fuck off and are willing to pay him to do so. Why would Twitch be willing to do that and then stay silent about the reason and do their best to keep it quiet? Generally, these companies want to keep things that make them look bad hidden and buried forever if they can. So, you know, clearly the doc did something that makes him look bad, that makes Twitch look bad, or both.
Down the claim that has been made against him. So most people were left scratching their head wondering, well, is it true or not? So about an hour ago, he did make a follow-up tweet here saying, listen, I'm obviously tied to legal obligations from the settlement with Twitch, but I just need to say what I can since this is the fucking internet. I didn't do anything wrong. All this has been probed and settled, nothing illegal, no wrongdoing was found, and I was paid. Elden Ring Monday. He definitely provides a little more clarity with this statement. However, I have to wonder what legal obligations have got him like fucking strangled like Homer Simpson around Bart Simpson's neck that are preventing him from just saying he didn't sext a minor if he didn't. he's still kind of talking around it, saying it's been probed and settled, nothing illegal, no wrongdoing was found.
Wait, yeah, oh no. Are we gonna learn more about this over time, and it's gonna turn out some, like, real fucked shit happened more than we even know? God, that'd be crazy. It's so wild that I really didn't think we'd go more than a month without finding out why Doc got banned. I remember covering Doc getting banned and not thinking we would go more than a month before finding out why. And here we are 4 years later having maybe the answer. Maybe the answer.
He was paid, instead of just like outright coming out with a fucking iron fist saying, this is baloney, this is a load of horseradish, absolute fish paste, that's not true. Whatever this legal settlement with Twitch was in the Thunderdome here, it's prevented him from being able to talk directly about this claim, it seems, which is so fucking odd. Now, I think it's important I mention just how uncommon it is for Twitch to permanently ban a streamer of any size, period. True. That's more rare than a total solar eclipse. It just doesn't happen often at all. There was a streamer who went live and she goatsied herself directly at the camera on Twitch, only got a 72-hour ban. A year or two ago, there was a streamer who had full-blown sex on stream, and she only...
Twitch just brought back Sneeko. Sneeko started his Nick Fuentes friend arc, and he's now, like, calling everybody he hates Jewish. They just unbanned Sneeko and brought Sneeko back to Twitch. They're still upholding their ban of Destiny and, like, their ban of Doc, though we don't know why he's banned. It's really interesting, because, like, they bring back Sneeko, they ban Doc. Okay, so whatever Doc did must be worse than Sneeko, right? And Sneeko's, like, very openly really bad, so whatever Doc did must be bad. But then at the same time, Destiny, while cringe, didn't do anything near as bad as either of those two parties are either confirmed or claimed to have done. So it really could just be a case of Twitch being insane, you know? Like there could literally be nothing that happened behind the scenes between the Doc and Twitch besides, like, they just banned him because of, like, some higher up at Twitch not liking him as a person. That could have happened. But it just seems unlikely, you know? Like, companies don't tend to throw away giant cash cows like that, or, hell, pay their cash cows to fuck off and not say a word about why to the public, you know? Like, that usually doesn't happen.
They got a 72-hour ban. There's so many streamers that also have like 10 or even 12 bans to their name and still get to stream on Twitch without issue. So a permaban doesn't happen often, and it certainly doesn't happen often to the biggest streamer on their platform, and Dr. Disrespect was under a big contract with Twitch at the time of his ban. So for them to permanently ban him at the height of his popularity while he was the face of their platform with a big contract from them, it had to be something big. And the theory I subscribe to, and the most commonly accepted theory for why he was banned, was that it must have been some kind of big contract dispute. This time period was a wacky one, quite quirky for sure. It's when Mixer was still around, God rest its soul. It went out with a sad, pathetic whimper, a little wet fart into the wind, but at the time, it was a juggernaut, and it was scaring Twitch. It had recently bought Ninja off of Twitch to Mixer. It bought Shroud. And
dude, Ninja got to take that, like, what, $50 million, $60 million payout from Mixer, stream there for like 4 months, and then go right back to Twitch when Mixer shut down, got paid out like another $20 million, and then now he just streams to like a modest audience on Twitch, but he's got so many tens of millions, probably at this point over 100 million, or close to 200 million saved, because he's just been in the sphere of content creation and been successful for so long. He might have like over 100 million, close to 200 million for all we know. He's so wealthy, and now he just kind of chills and streams to his like his moderate audience. Though I will say, Ninja recently did a thing that I bet is going to end up being discourse, because every time a content creator comes out with like a product that's like their branding, like, I've got my own thing that I'm selling, it always ends up being some kind of discourse. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, here it is. I'm proud of this tweet. If you're in the LA area, head on over to Bevmo in Santa Monica on Wilshire and get your signed cans of Nutcase milk. That's right. Ninja is selling nut milk. Would you guys buy any of Ninja's nut milk? Will you become a nutcase? Will you get some of that nut? What, you guys aren't going to drink Ninja's nut milk? Bro. You're not even going to try it? I couldn't not bring it up when Ninja's being discussed.
There was a little bit of a panic from Twitch, who then started issuing massive contracts to streamers on their platform to keep them there and away from Mixer. So the idea was that maybe Dr. Disrespect was talking with Mixer about a huge...
When will you release your own nut milk? Every day.
Contract buyout, and it pissed Twitch off, so they banned him and wiped their ass with that contract, which led to Dr. Disrespect suing them for it, but Twitch in the settlement made sure that he kept his mouth shut about it. That was the main theory most people believed, again, myself included, and now this has come out. And again, there's no evidence to support the claims, but with a handful of other people coming forward saying they heard a similar reason behind his ban, it's got a lot of people believing.
Dude, there was a clip. Oh, I hope I liked this one. Dude, I'm gonna lose it if Elon fucking deleted this one from my likes. He knows who I am. He knows that I stream and I use my likes to save things that I'm gonna cover later. Hold on. Police. Oh, here it is. Yep. This is from 2 months ago. Destiny went on a podcast with his buddy, Dan, who's like, he's been on Twitch for a while. Like, all the people you see talking here have either been or are pretty tapped into the inside of Twitch, and they know a lot of stuff. They like when you're a big content creator and you're in the streamer space, you tend to accrue knowledge about things, and you don't 100% know if these things are true, but when they do get confirmed, you're like, and they become public, you're like, ah, shit, I knew about that, you know? So here's a good piece of evidence that this might actually be true.
But over 2-decade-long career, surely my word counts.
Dan, it's been a long time.
Please tell us.
Yeah, it's been a long
time. It's
so
long that the person involved is probably okay now.
Yeah. My memory is really bad because this was like 2 years ago, and I was in Outpost buying a minicopter, and I remember someone saying Dr. Disrespect got banned from Twitch because he was messaging underage girls on Twitch.
Why he said that?
Wait, what?
That's not it.
We're about to learn all about the DMCA process now.
That's what I'm saying. What I heard in Rust.
Did he say that? Why did he say that?
He must have heard it.
Am I not allowed to say what I heard in Rust?
That's insane.
His crew on Rust is a wild.
If I'm the doc, I'm suing you right now.
I would actually sue you.
Well, I fought over 2 decades.
I don't know, guys. That's from 2 months ago. That's I don't know. It's not ironclad or anything, but it's like, you know?
That it must be
that Destiny joke about the whole like whoever like the person involved is probably fine now really kind of I feel gives it away a little, you know what I mean? I feel like Destiny might have known making that joke.
Accurate. Now, if it is true, it does also make Twitch look pretty bad here, in my opinion, because this is a situation that deals with child safety on their platform, and if the face of their platform was sexting a minor through their Whispers service, I think Twitch has a responsibility to explain what they're going to do going forward to ensure that kind of shit doesn't happen again. Though I guess there could again be some real fucky nonsense in the legal proceedings that followed. I have no clue, really. But in the event that it is true, it still makes it seem like Twitch was covering up for the face of their platform being a predator. And that's not a good look for Twitch. So I guess it's also possible that Twitch wanted to bury this as well, to not take some kind of reputational hit in the public eye. Especially, I guess, during 2020 when Mixer was around. So I guess that's possible. I do, however, think now that this allegation has come out, whether it's true or false, I think this is going to be the start of the information around the ban coming forward, either from Twitch or Dr. Disrespect here, because this is such a massive allegation. So someone's going to come forward to set the record straight one way or the other is what I think will probably...
That's a good point. Yeah, I mean, like, regardless of whether or not this is true, we might have gone our entire lives not knowing why the face of Twitch was paid by Twitch to fuck off and never speak of why. And yet, like, if this isn't the case, it's going to force Twitch, the doc, or both to clear the air and actually, with evidence, explain what happened. Zan, there's a reason Dr. Disrespect hasn't threatened to sue Cody for libel and why he's been very lawyerly and tactful. True. It's possible that, like, he doesn't have grounds to sue for libel. Who knows? It's hard to say. I mean, these are just allegations. And obviously, I would go with the meme and just say, well, you know, you know it when you see it or whatever. Like, we could always tell or do some, like, just repeat what transphobes say about gay people when they claim they're groomers in regards to him, and apply his same standard he applies to gay people when he, like, falsely calls them groomers and say they need to stay away from kids. But in all seriousness, I've got a bigger responsibility than that, you know, so I'm going to clarify. These are just allegations. Take them with a grain of salt. We don't really have any actual solid ironclad evidence
happen here, but I could be totally wrong. It could be another 4 fucking years before there's even a peep about the Dr. Disrespect Twitch ban mystery. But something I've seen a lot of other people talking about is they're surprised that Twitch was reading whispers in the first place. I don't think anyone should be caught off guard by that. In the current day and age, everything you send through any service can easily be accessed by that service and is most likely being accessed by that service. All of your data is constantly being harvested and sold. Like, I thought everyone knew that by this point. So in this case, Twitch having access to the whispers and reading them and then taking action from them isn't like an unheard of concept at all. It's just a matter of that's the reality of what happened, if this is a true claim or not. But anyway, I just kind of wanted to go over where everything's at right now. It's kind of just a complete mess, so I guess we'll see as the story develops. That's really about it. See ya. There's
nice
some
video.
questions.
Oh, it loops because my fucking add-on. Anyway, that was a good video. That was a really good video from Critical. I liked that. I'm curious what the comments are looking like. This turned from a mystery to a full-blown conspiracy. Legal NDAs about court settings can be insane. One of my coworkers who settled with a company over wrongful termination that paid out flat said the payout settlement agreement prohibits him from discussing anything that happened in the year that led up to his termination. He can't even mention everyday life at the company. Edit. Also, any claims without evidence should be treated with a grain of salt. True. You either fall off a hero or you stream long enough to become a moderator. Former paralegal here. There are probably so many restrictions/clauses in the settlement terms that would prevent him from stating much of anything about the entire thing. Some of the things I've read about settlements, other settlements, are borderline absurd. One that comes to mind prevented the client from even saying the name of the company in question in any form. Shit's crazy. He's probably tied to some wild-ass NDA that says he isn't supposed to talk about it publicly at all. The Twitch whisper system is reserved for people trying to scam children into giving their parents credit card info. The bot problem needs to be fixed. If it wasn't for Charlie, I wouldn't know every single crazy shit happened. Okay. The internet not understanding how actual business contracts or law works. It's called an NDA, man. There's nothing weird about somebody being cagey about a legal case, especially one they've settled. That's generally how it works. Non-disclosure tends to extend. Man, it actually seems like a lot of the comments are going against Critical and are upset at him for believing the allegations against the doc. Yeah, looking at it now, 2.4 million views to 103,000 likes. It seems like the Dr. Disrespect fans are, like, ratioing the shit out of this video. I've noticed that a lot of conservatives have come out in defense of the doc. Notably, the guy who we were just covering the other day, Nick Merckx, who likes to talk about how gay people are apparently groomers. Let me see if I can find the clip. Let's see, here it is. This is his response to the allegations about Doc, yet mind you, he does not carry the same energy for all LGBT people.
Yo, checking in. Look, I opened Twitter.
Hey, Val.
Bunch of my mentions are he, they, she, hey, they, fucking, I identify as a helicopter. God damn it.
I'm going to be honest, when someone's response to pedophilia allegations is immediately complaining about, like, pronouns, it's a red flag for me, to be honest.
My mentions are he, they, she.
This is Nick Merckx, a friend of the doc.
She, hey, they, fucking, I identify as a helicopter. God damn it. And I seen the couple tweets about the doc. I'm as taken back as a lot of you guys are, okay? But the fact remains that these are some crazy accusations. Crazy. Big time accusations. And until we know more, until we know them as fact, until they've been proven with evidence, what are we talking about? What's anybody talking about? As far as the leave the little kids alone stuff, this doesn't make it any further from the truth. Leave little children out of your shit.
He's talking to the LGBT community now.
Have a nice day.
Yeah, he's referencing the fact that on stream recently he was like, trans people, you need to leave kids alone. And so he, at the end of defending the doc against these accusations, finishes it off by redoubling down on LGBT people need to leave the kids alone. It looks like he just eats jars of mayo and calls it a meal. Real. You guys might notice that he's like walking from the beach into his garage. It's because I believe he lives in like Hawaii. He's extremely wealthy. I think he's got like beachfront Hawaii property. So that's a video he recorded on his waterproof phone going from swimming in the ocean to walking into his garage while responding to the allegations about the doc. So if you're ever wondering, like, oh, what are the lives like of these awful people who make a living lying and being horrible on the internet? Well, they've got beachfront property in Hawaii. So I'm curious how that sits with you guys. Anyway, I'm curious. If you got... Oh, there we go. If you guys enjoyed this segment, please consider leaving a like. Every single thumbs up really does go a long way and helps the channel a whole hell of a lot, so I really do appreciate it. As do your comments down below, no matter when, where, or what you're watching. It really does help. Obviously, the right-wing grift is far more profitable than being a lefty news and commentary guy, so I appreciate your support. Thank you, guys. We're very grassroots here. And of course, you can also subscribe and ring the bell icon if you haven't already to see more from me, and so YouTube actually tells you when I go live or upload a new video. And of course, if you want to see more from me elsewhere, you can follow my social medias, linked down below in the description. And of course, don't forget to join my fan Discord, which is linked down below as well, and it is totally free to join. It's a great time. It's the main hub of my fan base, and I also do events in there. I do game events, call-in streams, and watch parties in there. And I announce all my new uploads and streams too, so make sure you join if you haven't already, gotten in there. It's a great time. It's really nice. Anyway, also, if you want to support me a little extra, consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, StreamElements, Patreon, or buying merch to the Streamlabs link down below. But regardless of how you support me, thank you so much for watching, and have a good one. Alrighty. What do you guys think of that segment? I feel like it came out good. By the way, Perry Icefire, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that. So kind of you. Thank you, thank you. Said, thoughts on me possibly becoming an actual local politician. I'm scared and excited with the path, but really want to try. Will I be able to still have my pigtails? Maybe. It kind of, I don't really know like what position you'd be running for, but I wish you well. I wish you well. You very well may win. A lot of local elections are very winnable, like more so than you'd imagine. So I'm excited to see how things turn out. Keep me updated, okay, Perry Icefire? And hopefully they do let you keep them. I got a short, funny meme from my favorite gaming YouTuber, Zan. Oh, it opened in the wrong window. I hate when it opens in the wrong window. Why? The last window I interacted with. Oh. Nightmare. All right, here's the clip. Let's see what this is.
Exactly right is. It's time for the moment you've been waiting for.
Oh, you guys! I'm really good at rotating. I love rotating. I'm the greatest rotator who ever rotated. Perfect rotation. Perfect rotation. Perfect rotation.
You guys aren't fucking rotating.
I love rotating. The victory lap of rotation. Let's freaking go, man. Oh, my forearm is iron.
Bro, 11.
That's actually really good. That reminds me of kayaking, like on the river with friends. That's the kind of shit we'd say and do in real life while kayaking on the river. It leads to such hilarious fake, like not really fights, you know? Asmongold is also on Nick Merck's side on trans people being fake, and Asmongold saying most Americans are against trans people, he said. No, he said most Americans are against trans people in sports, and that is true. By a large margin. Very true. Like, the vast majority of Americans don't believe that trans people should be able to compete in the sport they identify with. It's the strongest wedge issue that the right has against trans people, because a lot of people just intuit their way into believing that trans people have an unfair advantage. It's not based on any fact or anything. It's not even one that's, like, taught to them. It's just intuition, and intuition isn't always right. It's rarely right, really. So they just kind of assume, well, if you're born male, then surely you would be more physically fit than someone who's born female. And if you're a trans man, then presumably you're on hormones such as testosterone, which is pretty much a performance-enhancing drug. And so then it's unfair in that margin. So a lot of people just go with that logic, and they don't turn their brains on and think any further. And so by like a margin of 75 to like 80%, like even among like particularly in more rural areas, but among like city Democrats, it's closer to like 40. But among like the average in the country, it's 60 to 70% of people don't believe that like most trans people should be able to compete with the gender they identify with. Now, to be fair, this polling could be a little bit weighted by the fact that anyone willing to do this like polling might be leaning heavily on one side or the other, more likely to be heavily transphobic, and it could depend on where that polling was taken, because even if it's a national average, they could have gotten their samples from a variety of places, and it could, you know, it's not every American, right? So I want to add, the data may not be 100% accurate. There's a lot of reasons to suspect it's not, but the current data that I've seen suggests there is nowhere near as much support for trans people competing with the gender they identify in sports as I would like there to be. It's why it's a pretty strong point for the right, and they harp on it nonstop because it works. How would being a trans woman give anybody an unfair advantage in something like, say, competitive cheerleading or gymnastics or figure skating, you know, or professional chess, for example, there's countless sports that are non-contact, like sports, there are like esports, things like that we still gender segregate for no reason. It's just, I don't know. Like, my position on it is like, let's say theoretically it is unfair. I don't really care. Like, the enfranchisement of a minority group does actually matter to me more than the sports ball. Not to mention, the whole point of sports is that it's meant to be entertainment. Like, I don't see why we can't just make sports be all about who is the most superior human, you know, in a given sport at this point. Like, it's going to be as entertaining regardless, you know? Like, it'll be super special when a girl manages to, like, outdo a bunch of the guys. It'll be like, oh, shit! Yo! That lady just knocked out 2 guys in the ring. Like, she's a real one. Like, don't fuck with her. Like, I feel like that would be so much more entertaining if we just didn't gender segregate these sports. I mean, it's consensual. Like, if you're going to do a combat, like, contact sport, it's consensual. You sign contracts before the fight. It's not like they're forcing you to fight somebody who you don't want to. Like, you can just not. Their main source is literally just, I reckon it ain't right. I reckon it ain't right. That's about it, yeah. I reckon it just ain't right. Now, trans women have an advantage in esports. They are all nerds. That's real. That's true. Yeah, fair. No, I think that the right likes to claim the advantage truly comes from, and this is something that can't be quantified, can't be disproven, and can be proven just, like, because there are examples of this happening. The claim is that it is a benefit to have trained and gotten good at a given sport with, say, a male body as opposed to a female body, which you might have later on. So they claim the advantage comes from a quote-unquote lifetime of learning a sport in, like, a male body or a female body, or I guess in this case it would just be male, for their argument. So that's kind of where the argument gets to if you, like, get, like, down into it. Though I recently covered a study that seems to suggest a pretty strong consensus that after, like, a year or so of hormone replacement therapy, there's effectively zero chance of an unfair advantage on the part of a trans athlete, particularly trans women who are taking, like, estrogen and testosterone blockers and stuff like that. I think I covered that recently. It was a pretty, like, recent new article. It was pretty cool. It was pretty cool. It was a good article. It was nice. It was good to cover. Hey, let me see if I can find something chill for us to watch before I wrap things up. Let's see. Yo, chat. Can I show you? Considering my birthday is coming up in less than a month, I figure, or no, about a month. I figure I could show you what I used to do when I was a kid, and it was my birthday, and like the weather was good, and we could afford it and stuff. We would try and rent a boat, like a pontoon boat, and take it out under the water off the coast of Hernando Beach, Florida. And yeah, I'm a July kid, and we would go scalloping. I want to show you what that looks like, because it's cool. Let me see. Do you guys know what scalloping is? I assume you know what scallops are, but you may not be aware of what it's like to catch them. So this video was filmed in my old neighborhood I grew up in, called Hernando Beach. It's a very small little area, comprised of like a long road along the coast that goes about 5 miles, and a bunch of canals that like splinter off from the side of the road out into the water. And I lived in a house that was a rental on one of those canals. And like, getting a nice 2-bed, 2-bath house on water for like, I don't even know what our rent was, but it wasn't a lot. We weren't wealthy. We didn't have a lot of money. So like, I know for a fact the rent wasn't super expensive, but we managed to get a really good deal. And this, I'm sure it's impossible to get a place like that for a price like that now, but this was pre-recession, pre a lot of inflation, and pre like housing market bubble inflation. So yeah, this is where I grew up. This is like the neighborhood, the place that I consider my childhood like home, for lack of a better term. And you're gonna get to see one of the things I got to do like regularly on my birthday when I lived there, which is, oh god, it's just so cool. I might be able to, you might be able to see my house here. Let me see, hold on. Yep, you can. You might actually be able to. So this right here is Eagle's Nest. Right along here is like when I was a kid, in my yard after a hurricane, I found some turtles. Some fucking turtles. Wait, actually, I think that's it. I think that's literally my childhood home right there. That's actually it. That's literally my childhood home right there. Oh, no. Go back. That's it right there. That's literally my childhood home. I haven't lived there in like a decade, but that's my childhood home right there. There's only one dock now. That's it. Can you fish there? Yeah. It's got direct ocean access out that canal. There's a bit of estuary to go through. But yeah, that's literally it right there. That's my neighbor's house to the left. And then you can't see, but there's an empty lot right off to the side, and then another house. And that's where our neighbor Rick lived. And you can see it's just a lot of canals, and this is the long road with the water tower that says Hernando Beach. This long road goes up. There's a marina right here. You can't see it. But this building, this big building right here, is the marina. And this is where all the rich people have their boats. And then these are just lakes and stuff. And you go back here, and that's just into, like, Hernando County, Florida. That's, like, going east, inland. Like, back towards where the camera is, this way, is where the ocean is. And that right there is my childhood home. It seems like someone put up that looks like a hammock there. This is a recent video. So this is like the most modern look at my childhood home I'm getting. But that's like a hammock, I think. Dog, that's so cool. Oh, wait, you guys can't see it because I covered it up with my camera. Hold on. There we go. That's my childhood home right there. They're in the canals, Rick. Funnily enough, this, God, this house is where I lived all the way from season 2 to 7 of The Walking Dead. It was in the break between season 6 and 7 when the hurricane came and flooded this whole fucking area. Like, I'm not joking. They were sending the FEMA boats down this road. So yeah, oh my gosh. You can see here, they've actually developed this. Oh my god. Remember when I mentioned the, right about here is where the manatee was giving birth, by the way. They've developed this lot, and they built a seawall here. Before, this was nothing but mangroves. And so I'd look across the water, and it was just this line of mangroves in this lot. They cleared the lot, got rid of the mangroves somehow. I don't even know how that's legal. I guess because they owned the land. And now they built a seawall there. That sucks. Guess it's to be expected. There's probably going to be a big house construction there. But yeah, it's my childhood home right there. Holy shit. Anyway, back to it. Oh, that was my favorite house, the hexagon house. Hold on. The hex house. Yeah! Oh no, it's all fucked up from hurricanes. Dude, this house is so cool. We went and visited it, me and my mom, when we went to Florida a few months ago. This house is shaped like I guess it's not a hexagon, it's got more sides, but it's such a cool house. I love this house. It's a big, like, angular circle, and it's on stilts. So all this area under here is hollow. Like, there's just a garage under here and, like, a fishing area where you just, like, walk around and there's, like, a big garage. So it's on stilts. This is the first floor, and you got to walk upstairs to get up to it, and then this is the second. You've got, like, a little, like, office up there. I think I've spoken to the people who lived there, and they mentioned that this is an office. Like, literally, that's my neighborhood. Like, that, what it's showing here is clips of my childhood neighborhood. I, like, trick-or-treated in that neighborhood. I met the people who lived in these houses and stuff. Like, that neighborhood was where I grew up. Like, I was in that house playing Minecraft, watching Adventure Time, fucking busting out games of Infamous on my PS3, hanging out with my friends, going scalloping. It was my childhood. It was great. This is scalloping. So you look around for the scallops, you see them sitting on the bottom, you notice their little blue eyes looking at you through their shell, and just like in SpongeBob, they open and close and fly like birds underwater, so you gotta grab them quick. Yep, see? Oh, we get starfish. Not starfish, seahorses. One time there was a seahorse that came up with one of my crab traps, and I like let it like wrap around my finger. And I have a picture of that with it wrapped around my finger. I might be able to get my mom to send that. Starfish, sand dollars.
We can
that's not a sand dollar. That's a scallop.
Good morning from Hernando Beach. Justin, it's an exciting day.
A lot of houses there are like this, just on stilts.
Hey, for you, what do you have here?
I'll skip ahead. Here's that marina I told you about. This is the boat dock
Mascot
there.
is my good friend, who owns and operates Summit Atlantic, a fabrication company that builds custom
Wait, is this? Nah. That's Eagle's Nest Road, so the next canal back from this road would show a much better view of my
exhibits
house
for
when I was a
trade
kid.
shows all around the world. And today, we're visiting his family in Hernando Beach to scallop in the shallow waters of the Gulf.
Eagle's Nest is the name of the road, by the way. Like, I know the road names still because I grew up there. God, what a cool, like, as much as that, like, stint of my life ending with a hurricane fucking it up, living there for, like, the 6 years I grew up there was awesome. I lived there from, like, my 11th birthday, like, about 2 weeks before my 11th birthday, all the way till I was nearly 17. So roughly 6 years of my life I lived in that house, and I consider that my childhood home. I moved around a lot before that, living in a lot of apartments, and when I did live in a home, like an actual house, it wasn't very long. So I never had a house I could associate with being, like, solidly, squarely my childhood home, except for that one. That is where I've got the most, like, solid, memorable, like, childhood memories. It's so cool that, like, there are people who've done YouTube videos in that neighborhood, and I can, like, watch a video of, like, my childhood neighborhood and see my childhood home on, like, the drone footage. I definitely want to do, like, if I ever had enough money, I'd probably go and buy out my old childhood home. I don't know if I'd live in it. Maybe I would. But I feel like I'd pull an Emmett Selk, you know, and recreate it like as it was when I was a kid, just for the nostalgia, and, like, visit every once in a while. I don't know. Just pull an Emmett Selk. Would that be bad? I think you're supposed to not pull an Emmett Selk. I think that's the lesson you're supposed to learn. What road was the home on? Wouldn't you like to know? I'm not going to dox the exact address. Just fix it up in Airbnb, that shit? Well, I wouldn't want other people living in it. I'd want to live in it, I think. I don't know. Maybe. No, it was a nice house. I think it would actually accommodate me pretty well. Like, it was a 2-bed, 2-bath, so, like, I'd have a guest room. It's pretty nice. It was like, perfect for, like, a single, like, lone child to grow up in, you know? My parents had a room and a bathroom, and I had a room and a bathroom. It was nice. Yeah, don't tarnish my family, like, childhood home by Airbnb-ing it. Not that kind of pulling an Emmett Selk. I mean Amarat, Augustanora. Yeah, film a clip in the front yard where I'm just like, everything was perfect. Just perfect, you know? Yeah. Nah, show how cool you are to your neighborhood kids by skateboarding a crystal cat. I don't know what the fuck that is. When's the next call-in stream, Zan? Eventually. I'm not really doing one anytime soon, just because I'm really enjoying doing like watch parties and stuff. And I just haven't really had like the urge to do like that like live conversation content. It takes a lot out of me. I need a lot of energy, and I got to be in like the right mood for it. You know what I mean? Yeah. Oh, the Emmett video. Yeah, I know the one. Sorry, Graha fans. Yeah, I know which one you're talking about. Anyway, guys, I think right around now is a good time to start wrapping things up. I really appreciate all of you coming out. It's been such a great time. Are you still running a Project Zomboid server? Eventually, yeah. I'm waiting for the next update to come to Project Zomboid because it's going to be such a big deal. If you follow Project Zomboid's like development, you know that the next update is like literally the biggest update in the game's history. And I can't really bring myself to invest in the game super hard when we're so fucking close to like a literal game overhaul update. Like it's going to be so fucking good. I can't bring myself to play the current version when we're so close to like the new update. And once the new update comes out, we're years away from another one. So I'll no-life it when the update comes out. But I'm waiting for that update. The fact that we're going to be able to raise animals, and a big part of the new Zomboid update is a lot of fixes for a lot of bugs. But on top of that, there's going to be animals. You can catch them, tame them, and raise them, and harvest them. You can also craft tools and anything you would need from the like nature. Like you can just start in the middle of the woods and stay in the middle of the woods and just fish and hunt and cut down trees and craft tools. And on top of that, you'll be able to start forging stuff. You'll be able to build forges and start like mining and smelting metals and making alloys and make like bladed weapons and blunt weapons and like axes and pickaxes and stuff. And then you can literally complete the game by never entering a city. Like just occasionally dealing with like a wandering zombie through the woods. Is it going to be the best way to play? Almost certainly not. But the fact that it's an option means that now, once you've gotten through all of the resources that exist to be looted in the world, which is practically impossible for a single person, you can still live off the land, which is functionally not really a thing in Zomboid right now. You can't really live off the land until the new update. And that's a big part of it. I want it to be possible to live off the land once I start the server, because pretty quickly resources are going to run dry, and new players are going to have to live off the land. Because there's not going to be any food to get, any like things to loot. It's going to be like, oh, gotta go into the woods and start looking for sticks and rocks. Yeah. Well, guys, what day is it right now, actually? It's Sunday. So this coming Thursday, we're going to be doing a watch party of Avatar The Last Airbender in the Progressive Victory Amplify server. So if you haven't already, here's a link to join the Progressive Victory Amplify website. Highly recommend making an account and checking that out, but also use it to join the Discord and hop in there, because that's where every other week's Avatar watch party is going to be. So if you don't want to miss 6 episodes every other week, then you definitely want to join that. Otherwise, make sure you've joined my fan Discord, because we're also going to be watch partying Avatar there the Thursday after this coming Thursday. Zan, thanks for providing the amazing content for us to watch and chill to. Oh, I'm so glad you think so, that dude. I appreciate the kind words. Well, guys, I hope you enjoyed today's stream. I think it was quite the blast myself. I think it went quite well, despite the stressful start of things with, like, my OBS being fucking weird and broken. Hopefully it doesn't get worse and start affecting my streams, but, until then, we're just going to keep it rolling. We're just going to keep it going. But with all that said, I really appreciate you guys watching. You guys have been so great. I love you all very much. And with all that said, have a good one. Bye. Doo-doo fart.